In Florida, NBC News projects Ronald Reagan the winner of Florida's 17 electoral votes. And so we will put on our map in blue, for those of you who are watching in color, dark gray and black and white, we'll make Florida our projected winner for Reagan. We have the electoral vote, therefore, given the fact that we had projected Indiana for Reagan earlier, is now 30 for Reagan, 2 states projected so far. We have another southern state to project. Florida was carried by Carter 4 years ago. Mississippi was carried by Carter 4 years ago. But tonight, our projected winner in Mississippi is the Republican candidate, Ronald Reagan. And so, again, in blue, or dark gray and black and white sets, light gray, I'll get that straight this evening, light gray and blue, we move another 7 electoral votes into our projected column of electoral votes for Reagan, 37. 3 states projected for Ronald Reagan now.
We are projecting the state of Alabama for Ronald Reagan. Reagan wins in Alabama, 9 electoral votes, right next door to Jimmy Carter's home state of Georgia. And the state of Virginia, a state that Ronald Reagan, well, actually the Republicans won 4 years ago. We are projecting once again that Ronald Reagan will win Virginia. So we color those blue, as you can see in our map there. Blue if you have a color television set. I am told that it will be dark gray if you're watching in black and white. Reagan with 2 more important southern states to add to his electoral total. And there it is on our NBC map, as you can see it.
And we have one other projection to make. The votes are coming in from down there now. The polls are closed in several of those states. And NBC News has a projection that will not come as a surprise. We project in the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter, the winner of its 12 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter carried Georgia the last time by 66% of the vote. It's not surprising that he would carry his home state again. And that gives him 12 electoral votes on our electoral vote projection board. Reagan 58 to Carter's 12 electoral votes. Reagan in several states, Carter so far only in his home state of Georgia.
Ronald Reagan will win the state of Ohio and its 25 electoral votes. Reagan wins Ohio, a big key industrial state in the Midwest. Its 25 electoral votes go into his column. He'll add those to Indiana, Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, all colored blue on the NBC News election map. That means they go into Ronald Reagan's column, and that's a very impressive beginning for him on this evening. And no Republican has ever been elected president of the United States, by the way, without winning Ohio. Here's the electoral vote as it now stands. Ronald Reagan, 83, Jimmy Carter, 12. Carter's all come from his home state of Georgia, needed to win 270 altogether. So it looks like a very substantial victory for Ronald Reagan, as we have been saying all evening here, before this evening is out, and it may be an early evening indeed for Ronald Reagan.
Now, with the polls having closed in a number of states and other key indicators have coming to us, we are going to project a number of states for Ronald Reagan, beginning with the state of Connecticut. Connecticut, with its 8 electoral votes, goes to Ronald Reagan. Our next projected victory for Ronald Reagan is New Jersey with 17 electoral votes. New Jersey for Reagan. Going westward, we project Pennsylvania for Ronald Reagan. Pennsylvania, in his column, we project 27 electoral votes there. Further, Michigan, the state of Michigan, we project for Ronald Reagan 21 more electoral votes for his total. We go on. NBC News projects Illinois for Ronald Reagan. Illinois with its 26 electoral votes. Going further west, we project the state of North Dakota. No surprise there. He had been expected to take North Dakota's 3 electoral votes, and South Dakota, 4 electoral votes, which we project in the column for Ronald Reagan. Moving southward to Kansas. In the state of Kansas, we say Ronald Reagan is our projected winner. We also project Reagan the winner in the state of Missouri with 12 important electoral votes. Further into the border states, it is our projection that the state of Tennessee Tennessee will be taken by Ronald Reagan, 10 electoral votes there. Going further south, the state of Oklahoma with 8 electoral votes, we project for Reagan. And finally, the big one, Texas, 26 electoral votes. We color blue or light gray, if you're watching in black and white, for Ronald Reagan. The map is turning blue for Reagan. We have another projection, and this time for President Carter. NBC News projects President Carter the winner in the District of Columbia. 3 electoral votes. The district has been voting since 1964, has never voted for a Republican presidential candidate. The president carried it last time with about 80% of the vote. A very high tally, but not unexpected. That brings the electoral standings to Carter 15, 12 from Georgia and 3 from the District of Columbia. Reagan all over, as Tom Brokaw said, the industrial East, the South, parts of the Middle West, the Dakotas, 252 electoral votes in the states marked in blue on your map, or light gray and black and white, and that's how it looks. Very early on this evening, it has been possible for NBC News to project all of that. Time has come. You've seen the map. We've looked at the figures, and NBC News now makes its projection for the presidency. Reagan is our projected winner. Ronald Wilson Reagan of California, a sports announcer, a film actor, a governor of California, is our projected winner at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. On this election night, we have projected Ronald Reagan the winner. And to add evidence to that projection, we are projecting him as the winner in more states. By our calculations, Ronald Reagan is the winner in the state of New Hampshire, in the state of Vermont, Delaware, and South Carolina. We will be coloring in those on the map now in blue for Reagan, or light gray, black and white. New Hampshire is the first state that we are calling for him in this list of states. Vermont, we are coloring blue in a projection for Reagan. The state of Delaware, we are projecting for Reagan. And in the South, the state of South Carolina, we are projecting for Ronald Reagan. And that brings his electoral vote tally to the number required for victory. According to our projections, Ronald Reagan now has the required 270 electoral votes. Carter with 15 at this stage of the evening, 12 from Georgia, 3 from the District of Columbia. And Tom, that's our projection. We have another projection, this time for President Carter. NBC News projects President Carter the winner in the state of West Virginia. 6 electoral votes there, and no great surprise. And we will now fill in red, or dark gray in black and white, the state of West Virginia for the president. That means so far this evening we have projected him with 21 electoral votes. That's Georgia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. And Reagan, while the polls are still closed in most of the states in the West, is holding at the 270 electoral votes we project him to have. That's enough to win. David? We are projecting now for Ronald Reagan, and we'll fill them in on our map in blue. The state of Wisconsin, which went to Carter in 1976. Wisconsin we now show as going to Reagan in a projection. We also show Nebraska, which was Republican 4 years ago. 5 electoral votes. That's in the Reagan column. We project Reagan the winner in Wyoming. Republican 4 years ago. It's for Reagan tonight. And finally, Arizona. Arizona, which went for Jerry Ford in 1976, we project going for Reagan. That's a total in those 4 states of 22 electoral votes. And let's look at the electoral vote count now to see Carter with West Virginia, Georgia, and the District of Columbia, and Reagan with a number of states well over the 270 needed to win. Tom?
John, it occurs to me that we have talked about landslides before in presidential politics. 1964 comes to mind, 1972, Richard Nixon over George McGovern. But 64 was a kind of high water mark in terms of a landslide when LBJ blew away Barry Goldwater. This is going to be bigger than that. NBC News now projecting that Jimmy Carter will win the state of Rhode Island and its 4 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter winning Rhode Island and the 4 electoral votes. So on our map we will add now in the upper right-hand corner the tiny state of Rhode Island. That will be colored red for Jimmy Carter. Not much red up there, as you can see. An overwhelming Ronald Reagan victory that we are projecting tonight. Rhode Island had been expected to go to the Democrats, and indeed we are projecting that it will. So let's take a look now at the electoral vote as it now stands. Ronald Reagan, 295 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter, just 25. His home state of Georgia, the Democratic state of West Virginia, Rhode Island, and the District of Columbia. And that's all he has at this point.
Going to project some more states for Ronald Reagan now. NBC News projects Ronald Reagan the winner in the border state of Kentucky with its 9 electoral votes. And that's a solid block ranging all the way from the Gulf of Mexico to the Lake Michigan. We are also in the West projecting Reagan the winner in the state of New Mexico with 4 electoral votes. New Mexico, Reagan our projected winner. You can see him filling in the West with the states in blue, which we have marked on our map for Ronald Reagan. A lot of blue on the map. The electoral tally for Reagan by our projections is now over 308. Carter still at 25. That is one of the largest imbalances we have seen here in this studio, and maybe one of the largest since we've been using this particular computer setup. We are projecting now 5 more states for Ronald Reagan, and let's look at the map and we'll show you what they are. 7 electoral votes we project for Reagan in the state of Colorado. 3 electoral votes we project for Reagan in the state of Nevada. No surprise there. In Idaho, again, a state that had been expected to go for Reagan, 4 electoral votes, our projected winner there. We make him our projected winner in Utah and our projected winner in Montana. And that leaves only the Pacific Coast states there. It leaves Minnesota undecided and Iowa undecided, as you see, Arkansas and Louisiana, North Carolina, New York, and Maine. We're getting down, I believe, Maryland is still undecided, and that brings our projected electoral vote total to Reagan 330, Carter 25. Excuse me, that's one of the biggest differences we have ever seen. David, I guess we'd have to look in the record books for that.
I think you would have to go back to the Nixon-McGovern, when McGovern carried Massachusetts, period. That was all.
And the District of Columbia.
And the D.C.
Yep.
But of the states, he carried 1. So I thought it was a fitting farewell, well-spoken, very gracious. Didn't you?
I have one little, I made the clangor tonight.
What was it?
Well, the clangor was when I said that no sitting president had been defeated since Herbert Hoover, and Garrick immediately jumped in and said, what about Gerald R. Ford?
You left out the word elected.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not going to take refuge in that. Ford was the last president who was defeated while in office. But I agree with you, David. I thought that was a graceful concession speech, and I think that Mr. Carter will bring to the transition many of the same energies he brought to the campaign and to the administration.
All of those names we saw, heard in the ballroom, Brzezinski, Jody Powell, Ham, Jordan, a whole bunch, they'll all be gone. They'll all be gone in what? 6 weeks.
It happens in a hurry when it happens. And speaking of things happening in a hurry, we're about to project another state. Jimmy Carter will take some comfort, as will Vice President Walter Mondale, and knowing that his home state, the state of Minnesota, as we are projecting, if you look at our map right now, we will color that red, one of the few states colored red. That was thought to be safe for Jimmy Carter, but almost all pre-election polls have gone by the boards here tonight, and it remains safe for Jimmy Carter, projecting the state of Minnesota. So the electoral vote goes up for Jimmy Carter, 10 electoral votes. He's not even within reach, as you can see, of Ronald Reagan, nor will he be before this evening is over. He has 35 electoral votes. Certainly no one expected it to be quite this awesome this early in the evening. It broke pretty fast.
But NBC News projects the state of Louisiana, and that Ronald Reagan is the winner in the state of Louisiana with its 10 electoral votes, which will be added to his total. And on our map, you'll be able to see Arkansas, the only holdout in there. Louisiana, our projected state for Reagan. And that will bring Reagan's number to 348 projected electoral votes. That's really quite a lot compared to, Carter has 10% of the projected electoral votes that we have awarded to Reagan tonight.
Yes.
So it's going to be a conservative Senate, which means it's going, and with a Reagan in the White House, it's going to be a conservative U.S. government.
All right, we're going to call another state for Ronald Reagan.
Okay,
not surprisingly, it's a big one. It's his home state, California, 45 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan picks up his home state of California. He has never lost a race there. And we fill in that big chunk of the map, once again with blue, now solid blue practically, all the way from the Mississippi River westward, leaving only Oregon, Washington, and Arkansas, as you can see.
Beginning to look like a suburban swimming pool over there.
Well, and even in the East,
Sherman Oaks, I'd say, probably.
even in the East, Reagan is ahead of New York. Well, go ahead and have a look at this.
We just want to show you the electoral vote. Ronald Reagan pushing hard at 400 electoral votes. No one was saying that just a couple of days ago. Jimmy Carter stuck on 35. There are fewer and fewer states to come in. Ronald Reagan, as we said early in the evening, locking up a big chunk of Jimmy Carter territory, or what was thought to be Jimmy Carter territory.
Now, we were 10 undecided states. We'll bring that down to 8 states. First, NBC News projects in the state of Maryland that Jimmy Carter will be the winner of Maryland's electoral votes. And so we will move that into the red or dark gray in Maryland on our map. And then all the way on the other side of the country, in the state of Washington, which Gerald Ford won in a squeaker in 1976, we will project that for Ronald Reagan. And there's Washington, leaving us with 8 undecided states, including, as you see on your map, Hawaii and Alaska. So the electoral vote total now brings Reagan over the 400 mark and brings Carter to 45 electoral votes. Garrick? A couple of big projections coming up now. NBC News is going to project the state of New York. We say that our projected winner is Ronald Reagan in the 41 electoral votes of New York State. And there it is going in the blue on your map. Carter has 4 states now in the District of Columbia. The electoral vote tally, Tom, Reagan is getting up to those very big tallies that we were talking about a few minutes ago, almost 450, 10 times the electoral margin of President Carter.
Well, let me add some more to Ronald Reagan's total if I can. We are now projecting that Ronald Reagan will win the state of Oregon. So on our map now, we will color in the state of Oregon blue, 6 electoral votes to the summary for Ronald Reagan. And as you look at the map, it is more than a swimming pool, David. It is now a full-size blue lake for Ronald Reagan all the way across the country, with just 1 or 2 red exceptions as we show it on the NBC map. Red for Jimmy Carter, of course. There's the electoral vote. Have we added the 6 from Oregon? 449 is the total?
Yeah, right.
Okay, 449 is the total for Ronald Reagan. Jimmy Carter, 45.
Good evening. The polls are still open in many parts of the country. Votes are already being counted in some others. And in 3 states where the polls now have closed, ABC News has the following projections. We project that Mr. Reagan has won in the state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire has 4 electoral votes. ABC News also projects that Mr. Reagan is the winner in Kentucky. Kentucky has 9 electoral votes. And in Indiana, where the polls have also closed, ABC News projects Mr. Reagan the winner. That is 12 more electoral votes in Mr. Reagan's column. At this early stage of the game, then, President Reagan already has 25 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Good evening. It is now 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and the polls have just closed in 7 more states. ABC News projects that Ronald Reagan is the winner in the state of Florida with 21 electoral votes. ABC News projects that Mr. Reagan is the winner in the state of Georgia with 12 electoral votes. And we also project that Mr. Reagan is the winner in the state of Virginia with 12 electoral votes.
And we also project at this time that Reagan has won Alabama with its 9 electoral votes. Mississippi for Reagan with 7 electoral votes. Vermont, Reagan, 3 electoral votes. South Carolina, Reagan, 8 electoral votes.
Let us do now thank you, David. Let us do our first recap of the evening. Those states and 3 states that we projected during World News tonight, Indiana, Kentucky, and New Hampshire, make the present electoral vote total look like this: 97 for Mr. Reagan, none for Mr. Wandale, 270 needed to win.
4 states, and we have a little news on what they've been doing in those voting booths all day. In Ohio, we project the winner to be Ronald Reagan. 23 electoral votes, the biggest state we have been able to call so far tonight, one Mondale desperately wanted. In North Carolina, for Reagan, we project Reagan and 13 electoral votes in North Carolina.
David, it is early in the evening, but Mr. Reagan is piling on the electoral votes with 270 needed to win. Mr. Reagan has 133 and Mr. Mondale has none. Good evening. It is 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and the polls are closed in 16 more states. ABC News wishes to project that Ronald Reagan has won in the state of Texas with its 29 electoral votes. The polls are still open in some parts of the states, namely in El Paso, and there is an important House race there where your vote will still count. No Democrat has won the presidency without carrying Texas. ABC News projects that Mr. Reagan has won in the state of New Jersey. The Republicans have won it in the last 4 presidential elections. ABC News projects Mr. Reagan is the winner in the state of Missouri with its 11 electoral votes. ABC News projects that Mr. Reagan has won in Tennessee. He won it only by half a point in 1980. He wins it again tonight. And ABC News projects that Mr. Reagan is the winner of the 8 electoral votes in Oklahoma, part of his western base.
Peter, with the additional states closed, there are now enough electoral votes voted on and floating around to choose a president. We now project Connecticut to have gone to Mr. Reagan with its 8 electoral votes. Kansas for Mr. Reagan, 7 electoral votes by our projection. Maine, our projection is that Ronald Reagan has carried it, and it's 4 electoral votes. Delaware, our projection is that Reagan has carried Delaware with 3 electoral votes. And here's a big one. Illinois, Ronald Reagan, 24 electoral votes. Now the first victory tonight for Walter Mondale in the District of Columbia.
Adding up 254 for Mr. Reagan, 270 needed to win. Mr. Reagan is 16 short. Mr. Mondale has 3.
We now project the winner in Michigan to be Mr. Reagan, which gives him the electoral votes to make him president for a second term. It gives him a total of 274.
Ronald Reagan still has a chance for an historic 50-state sweep.
One more state has closed its polls, Arkansas. Our projection is that Arkansas has gone to Ronald Reagan with its 6 electoral votes. Now, 280 for Mr. Reagan, 3 for Mondale. The 3 being from the District of Columbia.
And I have a projection. ABC News now projects that Mr. Reagan has won, or is the winner, in the state of Pennsylvania with its 25 electoral votes. That was one the Democrats really wanted very, very badly, a large Italian vote among other things. You can see now what that means in terms of electoral votes: 305 for Mr. Reagan, 3 for Walter Mondale, and we remind you that those 3 for Mr. Mondale have come in the District of Columbia. ABC News now wishes to project the state of Maryland. At the presidential level, the state of Maryland for President Reagan. Now, that is normally a very strong Democratic state, Mr. Reagan getting 58% of the vote. That's one of only 6 states that went for Mr. Carter in 1980. Mr. Reagan did run ahead in the polls earlier this evening, or earlier in the campaign, I should say, but Mr. Mondale had hoped very much, as had the Democrats, that they would be able to hold the state of Maryland. ABC News projects it has gone to Mr. Reagan with 10 electoral votes. It is 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It is 8 o'clock in the Midwest. ABC wishes to make the following projections. For president in the state of Louisiana, The 10 electoral votes ABC News projects will go for Mr. Reagan. He won it in 1980. He gets it this time. In Colorado, where the Midwest ends and the mountains begin, ABC projects Mr. Reagan will win Colorado, Gary Hart's home state, the Republican in every one of the last 4 elections. In Arizona, where the population shift has given Arizona an extra 1 electoral votes this year, ABC News projects Mr. Reagan. And in the state of Nebraska, typical of Mr. Reagan's strength in the Plains state, ABC News projects the 5 electoral votes will go to Mr. Reagan.
And we have more projections. New Mexico, also for Mr. Reagan. 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. In North Dakota, Ronald Reagan, 3 electoral votes. South Dakota, Ronald Reagan, 3 electoral votes by our projections. And in Wyoming, Ronald Reagan, 3 electoral votes. So up to this hour, it is a clean sweep of every state so far for President Reagan, with 3 electoral votes for Walter Mondale in the District of Columbia.
Exactly. To make another presidential projection, in the state of West Virginia, ABC News projects that Mr. Reagan will pick up the 6 electoral votes there.
The state of Rhode Island, which is one of the states the Democrats thought that they had a shot at. Rhode Island tonight we project for Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, the tiny state by the sea, Rhode Island for Ronald Reagan. It is a little corner of blue up there. Massachusetts still could go for Walter Mondale, of course.
Here is a projection that will be particularly distressing to the Mondale campaign. We project that the state of Massachusetts has gone for Ronald Reagan. Massachusetts, President Reagan, 13 electoral votes.
We want to make an important projection. ABC News now projects that Mr. Reagan has won in the state of New York, which among other things is the home state of Geraldine Ferraro. The Democrats had hoped very much that Ms. Ferraro would help in the state of New York. ABC News projects that Mr. Reagan will win in the state of New York with its 36 electoral votes. That is the 2nd largest number of electoral votes in the country, second only to California.
In the presidential race, we project, ABC News projects, that Wisconsin has gone to Mr. Reagan. Wisconsin is a neighboring state of Minnesota, Mr. Mondale's home state. Seems not to have helped him much.
It is 10 o'clock in the east, 8 o'clock Mountain Time, 7 o'clock on the Pacific. ABC News now projects that Ronald Reagan has won the 5 electoral votes in the state of Utah, the state that has given the Republicans their largest margins in 1976 and 80. ABC News projects Mr. Reagan in the state of Nevada with its 4 electoral votes. And we also project that Mr. Reagan has won, no surprise, the state of Montana, part of Mr. Reagan's western political fortress.
And we have still more projections. In Iowa, we project that Ronald Reagan has won the state and its 8 electoral votes. In Idaho, which he carried with 66% of the vote in 1980, in Idaho, we project that Mr. Reagan has again won the state and its 4 electoral votes. Here's the electoral total as it stands now. It is an all so far. Many states are still open, still voting. So far, it is almost a totally clean sweep for Reagan. The 3 for Mondale from the District of Columbia.
Big one, the biggest one of all on this election map, the home state of the President of the United States, California, 47 electoral votes. President Reagan, the winner in California. Mondale and Ferraro spent a lot of time and a lot of money in that state, had hopes that they could knock the president off in his own state, but tonight proves that they could not. We're going to project another state for guess who?
We have very few left.
Guess who? Ronald Reagan wins the state of Hawaii.
I have a projection, one we have all been waiting for with some interest and curiosity. It is from Minnesota. We project that in Minnesota, Walter Mondale has won his home state, and the first state he has won this evening. It's fairly close. It should be remembered, by the way, that Mondale has not actually lived in Minnesota for about 20 years. He's lived in Washington. But nevertheless, it's his home state. He grew up there. And there you see the first blue state on the ABC News map. Minnesota for Mondale.
The day after one of the most impressive presidential victories in American history, President Reagan and George Bush won 59% of the vote, beating the Mondale-Ferraro ticket by 18 points.
Kentucky has voted. CNN calls the race in Kentucky for George Bush. 28% reporting. You see the numbers 58 to 42%. Kentucky has 9 electoral votes. This is a border state, important indicator for the Bush progress in the South tonight. This was a state that Dukakis had a chance of winning, so said the polls. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more of Election 88 in 2 minutes. CNN now calls the state of Indiana for the Bush Quayle team. You see the early numbers with 6% of the precincts reporting. Bush 59%, Dukakis 41%, 12 electoral votes in Indiana. That, with our call on Kentucky, brings in 21 for the Bush Quayle team. Electoral vote, that's what we're watching closely tonight. So far in the 2 states called by CNN, Indiana and Kentucky, with a combined total of 21 electoral votes, Bush is ahead by 21. 270 are needed to win.
More late numbers coming in to CNN headquarters here. The state of Georgia, CNN is now calling the state of Georgia for George Bush. This is with 1% of precincts reporting. No surprise, the state of Georgia, as part of the South, going in support of the Republican vice president. In the state of South Carolina, Dukakis ahead of Bush, 56% to 44%, again with 1% of precincts reporting. And in the state of Virginia, 1% reporting, Bush way ahead of Dukakis, 61% to 39%.
Now, Michael Dukakis chose Lloyd Bentsen as his running mate in large part because he hoped to win Texas. Texas with 29 electoral votes at stake. Early returns less than 1% of the precincts reporting. Bush ahead, 63 to 37%. Virginia, CNN calls Virginia for George Bush. The early returns in 3% reporting. It's Bush 55 to Dukakis' 45%. We'll take a break. CNN's election night coverage continues in 2 minutes.
And more vote totals coming in on Election 88 night. CNN has called a 5th state now in favor of George Bush, South Carolina, with 4% of precincts reporting. Bush 55% to Dukakis 44%. CNN calls South Carolina for George Bush.
Let's check on the early return. CNN calls Florida for George Bush. The electoral vote count, of course, the most important. Florida, first of all, with less than 1% of the precincts reporting. Bush, 71% to Dukakis, 29%. CNN calls Florida for Bush. Electoral vote count now is up to 62. We are calling 6 states for George Bush: Indiana, Kentucky, Georgia, Virginia, South Carolina, and Alabama. 83 if you count the Florida electoral votes.
Now to the state of Alabama, with 3% of precincts reporting George Bush leading Michael Dukakis. We have called the state of Alabama, of course, with its 9 electoral votes, 51%, 49%.
Kentucky, 70% of precincts reporting. Bush, 57%, Dukakis, 43%.
The state of Indiana, George Bush, also a winner, 60% to 40%, with 29% of precincts reporting.
Georgia, where Dukakis thought he had a chance, 4% reporting. Bush, 57%, Dukakis, 43%.
With its 4 electoral votes, the state of Virginia, CNN has called also for George Bush, 57% to 43%, 9% of precincts reporting.
South Carolina, which we've called for Bush, 5% of the precincts reporting. Bush, 55 to 45% over Dukakis.
And now taking a look at the national picture, with 2% of votes of precincts reporting nationwide, George Bush leading Michael Dukakis, 58% to 42%. That's with 2% of precincts reporting around the country. Some late numbers in now for you from the state of Ohio. With less than 1% of precincts reporting, it looks like George Bush is way ahead, 77% to 23% for Michael Dukakis. Ohio is one of the key states, one of the battleground states. The state of North Carolina also has just been called for George Bush. CNN calls North Carolina for George Bush tonight, with 1% of precincts reporting, 54% to 46%. Of course, it is the electoral votes that elect presidents. So far, CNN has declared 9 states for George Bush: Indiana, and 7 southern states: Florida, Georgia, Virginia, Alabama, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, and also up in the north, New Hampshire. The all-important electoral vote count: Bush has 96, Dukakis nothing. Bear in mind that the 96 electoral votes, now does include the state of New Hampshire's 4 votes. It takes 270 electoral votes to win. We'll keep a running tally as the candidate totals build toward the magic number.
Turning now to some states. Kentucky, CNN declaring George Bush the winner in Kentucky with 78% of that state's precincts reporting.
Indiana, the home state of Dan Quayle, who's at the bottom of the Republican ticket, has gone for George Bush 61% to 39%.
In Georgia, where the polls stayed open a little bit later because of the high voter volume, CNN is declaring George Bush the winner in Georgia with 12% of the precincts reporting. Again, a record turnout in Georgia.
And in the state of Virginia, also for George Bush, 59% to 41%.
Color South Carolina, Bush country. Although only 16% of the precincts are reporting so far, CNN declaring Bush the winner in South Carolina. You know that's the state from which Lee Atwater's from.
Alabama's 9 electoral votes are going for George Bush, 56% over Michael Dukakis's 44%.
In Florida, where the Republicans could pick up a Senate seat, George Bush the winner. He was favored heavily in that state. 1% of the precincts in, but we're giving Florida to Bush.
And in the state of North Carolina, which was considered one of the most competitive states in the South, CNN is calling the race for George Bush 58% to 42%.
Up in New Hampshire, where Governor John Sununu is going out, helped George Bush very handily in that state. CNN declaring Bush the winner in New Hampshire with just 2% of the precincts reporting.
Well, it appears as though Governor Dukakis has pulled off the one district in which he had a lock on all 3 electoral votes, and that is the District of Columbia, which CNN is declaring for Dukakis 84% to 16%. In the state of Texas, a very important state because the Texans had 2 candidates on the ballot. George Bush is an adopted son, and Lloyd Bentsen is a native son. So far, with only 1% of precincts reporting, it looks as though Texas is going overwhelmingly for George Bush by 66%.
Let you know that we've not declared Texas for either Republican Bush or Democrat Dukakis. Now, quickly to the boards. CNN declaring Vice President Bush has taken Tennessee with that percentage of the precincts reporting, and in Kansas, this is the way it looks. Although there's just 1% of the precincts in, we are giving Kansas to George Herbert Walker Bush. In the all-crucial electoral vote count, this is how it looks. 270 to become the next president. George Bush ahead of Michael Dukakis, 145 to 16. We take you for a very quick look at the very crucial electoral vote count so far. George Bush ahead of Michael Dukakis, 181 to 16. CNN declares the state of Texas for George Herbert Walker Bush, with 6% of the precincts reporting. Put a red check by Bush, the Republican. That's the tally so far.
Michael Dukakis didn't make much of an effort during the primaries in Mississippi, and he didn't target the state in the presidential race. George Bush has taken the state of Mississippi.
In Connecticut, you know what I'm trying to say, 42% of the precincts reporting. So far, it is neck and neck in Connecticut.
The state of Maryland was considered a toss-up, but George Bush has taken it by 6%.
Massachusetts, Michael Dukakis country, with only 2% of the precincts reporting. CNN declaring Dukakis the winner in his home state.
Michigan, one of the principal battlegrounds of this battle for the mega-states. The Democrats have only carried it once in the past 5 elections. It is leaning toward George Bush by 54%.
Taking you south to Mississippi, or rather Missouri so far, 13% of the precincts reporting. Dukakis is leading George Bush by that percentage.
And in New Jersey, back up north, heavily Republican state, and George Bush taking it 58% to 41%.
In the District of Columbia, the nation's capital, no surprise there. Dukakis the winner, 40% of the precincts having reported.
Maine is the summer home of George Bush, and his family has been for generations. It was widely considered to be going for George Bush, but with 3% of the precincts reporting, it looks as though Michael Dukakis is taking the lead in Maine, 53%.
Taking you to Kansas, George Bush, only 6% of that state's precincts in, but we are giving Kansas to Bush.
In the state of New York, the Empire State, less than 1% of precincts reporting, but so far, among that very small number, it looks as though that state is beginning to go for Michael Dukakis. No surprise.
Coming down the eastern seaboard to Delaware, give Delaware to George Bush with 12% of that state's precincts reporting.
In North Dakota, which has been leaning toward George Bush all through this election, CNN is calling this race for George Bush by a whopping 83%.
In the land of Lincoln, Illinois, 1% of that state's precincts reporting George Bush is leading Michael Dukakis 53% to 47%. Cook County has yet to fully report.
Arkansas was the litmus test state in the South for Michael Dukakis. It was considered that if he couldn't take it here, he couldn't win anywhere. Well, he is leading, again, with less than 1% of precincts reporting, so far by 5-2.
And we have a very big call to make for you. CNN declaring the Buckeye State, Ohio, for George Bush. You recall this was one of the 7 states Dukakis had to take tonight. Bush, Ohio.
So nationally, here's the way it's stacking up right now. With 9% of all the popular votes counted, George Bush has 57% to Michael Dukakis' 43%.
Don't go away. We'll be right back. Republican ticket is now within 100 electoral votes of the magic 270 needed to win the White House. GOP strongholds in the South have boosted the Bush-Quayle ticket to an early lead over the Dukakis-Benson team. Voter turnout in many areas is reported to be heavier, in some instances much heavier than expected. The so-called conventional wisdom predicted dissatisfaction or indifference could keep a record number of people away from the polls. That does not appear to be happening tonight.
Turning now to our latest tally on the popular vote in the presidential race. These are popular vote numbers, and Bush is ahead of Dukakis 56% to 44%. And for a look at our latest electoral vote count, George Bush has 215 electoral votes, only 55 away from the 270 needed to win. Dukakis has 16.
Okay, now let's take a look at what we're doing with the states. They're not, as we say, electronically equal, but that's why some were targeted for a lot more money and attention than others during this 88 campaign. For the newest numbers from some of CNN's battleground states, taking a look at the boards. In New York, 1% of the precincts reporting Dukakis leading Bush. In New Jersey, Bush the winner with 51% of the precincts reporting. In Pennsylvania, it's really nip and tuck, virtually 50-50 there. 16% of that state's precincts reporting. Dukakis might be a little bit ahead. A short while ago, we declared Texas for George Bush. 11% of that state's precincts in. Michigan, this is the way it looks right now with this percentage reporting. In Ohio, a short while ago, CNN declared Ohio for Vice President Bush, 12% of the Buckeye State's precincts in. The land of Lincoln, Bush leading Dukakis narrowly. We might tell you that CNN has declared Arizona. We'll get to that in a second. Connecticut, 72% of the precincts reporting Bush the winner in Connecticut.
Now let me tell you about the state of Arizona. We are calling it now for George Bush. Remember that Arizona is a state in which Dan Quayle is almost a favorite son because of his connection with his mother's family, the Pulliam family, which owns the most important newspaper there.
Even though the numbers are small, as soon as we get them in, we like to rush them on the screen so you can see what's going on. Let's take a look at the first figures we have from Nebraska, 10% of the precincts in. That's the way it looks between Dukakis and George Bush. One other state, fresh returns just in, just over 1% of the precincts reporting in New Mexico. That's the way it looks right now. Very fragmentary, and these figures, of course, will change. And back up just a second. CNN is going to call Nebraska. We're calling Nebraska for George Bush. Looking at Pennsylvania now, we told you that it was really nip and tuck in Pennsylvania. 17% of the precincts in. It's Dukakis with just, a little bit more than 6,000 votes, less than 6,000 ahead of George Bush. 50-50. We'll watch that for you. They're seesawing back and forth in Pennsylvania. Don't go away. We're not going anyplace. We'll be here all night and into the early morning as your network of record continues covering Election 88.
Big states essential to the electoral hopes of George Bush and Michael Dukakis still hang in the balance, but right now CNN can call the home of the Big Easy, the state of Louisiana, host state of the Republican National Convention, for George Bush. The second wave of vote in the battle for the all-important electoral votes, George Bush has 237 to Michael Dukakis's 22 so far.
Zeroing in on the land of Lincoln, 13% of Illinois' precincts are in. It shows neck and neck here. We still wonder what they're going to do in Cook County. We heard Paul Simon, Senator Simon, tell our guy out there, Jeff Flock, that he expects Dukakis to do better downstate. We'll see. Today, you have been voting. Let's take a look at the national boards to show you what the numbers look like. Across this great country, 31% of the precincts having reported. These are the figures we can present to you at 10 p.m., a few minutes past 10 Eastern Time. The all-important electoral college vote count. George Bush way ahead of Michael Dukakis, 251 to 22. The magic number down there at the bottom on the right side of your screen, 270.
All those states now coded in blue on that map indicate that they've gone for George Bush. Let's take a look at where Michael Dukakis stands right now. He has won the states of West Virginia, his home state of Massachusetts, and the District of Columbia. He has taken the lead in Rhode Island, in Vermont, in Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin, and two of the most important states in this election, Illinois with its 24 electoral votes, and Pennsylvania, the keystone state, which was a keystone to Dukakis' electoral strategy.
Taking a look now at the national boards, the Dukakis Bush fight. First, let's take a look at Rhode Island. We're going to show you some states we haven't looked at in a while. In Rhode Island, CNN declaring Michael Dukakis the winner with just 5% of the precincts reporting. South Dakota, 4% of their precincts in. This is the way the battle looks there. Dukakis slightly ahead. Utah, 1% precincts in. That's the way it looks out there. And in Iowa, where it all started, 1% of the precincts in. We'll watch that very closely for you. George Bush leading by 2 percentage points. With 40% of the precincts reporting in coast to coast, George Bush leads Michael Dukakis by some 8 percentage points.
There are a number of states in which more than 50% of the vote has been counted, states which George Bush has taken and added to his column. In Alabama, 57 to 43.
In Kentucky, George Bush the winner there.
In Dan Quayle's home state of Indiana, Bush has taken a substantial lead and taken it by 59%.
Color South Carolina, George Bush country tonight.
And in Virginia, Bush has won 60% of the vote.
In Connecticut, again, George Bush.
Delaware, George Bush again, no surprise there.
In Maryland, 82% of their precincts are in. We put the red arrow there by Bush.
The state of New Jersey was one Michael Dukakis really would have considered a bonus. It went to George Bush.
Jumping out into Oklahoma, George Bush taking Oklahoma.
And in Tennessee, Dukakis conceded the primary here, and there was no contest.
And Bush has won the Tar Heel state, North Carolina.
Even though the state of Michigan, which handed Michael Dukakis his worst defeat in the primaries, has just put George Bush over the top in the number of electoral votes needed to take the White House. In those electoral votes, George Bush now has 285. Remember, 270 were needed to win. And even though all the polls are not closed, George Bush indisputably has the electoral vote edge.
Well, that is it. It happened just at about 2:42 Eastern Standard Time tonight. George Herbert Walker Bush apparently on his way to become the 41st President of the United States. At this moment, he indeed is the President-elect. I tell you that CNN is declaring Colorado for Vice President George Bush with 17% of the precincts in. We're giving Colorado to Bush. Now, let's return to Charles Bierbauer. And Charles, pardon me.
Now turning to the Electoral College, Bush has racked up 31 states, 300 electoral votes. Michigan came in for Bush just 20 minutes ago, putting him over the top. Dukakis has won 6 states and the District of Columbia for a total of 55 electoral votes.
Now looking at how Bush did in some of the key battleground states, Illinois with 43% of their precincts in, Michael Dukakis slightly ahead of the vice president.
And in the state of Michigan, the state that put George Bush over the top with 57%.
The Buckeye State. The results, Bush winning there with 62% of the precincts in.
Texas, the state that had two favorite sons on the ticket, and Texans went for both of them. George Bush for the White House, Lloyd Bentsen going back to the Senate.
Now, we have three states we want to look at very quickly to show you what's happening with George Bush in Vermont. CNN declaring Bush the winner. 56% of the precincts in there.
In Nevada, where Democrats outnumber Republicans, that state has gone for George Bush.
The land of Lincoln. It is still very, very close in Illinois. Dukakis barely on top of Bush by 3 percentage points. And former Mayor Richard J. Daley used to visit a place very dear to his heart in Chicago.
First, we're going to take a look at the major battleground states, the ones that were most hard fought for by George Bush and Michael Dukakis.
New York, 83% of the precincts in now. Dukakis still leading George Bush.
And just across the Hudson River in New Jersey, Bush has taken that state.
Moving to Pennsylvania, 84% of their precincts in. Dukakis still holding on over Bush.
Ohio was the state that got the most visits from both George Bush and Michael Dukakis. It's Rust Belt, it's Farm Belt, and it went for George Bush by 56%.
Even Abraham Lincoln would be interested in this seesaw battle in his home state. This is how it stacks up in Illinois at this hour.
In the state of Michigan, this is the state that put George Bush over the top and handed Michael Dukakis a defeat in the Michigan primary.
Lloyd Bentsen failed in his mission to take Texas tonight. Texas going to George Bush.
And now California, still hanging fire, and is going to be for a while. The counties in California have been ordered by a local court to stop releasing election returns until 1 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. That is an hour and 20 minutes from now, and I think I'm reading my...
Let's show you how things look in the West. Arizona, George Bush taking that state.
In the state of Colorado, George Bush has taken that state by 53%.
In Wyoming, this is the picture now with 51% of the state's precincts in. It's Bush country.
Montana, always considered safe Republican turf. Dukakis had hoped for a breakthrough here, didn't get it.
Nevada, this is the story there.
And in the state of Utah, a hotbed of republicanism, has gone for the GOP ticket again.
Bush in Idaho, a winner.
And in the state of Oregon, Dukakis has won by 53% of the vote.
Up there in Washington State, this is how it looks, pretty close, 3 percentage points, Dukakis still leading.
In the state of New Mexico, Bush has taken it.
Ronald Reagan State, 2% of the precincts reporting in that very important state. George Bush ahead of Michael Dukakis by some 16 points. Likes what they're saying.
And here's why. It's a look at the popular vote at this point. With 71% of all votes in the nation counted, George Bush has taken it 54% to 46%. That's an 8-count spread. And turning to the Electoral College, Bush has rolled up 37 states for a total of 352 electoral votes. He only needed 270 to win. Michael Dukakis has won 9 states in the District of Columbia. One more quick call before Bernie and I button it for the night. CNN is calling the state of Alaska for George Bush. You know, George Bush said tonight, "We can now speak the most majestic words democracy has to offer. The people have spoken." Indeed, they did tonight.
They certainly did. I was struck with the words used by Governor Dukakis. He was very gracious, and he reminded his supporters in that ballroom up in Boston, as well as people watching nationwide around the world, that George Herbert Walker Bush is the 41st president. He is our president. And he went on to stress that all of us, all Americans, must work together to solve some of the very desperate problems facing this country, problems that need to be solved.
One thing I grab onto as a sign of optimism, both George Bush and Michael Dukakis thanked the young people, the people who'd worked in his campaign. You think of this campaign as debates and television advertising, but politics in this country really still is young people and older people who stuff the envelopes, who make the phone calls and knock on the doors and get the vote out. That still is the most important thing about this democracy.
But our process is too long. It is just too long. You remember that Pete DuPont declared in 1985, and the men we saw and heard tonight have been running for more than 2 years. It is too long. You cannot expect any people, Americans or otherwise, to stay glued to every word, to follow every action committed by these men in the name of their quest for the presidency. Something has to be done about our system. It's too long.
Our men and women of CNN started this campaign in January of 1987, almost 2 years ago, setting up bureaus in New Hampshire and in Iowa to cover the beginning of this process. They've done a grand job. They are the winners of this election coverage for us, and Bernie and I have been honored to serve with them.
And my favorite throughout this entire Campaign 88 process was CNN's debuting Inside Politics 88, a half hour, Monday through Friday, half hour, nothing but politics. And then, of course, this last week in the run-up to tonight, a full hour. And we will close out Inside Politics this Friday. To me, that has been a gem, and I like to think it's been a major contribution to you, our viewers. Well, this is what it looked like tonight. Some of it you saw and heard live on your network of record. Let's take a quick look back.
And thanks for the memories.
Good night.
Polls have closed now in 2 states, in Indiana and Kentucky. And at 7 o'clock at this hour, we've got a rush of votes closing in some important states. There they are all together. We've got 66 electoral votes. We're looking for a total of 270 for a win tonight. Florida, Georgia, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So that's what's closing at this time. We want to show you the national map now, so that we can show you what's going on. We'll be coloring tonight the states that Bush wins in blue. Clinton will be in red, and Ross Perot will have that kind of neutral color for you. We do have some projections that we can call at this hour. Let's begin, and it's good news now for Bill Clinton. He is the projected winner in the state of Georgia with 13 electoral votes. It last went for a Democrat in 1980. Favorite son, Jimmy Carter, of course. That's a very big win for Bill Clinton in the state of Georgia, 13 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, he said, if you give me a chance in this election, I'll be with you till the last dog dies. The dog has not yet died, and neither has Bill Clinton. He wins tonight in New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes. An important win in New England. That's a staunch Republican part of the country. Vermont, same thing, right next door in New England. A very good sign for Bill Clinton. So on our map now, we'll begin to color in the maps, the states that Bill Clinton has won. Red in Georgia, also up there, the tiny states, but important to him, of New Hampshire first, and then Vermont. It was in New Hampshire that he survived. Now, how does that translate into electoral votes? 270 required. Bill Clinton has got 20 so far. No states have shown up yet for George Bush or for Ross Perot. We'll also want to remind you, this is the national vote as we have it. 2% counted so far. Bush with a small lead at this time. That is inconsequential. So, John Chancellor, as we look at the first returns that we're getting, that's very heartening news for Bill Clinton. Dan Quayle is breathing a lot easier at this hour. We're now able to project that the state of Indiana, which is Dan Quayle's home state, of course, won by President Bush tonight, 12 electoral votes. That is rock rib Republican territory out there. Last voted in 1964, and it was a long time before that they voted Republican. It was in 1964 for Lyndon Johnson. So the state of Indiana now goes blue for President Bush. As you can see, Georgia, Vermont, and New Hampshire are already colored in for Bill Clinton. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? 20-12 at this hour. There is the possibility that Ross Perot could win an electoral vote without winning a state. But good evening once again. It is now 7:30 in the East, and we've had polls close in states that represent 126 electoral votes. A reminder that 270 are required. Polls now closing in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Those top 2 states especially pivotal in this election. We'll be watching them carefully. We are still not able to make a call in the state of Florida, for example. President Bush is counting on that heavily. The state of Kentucky, which will be hotly contested during the course of this race. We want to show you what we have at this hour, however, because we have been able to make some calls around the country. We color the states in red for Bill Clinton and blue for George Bush, and up there in the corner, those should be red, Vermont and New Hampshire. We had called them earlier. There's the paintbrush. It finally came through. We've got the little person in the back, and they're doing the best that they can. They don't always get to color them as quickly as we'd like them to from time to time. What does that mean in terms of the electoral? Well, we can now project another state for Bill Clinton, West Virginia. This is solid Democratic territory. Bill Clinton would have been expected to win West Virginia. In 2 out of the 3 last elections, it has gone Democratic. Bill Clinton gets the 5 electoral votes in West Virginia. Back to the map again. There they are. Everything now in the appropriate colors. Red for Clinton. Blue, that's Indiana for George Bush, Dan Quayle's home state. What does that mean in terms of the electoral vote? Well, let us show you, because that's the number that we'll want to watch very carefully all evening long here. 270 required. Bill Clinton now with 25. George Bush with 12. There are some big states still out there, of course, that have just closed. The national vote, that is the popular vote, as it's being counted slowly. 2% of it is in so far. George Bush holds a 4-point lead. And it'll be interesting to see if Ross Perot can stay at that 16-point mark, because if... Good evening once again. We're now getting to the crucial part of the evening with a substantial number of polls closing in states around the country, representing altogether 205 electoral votes. And the way it's shaping up right now, this could be another passage year as it was in 1960 when the torch was passed to a new generation, as it was in 1980 when a new Republican Party took over with Ronald Reagan. Here are the polls closing. As you can see, all of those states now, the polls are closing at this hour. And based on our analysis of interviews with the voters that we have seen in many of those states, we can now make these projections for Bill Clinton. All good news for him. 23 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Illinois, 22 electoral votes. The battleground state of Michigan, which has gone Republican the last 3 times, 18 electoral votes. In New Jersey, 15 electoral votes. Bill Clinton the winner there. In Massachusetts, which has been safely for the Democrats in recent elections, that goes to Bill Clinton's column. Missouri, 10. Maryland, 11. Connecticut, 8. Now, Connecticut is the ancestral home of the George Bush family, obviously. And Bill Clinton is our projected winner in Connecticut tonight as well. And this will not go over well with the Bush family. They, of course, have their summer home at Walker's Point in Maine. We are projecting that Maine is the winner for Bill Clinton. Now, one of those electoral votes could go to Ross Perot, because in Maine and Nebraska, they divide their electoral votes by the congressional districts, and there's a possibility that Ross Perot could pick off one of those electoral votes, but then, after all, he spent $60 million. He ought to get something for it. In the District of Columbia, which has been safely Democratic as well, 3 electoral votes to Bill Clinton. What does that mean now on our national map? We want to show you as we begin to color that in red. As you can see, the lone state that we've been able to call for President Bush tonight is the state of Indiana, Dan Quayle's home state, and it's been one of the most safely Republican states in this century for the Republicans. The electoral votes, 270 required. Bill Clinton now beginning very swiftly to close in on that number with 151. And remember, it's only 8 o'clock in the evening in the East. Polls will remain open across the country. We remind you to go vote. Let's take a look now at the national popular vote as it has been counted so far. Only 4% of it in so far. George Bush can take some comfort, some solace in the fact that he continues to lead in that, but by a very small margin, and that, of course, if these current trends continue, that too will change during the course of the evening. As you look at that map, Bill Clinton is in red, but George Bush is bleeding, in a manner of speaking. Now, Kentucky politicians used to be fond of saying that their state was the home of fast horses, fine bourbon, and beautiful women, and then they decided that was no longer politically correct. We can tell you at this hour that Kentucky is the home of Bill Clinton and 8 electoral votes that go into his column. This is a big, big win for Bill Clinton. That was one of those battleground middle border states. He goes into the Clinton column after having voted with the Republicans the last 3 times. And as you can see, we color in the state of Kentucky. Only Indiana so far tonight for George Bush, according to our projection. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? In Kentucky, there are 8 altogether. Bill Clinton now has climbed up to 159. He has been on a steady ascendancy, and George Bush is stuck at 12 at this hour with only Indiana in his column. The popular vote still at 4%. George Bush continues to hold a narrow lead. That will be changing given these projections that we are seeing so far tonight. So that's an important win for Bill Clinton. It was a state that they both contested very strongly. Tim Russert, some thoughts? Here's some good news for President Bush now. We're able to project the state of South Carolina. It's 8 electoral votes for George Bush. So on our big national map at this hour, we'll give Bush a second state that we can color in blue. Down south in South Carolina, that's the home of Strom Thurmond, of course. And the electoral vote then ticks up for President Bush to 20, 158 for Bill Clinton, 270 are required. we now have enough polls closed to get to that number. We'll see how long it takes. Let's take a look at the national vote. We're still holding at 4% in the popular vote counted so far, only a point separating Bush and Clinton. Ross Perot holding at 15%. If he continues there, of course, that would be a very strong showing for a third-party candidate. But after all, this is the man who gave us slow dancing Lawrence Welk music, $1,000 briefcases, and alligator shoes. Big surprise that only one state is closing its polls at 8:30 tonight. I don't know how they had time to vote in Arkansas. They've been so busy celebrating in advance of all this. 6 electoral votes. The polls just closed. We're able to make a projection in Arkansas based on our interviews and the analysis of those interviews with voters as they left the polls today. Bill Clinton, hometown guy, 5 times elected governor of that state, grew up there, became a Rhodes Scholar, Boys Nation, did all the right things in the eyes of most Arkansas voters, and today they gave him their votes as he ran for president of the United States, the first man from that state to do so. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes now? This is the important number, of course, 164 for Bill Clinton, 270 required. George Bush with only South Carolina and Indiana on his asset side, as Ross Perot might say. Texas, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, and Virginia representing 105 electoral votes. All the polls have closed in those states, but they are still too close to call. John, we have a projection. Good news for the president. He was able to hang on to the state of Oklahoma in the Southwest. NBC now is able to project the state of Oklahoma with its 8 electoral votes. That goes into the Bush column. We want to tell you what that means on our map. First of all, blue. As we begin to move into stronger Bush territory, he could take heart in all of that. He gets up to 28 electoral votes at this hour, with Bill Clinton at 164. And the national vote, we're now up to 8%. And George Bush continues to hold a 1-point lead over Bill Clinton. No surprise here, NBC News now projecting the state of Tennessee. The winner there, Bill Clinton. It is the home state of his running mate, Al Gore, a senator from that state. They were called the Yuppie ticket, the double Bubba ticket, which didn't quite fit. Somehow they strike me more as the student body president, the football captain. Anyhow, 11 electoral votes in Tennessee. That goes into the Clinton column now. It is beginning to fill in that map in red for Clinton and Gore. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? 175 for Bill Clinton, 28 for George Bush, none for Perot so far. The national vote now, we've got 10% of it in, and Clinton now has eased into the lead, and if this trend continues, that will remain very much the same, and we'll be watching how big the popular vote margin may be. Here are the states in which the polls have just now closed at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 99 electoral votes altogether. Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. And George Bush had to have a good chunk of those states to stay competitive tonight. And the fact of the matter is he is not getting them. We're now prepared to make more projections for Bill Clinton that will take him close to the 270 marker. He is the projected winner in New York. No surprise there. 33 electoral votes. That's one of Clinton's most important states. It stayed rock solid for him. Minnesota has been in the Democratic column. 10 electoral votes there. Bill Clinton is the winner there as well. It voted for Michael Dukakis last time around. Here's a winner in the Rocky Mountain states. Colorado, 8 electoral votes. Perot was a big factor, taking away from George Bush. And now let's go to New Mexico. 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. Last voted Democratic in 1964. It had gone with the winner every time but once since becoming a state 80 years ago. It went with Gerald Ford in 1976. Rhode Island, only 4 electoral votes. They all go to Bill Clinton at this hour. And the state of Delaware, which has been another one of those bellwether states, voting with the winner every time since 1952. Tonight it believes that the winner will be Bill Clinton. It has given him 3 electoral votes. So as we show you on the map now, all of those states will go red for Bill Clinton. The blue states belong to George Bush. What does that mean in terms of what's happening for George Bush? Well, he can win one state that we can put into his column at the closing at 9 o'clock now, and that is the state of Nebraska with its 5 electoral votes. Nebraska last voted Democratic in 64 for Lyndon Johnson. Here it is in the map now. The blue belongs to George Bush, of course. All the red red parts of the map will go to Bill Clinton. The electoral vote, we're now 238 electoral votes. As you can see, 270 are required. Bill Clinton now is within easy reach. There are some big states that are still out there that he is very much in the hunt for. Back now, it's 20 after 9 here in the East, and Bill Clinton seems to be marching inexorably to the magic number of 270 electoral votes. But George Bush is able to hang on to the Old Dominion state in Virginia, solid Republican territory. George Bush, the winner in Virginia tonight, 13 electoral votes. So on our map now, another blue state for George Bush, but it is almost totally surrounded. The outpost that George Bush has been able to get tonight, totally surrounded by Clinton states. In the electoral count, 238 for Bill Clinton, 46 for George Bush, and Ross Perot has yet to win one, although he might yet in Maine. We don't know. 15% of the popular vote has been counted, and Bill Clinton now is out in front of that. We'll be watching to see what the margins are tonight. We believe, although we cannot, polls that are closing now at this hour, 10 o'clock, as we move across the West. Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah, even though we continue to make projections and the electoral vote continues to count up, and that you get the electoral vote in your state by adding up the senators and the representatives. We do want to remind you again that the polls are open, especially in the Pacific time zone in many of the mountain states, and you should exercise your right to vote. Bill Clinton now is the winner in another state that has been solidly Democratic in recent years, and that's the state of Iowa. Iowa has dropped in unemployment in recent years, but Bill Clinton gets the 7 electoral votes from the state of Iowa. George Bush now picks up a couple of states out west that he had counted on to be safe states. They turned out to be that indeed. 5 electoral votes from Utah, and also next door from the state of Idaho. 4 electoral votes there for George Bush. So we'll color in those states for you now. Let's go to, we've got Iowa in there. Let's put in Utah and Idaho. Blue for George Bush. Not as many as he would like. He's going to be surrounded before this night is over by a lot more red states than blue states, although we still have big ones to call in Texas, as you can see, and down south. So the electoral total now, 254 for Bill Clinton, 55 for George Bush. So far, none for Ross Perot. Here is the national count of the vote. We're approaching 30% now. 4-point lead for Bill Clinton. Ross Perot is holding strong in the 16-17 range. It may a call that will bring some solace to George Bush. The state of Alabama, 9 electoral votes. Should have been a safe state for him. He had to wait for much of the evening to get it colored blue in our electoral map. So Alabama in the deep south goes for George Bush. Last went Democratic for Jimmy Carter in 1976. That means that George Bush is now up to 264, as you can see, electoral votes. Bill Clinton is just 16 away from the magic number of 270. We're now over a third of the popular vote counted so far. Bill Clinton with a 4-point lead. Ross Perot is holding firm at 17. Most of the polls in Texas closed at 8, but some, I'm told now, are probably open until 9:30 Central Time. Some of the polls down there, almost all of them, have closed. That's probably true. We have another state that we want to call for Bill Clinton that puts him just moments away now from winning 270 electoral votes. He wins the state of Wisconsin, which took a little longer than we anticipated tonight. It went Democratic in 76 and 88, so we color Wisconsin red now. Solidly in the Midwest, he's just 5 electoral votes away from winning. Bill Clinton, the 2 Dakotas could do that, form a combination of Montana, and then, of course, we still have California to come in with its big 54 electoral votes. So he's home free. 40% of the vote has been counted so far. Bill Clinton now with a 5-point lead. Ross Perot with 17 points. And a lot more to say. 46 years of age, the man from Hope, Arkansas, the new president of the United States. Bill Clinton, the projected winner tonight in Ohio with its 21 electoral votes. That puts him comfortably over the top. California yet to come. He'll go well past the 270 required. Bill Clinton, who a year ago at this time was a little-known governor, 5 terms in that state. A lot of people believed a number of occasions that he was out of this race. He stayed in, and he has defeated George Bush. Moreover, he has broken a Republican hold on the White House that has gone on for 12 years now, going all the way back to 1968, only 1 4-year term for Democrats. There they are, 46 years of age and 44, I think. Here's what's going on in Little Rock tonight. We're back now, and we have a whole run of presidential projections for you. They all belong to Bill Clinton. He has passed the magic number of 270. The governor of Arkansas, who was once described as being 40 at 16 and then 16 at 40, in terms of his behavior during those ages, he is now elected President of the United States according to our projection. So let us show you what is going on now. In California, 54 electoral votes. We anticipated that from the outset. Bill Clinton, the winner in California. Washington, 11 electoral votes up in the Pacific Northwest. They counted that as the cornerstone of the new Democratic Party. Also in Oregon, 7 electoral votes. Bill Clinton, the winner there. Hawaii, safe Democratic territory, 4 electoral votes for Bill Clinton. We color those in now red across the western rim, the Pacific rim of the United States for Bill Clinton, and just a few blue spots on that map for George Bush. 362 electoral votes so far, 64 for George Bush. And now here is the popular vote as we have it so far. We're beginning to climb toward the halfway mark. Bill Clinton is our projected winner. He's got a 5-point spread there. And the vote that has been counted so far, Ross Perot is holding at 17 and has been elected President of the United States, but George Bush continues to pick up states tonight. We can project in the Midwest, the state of Kansas for George Bush with its 6 electoral votes. It's voted Democratic in 64 and 32. It's always been a Republican state in years after that. So we'll put Kansas in blue for the president's got a little run going there now in the center part of the country. Not nearly enough, of course. And what does that mean in terms of electoral votes? Bill Clinton well beyond 270. George Bush hopes to crack 100, obviously, and go well beyond that and do the best that he can tonight. That's where that stands, the electoral vote. Now we're approaching 50% in the popular or raw vote. Bill Clinton still with a 5-point lead, and Ross Perot is hanging in there now. There is just a smattering of good news for George Bush tonight. We have a couple of more states that we can put in his column now. The state of Mississippi with its 7 electoral votes took a lot longer for us to call that than we anticipated. Big relief to Clark Reed, who is the Bush chairman in that state. And in North Dakota as well, 3 electoral votes will go to George Bush. So let's take a look now at our map. Most of the Bush states, of course, in the South and in the nation's heartland in the grain belt up there, North Dakota down through Kansas and Nebraska and Oklahoma. What does that mean in terms of electoral votes? Well, Bill Clinton is safely home, having passed 270. George Bush now at 80. He wants very much to crack 100. He has an opportunity to do that with some of the states that are still outstanding. Big part of this race tonight, however, is Ross Perot down there at the bottom of your screen with 18% of the nationwide popular vote and running at 20% in a number of states across the country. The Bush people believe that the Perot... We want to call another state for George Bush. He'll be happy to hear this. This is the adopted state of Jim Baker in a way. He's got a fishing camp out there and a place that he likes to go to. He may even retire there. In the state of Wyoming, George Bush goes into his column. That's the home state of Dick Cheney as well, and Alan Simpson. And those are our 3 unapologetic Republicans if ever we heard of them. 83 electoral votes now for George Bush as he closes in on 100, but still well short of where he'd like to be tonight. This is the national vote as we approach the 2/3 mark now. A 5-point lead for Bill Clinton. Ross Perot continues to hold at 18 points. It'll take... Bill Clinton is the new president of the United States, but George Bush retains his dignity in his adopted home state of Texas. NBC News now projects that Texas, in its 32 electoral votes, will go into George Bush's column. He is in Houston tonight. He has said in the past that he would retire there. Also in the state of South Dakota, which has been strong Republican territory the last 3 times, George Bush, the winner of the 3 electoral votes in the great state of South Dakota. So this now is how the electoral, this is how the map is shaping up as we color in blue. First Texas and then South Dakota. The president just could have expanded the middle stripe of the country. He would have done a lot better tonight. He has 118 electoral votes. Bill Clinton well past the margin needed for victory with 362. The national vote, now 70% of it has been counted. Bill Clinton with a 5-point spread. Ross Perot holding steady at 18. That's a very impressive showing for him tonight. And if it stays there, it goes a little bit higher. He'll be getting a lot of high marks for all that. There are a lot of states that are just too close to call, and we'll show you why, beginning in the state of Florida. It was one of the great battleground states. More than 80% of the vote is in. And as you can see, only about 20,000 votes separate George Bush and Bill Clinton 1 percentage point. That's very tight indeed. North Carolina, 91% of the vote is in. It's even closer there. In the percentages, it's a flat tie. And about 2,000 votes, a little more than that, separate the two. In Arizona, 11% of the vote has been counted. Remember, this is the home state of Barry Goldwater, and we've got a race that is too close to call. 4,000 votes separating them there in North Carolina. You've got some, well, we have a new era before America. 2 baby boomers, 2 gentlemen from the South, highly educated and determined to change this country in the way they spelled out for the past 11 months or so. That's our election coverage on Decision 92. Katie and Bryant will be back tomorrow, and we'll have a lot of work ahead of us as we cover this new passage in American history, 1992.
Have closed in 2 states, in Indiana and Kentucky, and already, gentlemen, we have a little bit of news, and that is in Kentucky, we are able to say that it is undecided with what, 15% or more of the vote in. It is now too close to call. Ken, do you want to explain the difference between those two terms?
The difference between those 2 terms, Judy, is that it's undecided when we open it up. We don't have enough votes at all. But after we have 15% of the vote in, at least 15% of the vote in, or it has remained undecided for an hour, we make it too close to call. Then we know the race is going to be really tight.
And in the Hoosier State, Indiana, the presidential, Clinton and Dole, CNN is still saying that that race is undecided. 270 electoral votes are needed, and so far in CNN's election night coverage, the president has 32, Bob Dole, nothing.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
So we're off and running. We have electoral votes up on the board, and here we go.
That's right. We're going to see what's going on in some of these states that are closing in this hour.
Looking at Florida now with 25 electoral votes, CNN declares that President Clinton has won this very important state.
Major victory. This state hasn't voted Democratic since 1976. A lot of senior citizens in Florida, and the Medicare issue might have been big.
The polls have also just closed in the state of New Hampshire. Bill Clinton won it by just a hair in 1992. And Ken Bodie?
Judy, he started his last day of his last campaign in New Hampshire. It was very emotional for Bill Clinton, and he pretty much knew he would win this one.
Looking at Vermont, a declared winner for those 3 electoral votes, Bill Clinton.
Vermont hadn't voted Democratic since 1964 until 92. It went for Clinton then. It's going for Clinton now. It's a Republican state, but a liberal Republican state.
Georgia, it's very close in the Peach State. Bill Clinton won it barely in 92, and it's still undecided, Ken, at this hour.
That's right. He did win it barely in 92. In 1992, it was a 1-point state, and it's shaping up to be something like a 1-point state again tonight.
In Thomas Jefferson State, Virginia, 13 electoral votes. This race undecided at this hour.
Virginia has not voted for a Democrat for president since 1964. It didn't vote for Jimmy Carter. And remember, this is a big tobacco state.
And another southern undecided, South Carolina. This is a state that the Dole people were counting on, Ken Bodie.
Well, I think it's undecided because it's so soon after the polls close. You're absolutely right. The Dole people were counting on South Carolina, and I bet they still are.
2 other states looking at them quickly. Kentucky, this one is too close to call. And in Indiana, we're saying it is still undecided.
This hour, let's take a look at that all-important electoral map and what we have. It's not a lot, but we have something. It's Bill Clinton has nailed down 32 electoral votes. At this hour, Bob Dole, nothing. But the night is young, the night's early, and those numbers will rise as the minutes go by. The polls have closed in 3 more states at 7:30 in the East. At this point, Bill Clinton has 58 electoral votes. Bob Dole, nothing yet.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
And the biggest electoral prize at this half hour, we can tell you, is the state of Ohio. CNN calls that the state of Ohio has been won by President Clinton. This is a big victory, Ken Bodie, for the Democrats.
That is true. No Republican has ever been elected without carrying Ohio, and it's also further bad news because for the last 30 years, this state has voted for the winning candidate.
CNN declares that Bill Clinton has won West Virginia's 5 electoral votes.
Not a big surprise. West Virginia is reliably Democratic. Every congressman, senator, the governor, and both houses of the state legislature controlled by the Democrats.
Polls have also just closed in the state of North Carolina, but at this hour, it is undecided among the 3 gentlemen you see there on the screen.
Judy, this is fairly typical for North Carolina. This is a generally Republican state in presidential races, but George Bush won this state by less than 1% last time, his very closest state.
These next 2 are going to surprise, if not shock you. First, in Indiana, CNN says that this one is too close to call. And in Kentucky, again, 8 electoral votes in Kentucky, too close to call. And look at the percentage of reports.
Here are 3 states where the polls closed half an hour ago, as yet undecided. Georgia, the Peach State. Virginia, the Old Dominion, still undecided. And South Carolina in the presidential contest, undecided.
Now let's move over to the electoral map to show you what we have so far. President Clinton leading Bob Dole, 58 electoral votes. The magic number is 270. Remember this number, 240 electoral votes needed in this election tonight. And CNN is declaring that in Texas, the winner of Texas's 32 electoral votes is Bob Dole.
Bob Dole was counting on Texas, a state that hasn't gone Democratic since 1976, and where Republicans have made big inroads. If he didn't carry Texas, he wouldn't have had a prayer.
Pennsylvania, another big electoral vote state. Bill Clinton, the winner.
This state has voted Republican at state levels, Democrat for president recently, and it's not been wrong in 30 years.
In the land of Lincoln, 22 electoral votes. President Clinton winning the state.
Talk about a bellwether state. This is one, too. All winning candidates this century have carried Illinois, with only 2 exceptions. Woodrow Wilson in 16 and Carter in 76 did not carry Illinois.
Another Midwestern industrial state in Bill Clinton's corner, Michigan, and its 18 electoral votes.
One of the most memorable moments of this campaign was when Bob Dole went back to that Battle Creek Veterans Hospital where he spent 2 years recovering from his war wounds. Michigan, however, did not vote with Dole.
In New Jersey, CNN declares President Clinton taking over this state as he did in 1992.
Bob Dole used Governor Whitman's come-from-behind victory as a model for his campaign, and the fact that she promised and delivered a very big tax cut, but it didn't work.
The state of Massachusetts for Bill Clinton, all 12 electoral votes. Missouri, the show-me state for the president, for Bill Clinton. Tennessee, the volunteer state, 11 electoral votes in Bill Clinton's corner. Maryland, a state that has gone Democratic, now has gone Democratic once again. And Connecticut, 8 electoral votes for Bill Clinton.
Bob Dole has something to cheer about in Oklahoma. He is winning that state tonight, along with its 8 electoral votes. And in Kansas, guess what? The home state of this former senator goes to Bob Dole. In Maine, President Clinton takes off 4 electoral votes there, as he does in Delaware, 3 electoral votes there, and no surprise, in the District of Columbia, the president winning handily 3 electoral votes.
The polls have just closed also in the state of Mississippi, but it is undecided. We do not have a result yet from Mississippi. And Alabama has just gone for Bob Dole. We declare, CNN declares Bob Dole the winner in the state of Alabama. This is a place that President Clinton had campaigned in just a few days ago. Here is a look at this hour, just a moment after 8 o'clock in the East. Bill Clinton, 198 electoral votes, those states that you see in blue. Bob Dole, 55. And the big one on that map, gentlemen, is Texas, and that's one that comes sweet to Bob Dole.
That's right.
CNN has made the call that Bob Dole won Indiana. You just saw that. It is 8:30 in the East, 5:30 on the Pacific time zone, and at this hour, Bill Clinton has won 204 electoral votes, 66 away from the magic number 207.
Concern, you can't say. All right, now Arkansas, the president's home state. Add Arkansas to the growing number of states going the president's way this night, as Ken and Bill alluded to. His early and overwhelming success was expected, of course, but at least one prize must seem especially sweet: the Sunshine State, Florida. CNN declares a winner in the Tar Heel State. Bob Dole has won North Carolina.
North Carolina voted for George Bush by the narrowest of margins last time, and the Republicans have retained it.
It's a narrow.
William Jefferson Clinton has a job for 4 more years.
He becomes the first Democrat since Franklin Roosevelt to win re-election to the White House.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
Well, he has 4 more years, but that's only part of the story this election night, but it's clearly the lead at this hour.
He has won the presidency. We don't know what kind of mandate he has. That depends on what happens in Congress and whether he gets over 50%. But look at where he was 2 years ago and where he is now. 275, that's 5 votes over a majority. 2 years ago, Bill Clinton was toast. I mean, no one would have bet on his re-election. He was finished. He had lost both houses of Congress for the first time in 40 years. This is one of the great miraculous comebacks in American history.
One of the main reasons, in fact, perhaps the main reason we're able to call Bill Clinton the winner at this hour is New York. It has the second biggest electoral prize, Ken Bodie.
33 electoral votes. It's not really the purpose of putting a vice presidential candidate on the ticket to help you win his home state, but Jack Kemp didn't help with New York.
Going to the Dairy State, which has a Republican governor, that didn't stop Bill Clinton from winning Wisconsin's electoral votes.
Wisconsin did go Democratic for Clinton in '92. It went for Dukakis and for Carter twice. It's voted Democratic a lot. It's a very strongly Catholic state.
Another state Bill Clinton felt pretty confident about, Minnesota. It's the only state to vote Democratic in 6 of the last 7 elections, Ken.
That's right, 10 electoral votes. The only Democrat to lose this state in modern times was the neighbor, George McGovern from South Dakota in 72.
The polls just closed in Louisiana. We're still saying at this moment, this one is undecided.
This is a southern state that went for Clinton in '92. Most states are voting the way they did back then. It's very heavily black and also the most Catholic state in the country. In the South.
Arizona, the longest string of consecutive presidential votes. It last voted Democratic in 1948. It is undecided, though, at this hour.
Bill Clinton had fun playing in Arizona, bringing his new AARP card out there and talking to the seniors in Arizona about Medicare. He tried hard to put this state into play, and he apparently succeeded.
Now, let's go to Colorado first. That is undecided at this hour. In Nebraska, which is coming up next. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Let's go to New Mexico. CNN declares that President Clinton has won New Mexico's 5 electoral votes, and he has done ditto in Rhode Island. Also a winner tonight for the president. 4 electoral votes there.
North Dakota, undecided. The polls have just closed in this state with 3 electoral votes, but still no winner. South Dakota, the neighboring state to the south, of course, 3 electoral votes, undecided at this hour. But we can call Bob Dole the winner in the state of Wyoming. And let's take a look at the electoral map at this hour. 267 votes, electoral votes, we can call in Bill Clinton's corner to 92 for Bob Dole. And we just saw pictures a moment ago of the Dole headquarters in Washington, Bernie.
Where Candy.
2 Senate races to call, and 1 state in the presidency, and that is the state of Louisiana. It gave President Clinton in 1992 his biggest margin in the South outside of Arkansas, and we are saying that Bill Clinton has won Louisiana in 1996, and it's 9 electoral votes.
Now taking you to the all-important map that matters most of all in this presidential race. President Clinton at this hour has 284 electoral votes. Challenging Bob Dole has 96 electoral votes. And we continue the count.
But as good a shape the president is in these electoral votes, his coattails were not long enough, Bernie, as you said earlier tonight, to help the Democrat hang on to the Senate seat in Arkansas.
Clinton has gone over the electoral top for re-election, 291 to 105, but don't let that deter you from voting in 5 western states.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
And if you're still voting, please remember the 5 states I alluded to: California, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Bill Clinton reelected.
That's right. 5 states. The polls have just closed in those 5 states. We're going to tell you shortly what happened, or at least what we think happened in several of them.
Right. So far, this looks pretty much like a status quo election to me. People are re-electing the president, and all the incumbents just about have been re-elected all across the country for the Senate. We'll see what happens in the House as the night goes on.
We haven't mentioned yet Ross Perot. Let me just tell you right now briefly that he is pulling in the high single digits basically across the country, a little bit in the low double digits here and there.
Okay, now we have some states to declare, states with the polls having just closed. In the Hawkeye state, Iowa, President Clinton does as he did in '92. He wins.
In 1992, the Iowa vote exactly mirrored the national vote. 43% for Clinton, 37% Bush, and 19% for Perot.
Utah, this is a state that gave Bill Clinton his worst results in 1992, and once again it's done the same. Bob Dole the winner.
Worst results, I'm not sure yet, but it's not been a Democratic state since LBJ in 1964.
Bob Dole winning ditto in Idaho. 4 electoral votes, Bill.
Ditto in Idaho and Utah. Hasn't voted Democratic since 1964. Clinton only got 28% of the vote in 1992 in Idaho.
And Nevada, undecided. This is a state that was, I think Bill Clinton was the first Democrat in 28 years to carry it the last time. We don't know what's going to happen this time.
Well, our crack research team, Judy, tells me that Nevada has the highest divorce rate in the nation. And I don't know what that means exactly in terms of presidential voting.
Well, let's move on to Montana then. We have to say Montana right now, undecided.
Big surprise in '92 when Montana voted for Bill Clinton. A lot of people think Perot's very high vote there, 26%, might have taken a lot of votes from the Republicans and helped Bill Clinton carry the state. With a lower Perot vote, can he do it this time?
And the state of Kentucky, President Clinton, the winner. This state keeps up its record of voting with the winner. What, Ken, over the last, this will now be 8 elections it's voted
That's
with
right.
the
It's
winner.
a genuine bellwether presidential state. Bob Dole said earlier this year, if Bob Dole wins Kentucky, I'll be president. He's not going to win Kentucky, and he's not going to be president.
And we can report to you that Bob Dole is the winner in the state of Virginia. 13 electoral votes. This is a state that George Bush won in '92, and it's a state that is, frankly, dependably Republican, but it was a toss-up for a long time this year.
That's right. The rule is holding. This is a state that went for Bush in '92, and it's gone for Dole in '96. And it's also, of course, a big tobacco state, which probably hurt Bill Clinton.
It's the last time.
Hey, thanks, Frank. First to the West Coast, in California, CNN is declaring at this moment that President Clinton has won California's juicy 54 electoral votes, a state he worked very, very hard and repeatedly.
Went there almost 30 times. Bob Dole put everything he had into the last few weeks in California, spent $1.5 million a week. It didn't work.
The state of Washington, we can also say that Bill Clinton has won. This is a state that he won in 1992, Ken Bodie, and more good news for the Democrats.
It's a state that's become more and more Democratic in presidential voting as time goes on, as are all of the states down this Pacific Rim. Washington, Oregon, California.
11 electoral votes in Washington, and in Oregon, CNN declares at 11 o'clock tonight, President Clinton has won the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes in Oregon going to Mr. Clinton.
Strong environmental constituency in Oregon, and Clinton was strong on that issue. Perot did very well last time in Oregon. He got a quarter of the vote, but this time Clinton kept it as he did in '92.
And the state of Hawaii, a state that has gone Republican only twice since it became a state in 1959 for Bill Clinton.
Not many electoral votes on Hawaii, but again, it's like all of these states on the Pacific Rim. They are becoming more and more Democratic in presidential voting.
Coming back to North Dakota, CNN declares that Bob Dole has won the state of North Dakota with 3 electoral votes.
North Dakota is not on the Pacific Rim. It's an interior state. Hasn't voted for a Democrat since 1964, and it didn't do it this time. Voted for Bush in '92 and Clinton in '96. And Dole in '96.
Okay. Frank, we have, incidentally, if you're keeping track and wondering about 6 states, we indeed have not called 6 states. We have not called Arizona. We have not called Colorado, Georgia, South Dakota, Nevada, or Montana. And also, people are still voting up there in Alaska.
State to call for Bob Dole, and that is South Dakota. This is a state that George Bush won, the Republicans won in 1992, so it's not a big surprise, but it's been dangling out there, and we just are able to call it just now.
Now, let's go back up to the Northeast in New Hampshire. Robert Smith, the incumbent Republican, he hung on by his fingernails, and he's going to be going back to Washington. Bob's.
You can see that's something he's been talking about on the trail. Now let's look at the electoral map, Bernie.
Bill Clinton has 375 electoral votes, Bob Dole 135. CNN shows that the president has won 30 states plus the District of Columbia, and Senator Dole, Jack Kemp, having won 16 states so far. We still have not called the states of Colorado, Georgia, Nevada, and Montana.
This is already an improvement by 5 electoral votes over what Bill Clinton won in 1992. In 1992, he had 370 to George Bush's 168. We don't know whether it's going to go higher because of those states that are still outstanding.
There's so much more to tell you about this election night. Frank Sesno is standing by to take us to the congressional desk in the very latest. We go to Frank when we come back.
over the top, but as you just saw, there are still 4 states outstanding that we do not know the results of, and we will wait to see. He's over the 270, well over the 270. He's at, what, 375? Right. But, and better than he had in 1992. I just want to say that this man, and we've pointed it out already, has come back from what was the most disastrous loss for a first-term president, really since Herbert Hoover. When you look at what the Republicans did in 1994, he has come back to win re-election.
Judy, there are 3 things that we've been looking at all night long. One is the Electoral College, which is a landslide. It could be as many as 400 votes in the Electoral College when the final states get in that are now too close to call. The second thing is, does he get 50%? And it looks as though he's going to nudge up past 50% in this thing. And the third is, does the House and the Senate go Democratic? And that's the one place where Clinton fell down. And that is the one thing that Bill Clinton is going to have to live with this entire next 4 years, or at least 2 of the 4 years that he's got a Republican House, a Republican Senate. He's got Newt Gingrich, who really did win tonight as well, given that he was an issue for the Democrats.
The most remarkable thing I've seen tonight is that all the states that went for Clinton last time went for him this time. He only added 2 states, Florida and Arizona, that went for Bush last time, now went for Clinton. There's no mystery why that happened. Those are states with a large population of elderly voters who are probably very frightened over the Medicare issue. This is an election where Jesse Helms, the most conservative member of the Senate, and Paul Wellstone, the most liberal member of the Senate, got reelected. The House and the Senate remained about the same, so Republicans can come out claiming a victory. No net change in the Republican governorships. How did the voters vote in the end? They split 50-50 over Bill Clinton. Net bottom line here is, I think it was a status quo election. People were not angry for once. They did not vote for change. They voted to keep things about the way they are, not for gridlock, but to force both parties to try to work with each other.
And if I may just add one other point before Bernie does, I get goose pimples every time we have an election in this country because, frankly, we pass the power. It's in the hands of the president and the elected officials. It goes back to the people. They have their chance to throw the rascals out or to return someone to power. They have made their choice. They've made their decision. And not a drop of blood was shed. And this is one of the few countries in the world where that can happen. And it's, you know, it's exciting that we live in a country like the one we live in.
Not only no blood drop, but no shots fired either. Ken Bodie making the point about, and you, Judy, that the president made this comeback, especially after the disaster of 1994. The Republican Party actually helped William Jefferson Clinton in that comeback, especially when they voted to shut down Congress. The American people said the Republicans went too far. We did not send you to Washington to shut down the federal government. Bill Clinton used that partly as a springboard, and he was able to keep the liberal wing of his party placated or sedated, and he was able to move to the center and appeal to more conservative Democrats. So he has been re-elected tonight. The question is, how effectively will he be able to lead as the 105th Congress goes in January, controlled by the party that controlled it when they went home, the Republican Party? One final note. Judy and I, all of us, Ken Bodie, Bill Schneider, we've received a lot of mail. We thank you for the mail, and we thank you for the phone calls. A lot of Democrats have criticized us in our coverage, and conversely, a lot of Republicans have criticized us in our coverage. Never once in our coverage of this campaign story have we played favorites. We don't play favorites. We hope that all the efforts of the men and women here at CNN were conducive to your making an informed decision in the polls. For all of us and for hundreds of people you'll never know and never see, that concludes our coverage. And we leave you with sights and sounds of this election campaign 96. Behind us is the atrium here at CNN Center. And behind us, these buildings house all of the networks of CNN. And we leave you with these pictures.
6 o'clock on the East Coast. The polls have closed in 2 states, Indiana and Kentucky, and CNN is able to make its first call of the night. In Indiana, George W. Bush, the winner in a state that has only voted Democratic for president once in 60 years. In the state of Kentucky, something of a bellwether state, voted for the winning presidential candidate every year since 1964. Another win for George W. Bush. Looking at the electoral map, it is still very early. But putting these 2 states together, 20 electoral votes tallied up under the name of Texas Governor George W. Bush.
At 7 o'clock, the polls have closed in certain states, and CNN is looking at what is going on in Florida. This race between Gore and Bush, too close to call, Jeff.
This is the one we'll be watching all night. Gore made 19 visits to the state, Bush 13. They poured in millions of dollars. Fourth biggest prize, and it's up for grabs.
Mike McCurry says what's going on tonight is a ground war, a massive one. And look at this. Look at the war in Georgia. Vice President Gore, Governor Bush, this race for CNN at this hour, too close to call.
And this has got to be a shocker in Austin. They had this race put away in their pocket for weeks, if not months. We'll see.
Let's go to Thomas Jefferson State. What's happening in Virginia? Again, the race, too close to call.
Bernie, Virginia has not voted for a Democrat for president since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. It is the heart of the Republican base in the South. They should have won this one going away.
In New Hampshire, Governor Bush lost the primary there, but right now it's neck and neck between his opponent and himself. Looking at South Carolina with its 8 electoral votes, Governor Bush has won another southern state tonight. And in Vermont, Vice President Gore wins Vermont's 3 electoral votes. Now, for your viewers watching our coverage, this is the electoral map. Every time we call states, we will tell you what the totals are, and it's Governor Bush 28 electoral votes, Vice President Gore 3 at this very early hour in our election night coverage.
Some stunning numbers, I think. Well, maybe stunning is too strong a word, but some real surprises here, Bernie. I think that all of us are sitting back a little bit at the news that we can't call Georgia. We're not able to call Virginia. This is a state, as Jeff suggested, has gone Republican how many times? 11 out of the last 12 presidential elections?
Only Lyndon Johnson took it. And we should emphasize, this doesn't mean that we think it's going the other way. It just means right now, we don't think we can call it. But given how certain all of us were that Virginia and Georgia were going for Bush, it's a little surprising.
Bernard Shaw, my colleague.
CNN is going to report a call in Virginia. Virginia, CNN declares, goes to Texas Governor George Bush. This is just in. 13 electoral votes in Thomas Jefferson State.
Well, that is no surprise, and I think, Mary, you were prescient, a fairly, not the longest shot of the night. That a state that hadn't voted for a Democrat for president since Lyndon Johnson would probably tilt in that direction. It may well be that we just want to say that we are not being, we're being cautious enough so that we know what we're doing.
It's 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast, where the polls have closed in Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia. And to show you the extent of the ground war between these two gentlemen, we are not able to call Ohio yet in the presidential race for the White House. Too close to call in Ohio. Too close to call in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina with its 14 electoral votes up. And too close to call in West Virginia with its 5 electoral votes.
And as we look at the electoral map, we are obviously putting none of these states in anybody's column, but we should note once again that in any puzzle that adds up to the White House for George W. Bush, Ohio and North Carolina have to be in that puzzle. West Virginia, which is a predominantly Democratic state, is one of those states that the Republicans thought they could take away from the Democrats.
Wherever you see yellow, that's a uh-oh. We can't tell you anything about that state, Judy.
Ohio is a state, as we know, that has never, no Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. We can say the same thing about Illinois, which we'll be talking about in the next hour or so. 2 states, at least symbolically important for George W. Bush. Just because we cannot call Ohio right now doesn't mean it's not going to end up in his corner later. But for the time being, as Bernie said, still very hard fought there on the ground.
I'm getting some information. CNN now declares that Governor Bush has won another state in the South. This one, Georgia, and its 13 electoral votes.
Expected, and that is an important win for Governor Bush.
And it illustrates what we were pointing out. The fact that we say a state is too close to call doesn't necessarily mean that the state is really in play or it's 50-50. It simply means at that moment we can't do it. Georgia is a state that President Clinton contested, actually carried it in one of his...
in 92, by 1 percentage point.
Right, and then lost it by a couple. But it is certainly no shock that these southern states ought to be falling like dominoes for George W. Bush. I mean, ever since the Civil Rights Revolution of '64, the South has been a state that's very hard for Democrats to win, and you've got to be from the South or a border state to do it. Carter, Clinton.
This is how our electoral map looks at 7:34 Eastern Time. Governor Bush far ahead of Vice President Gore, 54 electoral votes to 3 so far. And the yellow, you see, wherever you see yellow on our electoral map, that means that that state in particular is too close to call.
A big call to make. CNN announces that we call Florida in the Al Gore column. This is a state both campaigns desperately wanted to win. The state of Florida fought over very hard, the state with a Republican governor named Bush, the brother of the Republican nominee, Jeff Greenfield. This is something that is not making the Bush campaign happy tonight.
This is a roadblock the size of a boulder to George W. Bush's path to the White House. They had counted these 25 electoral votes from the moment George Bush entered the campaign before he was even nominated. Democrats have a very tough time in Florida, whether it was Social Security, the turnout, Joe Lieberman. Now, George W. Bush has to look to Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and those smaller states really become critical.
They're 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 16 states, the polls have closed, the District of Columbia, and we have an important call to make in the state of Michigan. But we're showing you Texas. No surprise there, George Bush wins. The stunner at this hour is that we can call Al Gore the winner in the Wolverine state.
This is the state where Reagan Democrats were born, working-class people who went Republican on values issues and then on the economy and then on strength. Clinton got them back in '92 and '96, a bitterly contested state. Al Gore takes it, and the map for George Bush gets even tougher.
In the state of Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, too close to call at this hour, still being battled out by the Vice President and Governor Bush.
Another one, this one Bush, it looks like is going to have to win to build his margin.
In Illinois, I'm sorry, Missouri, too close to call. This one and we're skipping ahead to Illinois. Al Gore, the winner there.
These Midwest battleground states, which George Bush's campaign thought they were going to be very competitive in, they haven't won one yet. And with Michigan and Illinois and Pennsylvania too close to call, but you add Michigan and Illinois to Florida, and Al Gore's people must be feeling very good about now.
And again, in the state of Missouri, it's 11 electoral votes still being fought out. This is a state where the governor running for the Senate, Mel Carnahan, killed tragically in a plane crash. Through this whole election in this state, really upside down for some time.
And again, this is one of those states we always point to because except for 1956, it has gone with the winner in every election since 1900.
In New Jersey, CNN able to say that Al Gore is the winner. George Bush was in there campaigning this very weekend. But it appears that Al Gore has won New Jersey in its 15 electoral votes. Massachusetts, no surprise, a state that Democrats can count on in just about every election you can think of. Al Gore winning and taking its 12 electoral votes. The state of Tennessee, it's Al Gore's home state, but he is not able to count on it. Jeff Greenfield, it's too close to call.
But again, in the Bush calculation, when they told us, well, we can win without Florida, a state like Tennessee was one of the states they had in mind. He went there, kind of drew a line in the sand, said Al Gore may win Washington, D.C., but he's not winning Tennessee. We can't say one way or the other, but if this one doesn't fall for Bush, it's trouble.
Maryland, the free state, reliably Democratic, and Al Gore wins that, takes its 10 electoral votes. Alabama, a state I guess we thought George Bush we'd be able to say at this hour, another one too close to call. Connecticut, Al Gore, the winner in the Constitution state, and its 8 electoral votes. Oklahoma, its 8 electoral votes go to Texas Governor George W. Bush, the governor of the neighboring state of Texas. Mississippi, another win for the Texas governor, and its 7 electoral votes. Kansas, Bob Dole's home state, we just heard from him, solidly in George Bush's corner, and it's 6 electoral votes. Up in the far northeastern corner of the United States, Maine, it's 4 electoral votes still up for grabs, still being battled out between Gore and Bush. And finally, the nation's capital, the District of Columbia, no surprise at all, Al Gore the winner. And finally, Delaware in this 8 o'clock count, Al Gore the winner. That is a state where George Bush had been making threatening noises, but it looks like Al Gore has called it. Here is how, and we want to add that we are able at this hour to say the state of North Carolina is in George Bush's corner. This is a poll that closed about half an hour ago in North Carolina, and it's 14 electoral votes go to George Bush. Looking at the map, the national map at this hour, you need 270 to win to become president. At this hour, it couldn't be any closer. I guess it could be by 2 votes. But Bush has 121, Al Gore at 119. It is a cliffhanger, gentlemen. And I'm just told that I've just been made a liar. We are able to call the state of Alabama for Texas Governor George W. Bush. Governor Bush takes the 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama, also known as the Heart of Dixie.
Also, CNN is calling the Senate race in New Jersey. Millionaire, multimillionaire John Corzine, who spent more than $60 million, has won the open seat, turning back the challenge by Republican Bob Franks. Corzine, a big winner in New Jersey, having spent lots of money in the process.
That's a hold.
I was going to say, goes to show that for $55 or $60 million, you can buy your way into the United States Senate.
Well, in fact, it's most important in terms of the balance of power. That's Frank Lautenberg's seat, so we count that as a hold for the Democrats. But unlike Al Checkey in California or Michael Huffington in California, this enormous record-busting sum literally paid off.
Back to the race for the White House. If you're just joining our coverage, this is the electoral vote count right now. It's this close. That's right. These figures are correct. Governor Bush with 130 votes. Vice President Al Gore with 119.
Speaking of states that we are not able to call, I'm going to wait 13 seconds until I can say this. In the state of Arkansas, where the polls are closing literally as I speak, the home state of President Bill Clinton, we are not able to call. The polls close in Arkansas at 8:30 Eastern Time, and as of this hour, this moment, we are not able to call the result. The land of opportunity. And looking once again, a quick check of the electoral map. George W. Bush racking up 130 electoral votes. His states are in red. Al Gore, the vice president, 119 electoral votes. His states are in blue. And as Bill Schneider just very carefully pointed out, the states in yellow, we are not able to call them yet. It doesn't mean that they will end up close. It just means we don't have enough information at this hour. Even though the polls are closed, we don't have enough information to put them in one corner or another. And we are able to call Pennsylvania for Vice President Al Gore. 23 electoral votes go to the Vice President. Jeff Greenfield, Bernie Shaw, this is a major disappointment for George W. Bush, and Jeff makes it all the harder for him to put together a winning combination.
It absolutely does. It means that of the states that are now undecided, we can begin to say that George Bush has to more or less run the table on them. He has got to win Ohio. He has got to win Tennessee and Arkansas. He has got to win Missouri. The polls close at 9 o'clock. New York was never in play. The West Coast hasn't been favorable to the Republicans for a while. So with the loss of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Illinois and Florida, all battleground states, the states that we have left in yellow are the place where George W. Bush's candidacy must prevail if he's to survive across the Mississippi River. It's going to be tough.
Very tough, Jeff. And for the first time tonight, Al Gore has gone up on Governor Bush. The vice president, 145 electoral votes. The governor from Texas, 130 electoral votes. And as you say, poll closings coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll see what happens.
Al Gore.
Staying here in the Empire State, CNN declares the winner, Vice President Gore, picking up New York's 33 electoral votes. Continuing with our poll closings now, Wisconsin, we're not prepared to call this yet. Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes, very, very important this night. In Minnesota, also the same case here, we are not prepared to call Minnesota. When we can, of course, we will. Louisiana, Governor Bush winning tonight there. 9 electoral votes going into his column. In Arizona, again, we're not prepared to call this one, nor are we prepared to call it in Colorado. Colorado with 8 electoral votes hanging out there. Governor Bush, CNN declares the winner in Nebraska. 5 more electoral votes for the Texas governor. We are not going to call New Mexico yet. We'll come back to New Mexico. Rhode Island put in the Gore column, the vice president winning 4 more electoral votes. In North Dakota, Governor Bush wins those 3 electoral votes. As he does in South Dakota, 3 more electoral votes. As he does in Wyoming, still 3 more electoral votes. Now, this is the map as we look at it at this hour. The vice president, 192 electoral votes. Governor Bush, 153.
Bernie, it looks like 11 states we are not able to call yet, but as you point out, the total, Al Gore inching ever closer to 270, but George Bush still within striking distance. But the big story tonight, in addition to watching how these states tally up, is how many of them are being fought out, you know, whatever term you want to use, whether it's a cliche, hand-to-hand combat or whatever, they're still fighting it out on the ground.
It also looks, when you look at that electoral map and you look at that looming West Coast that's been so kind to the Democrats for the last 8 years, that George W. Bush is going to have to win almost everything that is still in play to have a chance because of what may be looming in California.
Major battleground call. Governor Bush is the winner in Ohio, and he grabs the Buckeye State's 21 electoral votes.
This is a state that he absolutely had to have, given what happened in Florida, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. It is also a state Republicans have to have because they just don't win the White House without it, especially with the loss in Illinois. And it now suggests that there is at least a little more optimism, not optimism, but at least hope on the Bush camp. That's right, hope. Because if you look at all the other states, before we get west, if Bush can win Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, Wisconsin, Minnesota, if the electoral map begins to stabilize.
It's also a
CNN is making another call right now. Governor Bush moving very quickly in Tennessee, embarrassing Vice President Gore by snatching his state's 11 electoral votes.
Yes.
We wish to make a correction about something that was said earlier. I believe that Woodrow Wilson got elected president without carrying his home state of New Jersey.
The second time.
Yeah, that's the second time, in 1916.
So any of you taking notes, please jot that down on your chart. But this
and there was James Polk who won the presidency without Tennessee.
Yes, but having won Tennessee, having won the vice president's home state, this scenario for Bush now begins to look at least conceivable. You can see the Bush people saying, okay, if we take Arkansas, if we take Missouri, if we take Wisconsin, if we take Minnesota and Iowa, this is what it's come down to, then we get to the West with enough electoral votes that we can withstand a loss in California.
But CNN declares that Vice President Al Gore wins Minnesota, wins Minnesota's 10 electoral votes. And you were just making the point about his voting strength in various parts of the state and surprisingly having done well outside in the suburbs.
Doing well in the Minneapolis suburbs, and Ralph Nader was not as much a factor there as he was down in Wisconsin. Now let's talk about Missouri. Missouri is a crucial state. Okay, we don't have time for Missouri, we'll do it later.
Well, we always have time for the Show Me State, but we just want to talk about some of the things behind that victory in Minnesota. But here now is the very latest count. Vice President Gore still slightly ahead of Governor Bush in the electoral vote total, 192 to 185. CNN just declaring Mr. Gore the winner in Minnesota.
And if you look at this map once again and cast your eyes out west to where everybody has expected for most of this campaign to happen in California, you begin to see that the states begin to close around the hopes of George W. Bush. There are simply fewer and fewer places where he can pick up enough votes to get to 270 unless an amazing upset happens out west.
And stand by. CNN right now is moving our earlier declaration of Florida back to the too close to call column. 25 very big electoral votes in the home state of the governor's brother, Jeb Bush, are hanging in the balance. This no longer is a victory for Vice President Gore. We're moving it back. into
waiter.
the too close to
One order of
call.
crow, please.
Yes.
Now, could we just review this again about how...
Well, I think in the fullness of time tonight we're going to have an explanation for this, but we're reporting to you what's happening.
Well, what we're being told by our executive producer, Sid Bedingfield, is that based on the information we have from Florida, we don't entirely trust all the information that we have, and I assume the VNS service, and Bill, you can explain all this, is part of that decision.
That's right. The networks and the Associated Press collaborate in supporting a research service.
Because it is 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and polls have closed in 5 states, and we are able to call George W. Bush the winner in the state of Utah. He takes its 5 electoral votes. In the state of Idaho, another win for George W. Bush. Rack up 4 more electoral votes for the governor of the state of Texas. Nevada is one too close to call. Nevada's 4 electoral votes. We are not able to call that state one way or another. Montana, another check mark there for the governor of Texas, and it's 3 electoral votes. And the last state with polls to close at this hour, Iowa, the Hawkeye state, it's 7 electoral votes. We are not able to call it. So it just gets more exciting and more exciting. And here is the electoral map. We're going to be looking at this throughout the night. At this hour, with the polls closed in all but 5 states across the United States, we are able to give George W. Bush 197 electoral votes. His states are those in red. Vice President Al Gore, 167 electoral votes. His states in blue, and all those states in yellow, we don't have enough information yet to give them one way or another. We have a call to make in the state of New Hampshire. CNN declares that Texas Governor George W. Bush will take the 4 electoral votes. Every vote counts, folks. The 4 electoral votes in the state of New Hampshire go to the governor of Texas. So let's look at his total now. He is over the 200 mark at 201 electoral votes. Those are the states in red. Al Gore, 167, the states in blue, and an awful lot of states still in yellow that we are not able to call one way or another. But New Hampshire, a state that Al Gore and George W. Bush both wanted to win, both would have liked to have had.
He lost it in the winter. He won it in the fall.
And McCain had a lot to do with both of those eventualities. New Hampshire looks like a little red, lonely outpost up there in the solid blue Gore Northeast, and McCain had a great deal to do with that. It appears that he helped deliver
Here's
New Hampshire.
another, I'm going to interrupt. We've got another call to make. The state of Missouri, the Show Me State, goes for George W. Bush, 11 electoral votes in his corner. It's racking up. If it was 202, this makes it 213 for George W. Bush. It's getting interestinger and interestinger, as they said in Alice in Wonderland. Larry, we do have a state to call. The state of West Virginia, CNN calls, is in the corner for George W. Bush. The Texas governor takes West Virginia's 5 electoral votes. This is based not only on interviews with voters as they left the polling places, but also on our analysis of key sample precincts throughout the state. Now let's look again at the totals on the electoral map. 270 needed to win at this hour. It's 10:12 Eastern Time. We are giving George W. Bush 217 electoral votes. Those states in red, we're giving Al Gore 167. The states in blue, the ones we are not able to call yet, are the states in yellow. We do have a call to make. CNN says that the state of New Mexico goes into the corner of Al Gore. Vice President Gore picks up the 5 electoral votes in the state of New Mexico. And that adds another handful to the total we give Al Gore. That blue state that's popped up there just to the left of Texas is New Mexico, of course, and we've now given it to Al Gore. So the total for George W. Bush, 217. For Al Gore, 172.
It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast in the United States, and CNN is prepared to make the following calls with the polls closing. Most of them. Al Gore has won California's big prize, 54 electoral votes. Farther west in Hawaii, 4 electoral votes going to the vice president. The situation in Oregon, it is too close to call. We cannot call that race yet, nor can we call the one in Washington State, with its 11 electoral votes. Looking to the moment at our electoral map, the vice president, by winning California, goes up over Governor Bush. Mr. Gore, 230 electoral votes. Mr. Bush, 217 electoral votes.
California, that is a state in which George Bush made a run and spent millions of dollars late in the campaign. It raised a few eyebrows. Some thought it was because they had a chance to carry it. Others said it was payback because the California Republicans were among the first group that went 2 years ago to Austin and asked Governor Bush to run and asked him to pledge that if he did run, he would not desert California the way his father and Senator Dole did. Now, in Oregon and Washington, there are two states where the nadir factor may or may not come into effect. And not, once again, we take two second-tier states, put them in the undecided column. With everything but Alaska reporting, you can see that the fate of the White House is in the hands of about 8 or 9 states that we cannot yet call.
CNN is going to make a call in the Southwest, an important call. Colorado has been won by Governor Bush. Governor Bush taking Colorado's 8 electoral votes. Please continue.
So by, let's see, the tally, the total then is 225 George W. Bush to 231. Who said this wasn't going to be a close night, a close election?
Yeah,
it is a close election.
Colorado is the state that switched from Clinton in 1992 to Dole in 1996. So it could have gone either way, and it looks like it stuck with the Republicans as it did with Bob Dole.
And it is declaring another race in Nevada. Governor Bush wins 4 more electoral votes. He picks up Nevada's 4 electoral votes. And this is the tally as it stands now. Can it get any closer? Vice President Gore with 230 electoral votes. Governor Bush with 229 electoral votes. Let me interrupt our conversation. Arizona now, CNN declares, goes to Governor Bush. Arizona's 8 electoral votes in the governor's column.
And that is a significant win because Arizona had voted Republican in every election from 1948 for since Harry Truman. It voted for Harry Truman, then it voted Republican in every election after that until it voted for Bill Clinton in 1996. And now it's gone back into the Republican column.
12 o'clock in the east coast of the United States, and we are able to make a call in the last state to close its polls tonight. Alaska, the land of the midnight sun, goes to George W. Bush. It's 3 electoral votes. No real surprise at all here. This state has only voted for a Democratic candidate once since it became a state in the year 1959. So here's the total. George W. Bush, 240 electoral votes. His are the red states on that map. They are from east almost all the way to the west. Al Gore, 231 electoral votes. The states in blue, counting California, and going all the way over to the state of Maine. It is a close election.
6.
We are now able to say the state of Arkansas is in George W. Bush's corner. The home state of President Bill Clinton and its 6 electoral votes fall to George W. Bush, giving the Texas governor an electoral vote total of 246, putting him only 24 votes away from becoming the next president of the United States.
And Florida has 25. And Florida, with the state of Florida, if it went to George Bush, he'd be the winner.
Or some combination of these other states that we're looking at.
So,
Washington, Wisconsin,
Oregon and Iowa.
And let's look at that list again. We were just able to take Arkansas off. We are left with Washington and Wisconsin, 11 each, Oregon 7, Iowa 7, Florida 25.
Don't tell me this isn't
We are calling the state of Washington for Al Gore, and it's 11 electoral votes. We just heard John King say the Gore campaign expected to win the state of Washington, and we are at CNN now able to give those electoral votes to the vice president based on our examination of exit polling and the key precincts. Now here's the total. George W. Bush, 246. Al Gore, 242. You just heard John King say the Gore people now believe that there is no mathematically, statistically possible way that Al Gore can get to 270 without the state of Florida, unless one of the states that have already been called for George W. Bush is taken back.
If Al Gore were to win Oregon, Wisconsin, and Iowa, and Florida went to Bush, Bush would win the White House 271 to 267. You think it can be closer than that?
Because we're making a call in Iowa, in the Hawkeye state. CNN declares that Al Gore has won Iowa's 7 electoral votes. When we last reported, this was how the electoral map looked, but now if you add Iowa's 7, Mr. Gore now has gone back on top. The vice president with 249 electoral votes to Governor Bush's 246.
And we can now say with absolute certainty, I believe, that unless one of these states that we've called changes, whoever wins Florida will be the next president of the United States.
That's right.
And the states still outstanding: Florida, 25 electoral votes. Here you see it. Oregon, 7 electoral votes. And the Badger State, Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes. George Bush, governor of Texas, will become the 43rd president of the United States. At 18 minutes past 2 o'clock Eastern Time, CNN declares that George Walker Bush has won Florida's 25 electoral votes, and this should put him over the top.
That's right, Bernie. With Florida, he gets 271 electoral votes, one more than he needs. What happens in Oregon and Wisconsin now becomes irrelevant unless by some remarkable miracle some state changes course. This was the closest election, electorally it looks like, perhaps in this century. Yeah. But George Bush has been declared by CNN the next president of the United States.
And if Al Gore takes Wisconsin and Oregon, he will win by 1 electoral vote. That's only happened once that I know of, and that was 1876.
George Walker.
George.
No, let's look at the map, and you go ahead and report that. But I have to wonder, if Gore is not going to talk, then obviously the governor from Texas.
Well, maybe we'll be hearing from Candy Crowley momentarily. Let's just point out that Florida has gone from too close to call to Gore, to too close to call to Bush, to too close to call. I suppose Nader can have some hopes that he might carry Florida in about a day or two. But this is truly amazing.
And that's, as campaign chairman William Daley indicated, with 99.9% of the votes counted.
That's right.
This is the electoral map, as we said, the state of Florida, which originally we had put into the Gore column, and it was back to too close to call. Then it went into the Bush column. Now it is once again too close to call, and this is the corrected electoral vote total at this hour, 4:11 a.m., November the 8th, the year 2000. Al Gore, 249, George W. Bush, 246. All this because the state of Florida will undergo an automatic, they've announced they will conduct an automatic recount because the vote in that state was under 0.5% difference.
And CNN believes there will not be a winner determined in Florida until later today, Wednesday, when there will be an automatic recount.
And I'll tell you one thing that's going to be recounted, and that is the way we count votes, because I have a hunch that there's going to be an enormous amount of scrutiny about a system that calls a state for both candidates, and then at 3 o'clock in the morning winds up for neither.
I want to clarify something. If I left the impression that we know there will be a recount, let me amend that to say it appears that there will be a recount in the state of Florida. And I think it's also important to say the gentleman we talked to from the election division in the state of Florida said they still need to wait for, what is it, overseas ballots, absentee ballots, and he said that is a 10-day process.
I think I left the impression that there would be a definite recount.
Well, what we know in Florida
keyword is appears.
Bill Daley told us as much. What he said is, and what Mr. Cass said was, when the vote comes in, and it's 0.5%, which it is way less than that, there is an automatic recount triggered. So I think the original impression you left was almost certainly correct in the first place, Judy.
Unless one of the candidates says they don't want it, and believe me, they both, I'm sure one of the candidates will want it.
Welcome back as we continue our coverage of election 2000. CNN is now ready to make the call on Wisconsin, which had up until now been a state too close to call. We are now calling that. Al Gore's state, Al Gore taking the state of Wisconsin, and its 11 electoral votes. That's just coming in here to the CNN.
That's right, which means that Al Gore needs 10 more electoral votes. George W. Bush needs 24, which once again brings it down to Florida's 25.
It doesn't change the scenario at all, because no matter what happens, Florida has got to be the state that makes the final call.
We're still waiting for Oregon, but still, doesn't matter now that Wisconsin is in at this point. All right, 270 electoral votes needed.
That's it.
Right now, 6 states are about to close in 6 seconds from now. Once all those states, the precincts are closed, we'll be able to start bringing you results of this election. And right now, we can project that George W. Bush, the President of the United States, will carry several states in among these first states that are up for grabs. The President will win. We can project Indiana and its 11 electoral votes, Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes, and Georgia and its 15 electoral votes. We can project that John Kerry will carry the New England state of Vermont and its 3 electoral votes. So far, we do not have enough information yet to be able to project a winner in either Virginia or South Carolina. But Jeff Greenfield, the race for the White House is moving forward right now at this extremely early moment in this night. Bush already, according to our projection, has 34 electoral votes. Kerry has 3. The blue state, Vermont, is for Kerry. The red states are for Bush.
That's right. This is the calm before the storm. None of these results are anything but expected. But I think the best way to tell these voters where we expect to be is where we wound up 4 years ago in 2000.
It's 7:30 exactly now on the East Coast, and CNN is ready to project that George W. Bush will carry the state of West Virginia. Jeff Greenfield, West Virginia is the state the Democrats hoped to be able to carry, but this state and its 5 electoral states we project will go for the president.
Michael Dukakis won this state. It was about as reliably Democratic as possible, but social issues, gun ownership, abortion plays very badly here for the Democrats, and it's a state that is now in George Bush's pocket once again.
And I want to alert our viewers, we do not have enough information yet to make projections in the other 2 states that are closing right now, North Carolina and Ohio. Ohio is about as important as it gets.
You know how they say that blue is the new black in fashion? Ohio, a lot of people think, is the new Florida, not just because it's in play, but because huge pre-election controversies grew up about whether or not provisional ballots would be counted and how. Everybody's eye will be on Ohio.
The fact it's now exactly 8 p.m. on the East Coast, CNN can project these states for the precincts reporting these states going for George W. Bush and John Kerry. Illinois, we don't know yet. We don't have enough information. Connecticut, we don't know yet. We don't have enough information. The District of Columbia, we don't have yet. But let's take a look at what we do have. And I'm going to look into the camera and tell our viewers, because here we go. Here we are. Here are the numbers the states we can project for Illinois. John Kerry wins that state as expected. He wins Connecticut as well as expected. The District of Columbia, there was never any doubt there. New Jersey, a big win for John Kerry. This state supposedly had been contested. We will project it goes for John Kerry. Maryland as well expected. Here's a very interesting development in Maine. There are 4 electoral votes. The 2 at-large votes we project now will go to John Kerry. The first district will go to John Kerry, but the second district, we don't have enough information yet, so we can just project now that 3 out of those 4 electoral votes will go for John Kerry. We don't know about the 4th electoral vote. His home state of Massachusetts and those 12 electoral votes will go for John Kerry. Delaware and 3 electoral votes as well. The president, we project, will carry Tennessee as expected, Alabama and Oklahoma both as expected. 3 states in this 8 o'clock Eastern time zone. So right now, just after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, we project that President Bush has 66 electoral votes. John Kerry has 77. 270 needed to be elected President of the United States. You see those various colors, Jeff Greenfield. Red states are Bush, blue states are Kerry. We've got a little purple up there as well in Maine.
Well, we don't know yet about one of those 2 districts. And as I say, this is one of the 2 states in the country, Nebraska being the other, that doesn't allocate its electoral votes winner take all. Could one vote be important? Bush's margin of safety 4 years ago was exactly 1 electoral vote. New Jersey, as you pointed out, Wolf, may have been a minor disappointment for the Bush campaign. The polling in New Jersey was looking at times as though that race were tied. New Jersey, 5 counties around New York lost some 500 people on the morning of September 11th. Security seemed to be playing very well. They had an unpopular Democratic governor who had to resign, Jim McGreevey. As it turns out, apparently the voting pattern is, as it's been now for the last 4 elections, a safe Democratic state.
We don't have enough information. I want to alert our viewers to project a winner in 2 important battleground states closing at this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right now the polls have closed then in Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And to say that the 2 campaigns and the army of political journalists are kind of interested in those 3 states, I'd like to claim that as the understatement of the night.
Just after 8:30 here on the East Coast, Bill Clinton's home state of Arkansas, the polling is closed there. We don't have enough information to make a projection there. We do have enough information to project that the president will carry Virginia and its 13 electoral votes. Virginia had closed earlier based on exit polling numbers and real numbers, raw numbers coming in. We can project that the president will carry Virginia. This had been expected, 13 electoral votes. Also, we can project the president will carry South Carolina and its 8 electoral votes. Once again, this had been expected. South Carolina had closed earlier. Real numbers coming in, raw numbers together with all of our analysis, exit poll numbers, both of these states going for the president of the United States. We have an important projection to make right now. Let's go to the projection board. The CNN is now ready to project that North Carolina and its 15 electoral votes will go to President Bush. This had been expected, although it was some had thought it was in contention, but CNN can now project that North Carolina, the home state of John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential nominee, will go to George W. Bush. Important enough for us. In fact, let's take a look at the map right now where it stands with North Carolina going to George W. Bush, at least our projection. Right now, at this point, 102 electoral votes for George W. Bush, 77 for John Kerry, 270 needed. Just to remind our viewers, the blue states are Kerry states, the red states are Bush states. This state is Maine. We see a little purple there, 4 electoral votes. We can only project that 3 of those electoral votes will be going to John Kerry. 1, still, we don't have enough information to know where that 4th electoral vote will be going. North Carolina, I guess it's not much of a surprise, but the Democrats had hope that maybe they could cause a surprise there. This can project right now exactly 9 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can make some projections for the president. He will carry his home state of Texas, 34 electoral votes. The president projected to win also in North Dakota, Kansas, South Dakota, Wyoming, the home state of the Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, as well as Nebraska. Those states we can project, at least as far as Nebraska, by the way, a split right there. We can project that he will get 4 out of the 5 electoral votes because Nebraska can split its 5 electoral votes. He'll get at least 4. He may get 5, but right now we can project a split for the president in North Carolina, at least 4 of those 5, in Nebraska, 4 of those 5 electoral votes. Speaking of splits, by the way, there's been a very interesting amendment, a ballot initiative in Colorado to split the 9 electoral votes according to the population. CNN can now project that Amendment 36 will go down, will fail, that will not be passed. All 9 electoral votes in Colorado will go to the winner of that state. There won't be any opportunity to go 5-4, as some Democrats had thought, because they thought that that the Republicans would carry Colorado. Let's take a look at how John Kerry is doing at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock right now. We project 31 electoral votes in New York State. As expected, will go to John Kerry. 4 electoral votes in Rhode Island, in New England, his home area, will go to John Kerry as well. Those are the projections we can make right now. Let's tally where this race stands right now for the president, the electoral votes, the race for the White House right now. We could project that, here it is right here, 155 electoral votes for the president so far, 112 for John Kerry, 270 needed. Jeff, why don't you go over there and show some of those blue states, some of those red states, and there's a purple up in Maine that similar to the purple in Nebraska.
Because we don't know whether or not John Kerry in Maine or George W. Bush, Nebraska, will get all the votes. Once again, Wolf, in all of these calls, no state different from it was in 2000. But the polls that we're not calling yet, that have just closed, this is where the Bush campaign is resting a lot of its hopes should Florida or Ohio not go its way. In Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota, and later on when Iowa closes, all 4 states that Al Gore narrowly carried in 2000, all 4 states that were seen as competitive by the Bush campaign, if they lose Ohio or Florida and Pennsylvania stays for Kerry, this is where the Bush campaign's hopes for a recovery from those losses, if they were to happen, lie.
Interestingly, we can't project the winner in several of those key battleground states. The white states are states that we cannot yet project the winner in because we simply don't have enough information. The upper Midwest, those states are going to be critical, presumably, this time. We have a projection to make right now, so turn around and we can find out what we're going to project together with our viewers right now. Look at this. Louisiana going for George W. Bush with its 9 electoral votes. I don't think any of us could be overly surprised, Jeff, about that.
That's right. This is underwhelming news. This is a state that even Lyndon Johnson couldn't carry in 1964.
Louisiana going for Bush. Let's be able to tell our viewers where the Electoral College stands now with these 9 electoral votes going for George W. Bush. We'll get that ready, put it up on the screen, have an updated tally for our viewers. I believe we have that right now. Bush with 164 electoral votes, Kerry with 112, 270 needed to be elected president. Once again, to remind our viewers, the red states are Bush states, the blue states are Kerry states, and as a result, the white states are states that have closed, but we don't have enough information to project a winner.
And what we do know, and you'll be hearing this until something changes, not a single state has changed from where it was in 2000. All the red states were red states in 2000. All the blue states were blue in 2000.
All right, we have another projection to make right now, and let's put it up in this board over here. CNN can now project Mississippi going for George W. Bush with its 6 electoral votes. Once again, this is not a surprise.
That's putting it mildly.
I think the only thing that's surprising is that it's taken us this long to be able to make that projection.
Jimmy Carter actually won the White House by carrying Mississippi narrowly in 1976. That's been about it for the Democrats since about Harry Truman. Now, he didn't even carry Mississippi.
With that, Mississippi going to George W. Bush, the president is now at 170 electoral votes, 100 shy of the 270 needed to be elected president. John Kerry with 112 electoral votes right now. We'll continue to watch this situation. We're ready to make another projection. Nebraska, earlier we had said 4 of its 5 electoral votes would go for the president. Now we can project that all 5 of Nebraska's electoral votes will go for the president with 7% of the vote in. He has 62% of the vote, 37% for Kerry, 1% for Ralph Nader. Nebraska, like Maine, one of those states that can split its electoral vote. Find out 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and we can project as expected. No great surprise. Utah and its 5 electoral votes going for the president of the United States. This has been widely expected. Doesn't look like we can make any other projections right now. Nevada and Montana and Iowa, we don't have enough information yet to make a projection, but let's move on and get a sense of where this stands right now. Jeff Greenfield, come on up here. We're going to tell our viewers what we know, what we don't know as this dramatic night continues. Let's see if we have a new updated tally in the race for the White House and make a CNN projection now. CNN can now project at 10:12 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can project the state of Arkansas will be carried by George W. Bush and its 6 electoral votes. Democrats in the last few weeks, last few days especially, thought they had a slight chance to go there. George W. Bush carrying Arkansas. As we know, the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton, had gone to Little Rock only this past Sunday to make a last-minute push. George W. Bush, we project, will carry Arkansas, giving him an additional 6 electoral votes. So at this moment, we now have this tally, 182 electoral votes for the president, 112 for John Kerry, 270 needed to win. The blue states for Kerry, the red states for Bush. Those white states that you see are states that have closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project who will win those states. Jeff Greenfield, Arkansas, I guess we shouldn't really be surprised by this at all.
No, I think the notion that a former president of the United States, who after all has moved to New York and whose wife now represents New York in the Senate, is going to hold the emotions of Arkansans in his hand may have been a little overstated. I think it was one of those long shots, one of those very long shots, and it didn't pay off like most long shots.
We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project at 10:14 p.m. on the East Coast, Missouri and its 11 electoral votes will be won by the President of the United States, George W. Bush. Missouri had been in place. Supposedly, the Democrats sort of gave up on Missouri a few weeks ago. They came back and thought that maybe they had a shot, but right now, Missouri and its 11 electoral votes will go for the President. Here's the new tally that we have in the race for the White House. Right now, the President has, according to our projections, 193 electoral votes. John Kerry with 112. But remember, this is the number, 270, not 269, but 270, that you need to be elected President of the United States. Missouri, not a great surprise. It's a state that went to the Republicans 4 years ago as well.
Okay.
All right, we can now project a major win for John Kerry. Pennsylvania, CNN can now project, CNN is projecting Pennsylvania will go for John Kerry right now with 63% of the vote, in 57% for Kerry, 43% for Bush. This is a state that Al Gore carried the last time, but it's still a huge win for John Kerry.
This is the first real disappointment for either campaign. George W. Bush made, I believe since last March, 41 visits to the state of Pennsylvania. The only state he visited more was Texas, where he happens to live. They thought these 21 electoral votes, if they could pick them up with the votes of socially conservative, gun-owning, pro-life Democrats, a lot of them in Pennsylvania, this could insulate them against the loss of Ohio or Florida. It has not happened. And if I may be corny, the tension mounts.
The tension mounts. Let's recap the race for the White House. Right now, with 193 electoral votes for Bush, 133, we've added Pennsylvania to that category for Kerry. 270, though, needed to be elected to the White House. So it's still a contest. Everyone had been assuming that Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, whoever got 2 out of those 3 would be in good shape. We now know that John Kerry, at least according to our projection, will carry Pennsylvania.
Let me be the first to point out that the last time the United States had 2 razor-thin close elections was 1884 and 1888. It looks like we're back there again with a slightly advanced technology.
All right, on the East Coast, CNN can now project California, and its 55 electoral votes, as expected, will go to John Kerry. A big win in California, fully expected. Those 55 electoral votes, the largest prize out there. We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project for the President in Idaho, 4 electoral votes. Once again, as expected, Idaho will go for President Bush. Let's take a look and see where it stands right now with the Electoral College, the all-important Electoral College, the President of the United States with 197 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected President. The blue states, Kerry; the red states, Bush. The white states, they're closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project winners. There's only one state left, and that would be Alaska. In 2 hours, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, Alaska will close, and we'll be able to project what's going on in Alaska. But we are ready to project here at CNN another state for the President of the United States, Arizona. We can now project will go for the President with those 10 electoral votes. Another win for the President in Arizona. Let's get CNN is now ready to make another projection. CNN can now project that the President of the United States will carry the state of Florida and its 27 electoral votes. CNN projecting another win for the President in Florida. Those 27 electoral votes. Karen Hughes, looking mighty good to you, I'm sure, right now.
That brings a big smile to my face, and I know Wolf and Larry, we talked several times during those excruciating 36 days last time. It's nice to know we won't be going through that again, that Florida is now in the President Bush column.
And with the race for the White House, with Florida, our projection now going for the President has 234 electoral votes. John Kerry has 188 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected President of the United States. CNN is ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project that Colorado and its 9 electoral votes will be won by President Bush. Colorado, as expected, we had thought earlier on there could be some sort of contest there, but Colorado, we project, will go for President Bush, adding another 9 electoral votes for the president. We could make another projection at this moment now, 12:26 on the East Coast. CNN can project, in addition to Colorado, that Montana and its 3 electoral votes will go for the president. 3 more electoral votes for the president. That brings the race for the White House right now at this tally. The president with 237 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270. The magic number. The blue states, as you see, are for Kerry. The red states are for Bush. Another 2 states going for John Kerry, for going for President Bush. And because we're ready to make another projection, let me walk over to the CNN projection screen over here. We're ready to project that John Kerry will carry the state of Oregon and its 7 electoral votes. A win for John Kerry in the Pacific Northwest. That would be Oregon, 7 electoral votes, a state that went for Al Gore the last time. It remains in the Democratic column. This time we'll tally up the new Electoral College numbers and include Oregon now projected a win for Oregon. I interrupted Stu Rothenberg, and Bill Hemmer is going to be ready to make a projection right now, and CNN can project that Alaska, as widely expected, will stay in the Republican column and will stay with President Bush. Those 3 electoral votes for President Bush, that would show the tally, and I think this is the updated tally, with those 3 votes going for George W. Bush. The race for the White House, with Alaska turning blue, this should turn blue any second now. 249, it says 246, but that would be 249 for the president, 195 for Kerry, 270 needed to win, 249 for Bush. Walk over to the race for the White House, our Electoral College map, and go right up here to Maine. 4 electoral votes. CNN cannot project that John Kerry will capture all 4 of those electoral votes. Earlier we had projected he would capture 3 of them. One of the districts was unclear. That district now, CNN can project, will go to John Kerry. That brings the total now to President Bush, 249. 270 needed, 196 for John Kerry. Maine, all 4 going. These white states, New Hampshire, Ohio over here, obviously the very important state, Michigan, these upper Midwestern states still so critical. You know, we think about that 1 electoral vote, Jeff Greenfield, in Maine. It could have been very powerful. He has to breathe a little bit easier, John Kerry, right now, even if he loses Ohio.
If he loses Ohio and wins everything else, including Hawaii, we have that tie we talked about at 269 and 269. The election goes into the House of Representatives. Guess who the House of Representatives votes for president?
Because CNN can now project, after all of these hours, that John Kerry will carry the state of New Hampshire. This is a state that narrowly went for George W. Bush 4 years ago. 4 electoral votes. It's a win for John Kerry. New Hampshire, one of those states that has now flipped, gone from the Republican candidate, Jeff, to the Democratic candidate. I believe that's the first state so far tonight that has switched sides. Make another projection now. CNN is ready to make a projection. CNN can now project Washington State in the Pacific Northwest. Washington State will be won by John Kerry, and it's 11 electoral votes. John Kerry capturing Washington State. This is a state that went for Al Gore 4 years ago. Kerry retains it. Let's see what we can do now. Let's move over to the race for the White House. This is an updated tally. With 270 needed to be elected president of the United States, the president has 249. John Kerry has 211. And we're still going to continue to watch what's going on here on this very, very long night. Ohio. We've never done this before, but this is the first time we're going to do it. Look at this. Ohio, CNN is now projecting, is a green state. Too close to call. A green state. That's because with 93% of the precincts reporting, Bush has 2.595 million votes. Kerry has 2.491 million votes. About 100,000 vote spread, 93% of the vote in. We've got a lot of information based on exit polls, based on real numbers, based on surveys. We are now projecting, and this is a real projection, that Ohio is too close to call. It's a green state, Jeff Greenfield. Before we talk to Jeff Greenfield, let's take a look at the race for the White House as it stands right now. 249 for Bush electoral votes, 211 for Kerry, 270 needed. And you know what? We've never seen this before. A green state, the Buckeye state, Ohio, that's something we didn't necessarily anticipate, although we had it in our color scheme.
Yeah, I think in 2000 it was yellow, but I think, I guess what they'll say in Ohio is it's not easy being green.
We've got another projection to make, and I'm going to walk up to our projection screen at this moment. And what time is it? It's 2:30 on the East Coast, 2:30 a.m. CNN is projecting that Michigan and 17 electoral votes will go to John Kerry. Michigan will go to John Kerry. Michigan went to Al Gore 4 years ago. It stays in the Democratic column. Look how close this race is right now. Bush with 249 electoral votes, we've projected. Kerry with 228. Michigan, the last blue state that we've been able to project. Michigan going for John Kerry. This green state is too close to call. Ohio, we have not been able to project Ohio. It's too close to call. But Michigan, I guess the Democrats were expecting that, but they could breathe a little bit easier. We have another projection that we're going to make right now. CNN can now project that John Kerry will carry Minnesota at its 10 electoral votes. A big win in Minnesota. This is a state that's been very close. It was carried by the Democrats 4 years ago. It stays in the Democratic column. And let's update our viewers right now on the race for the White House. Minnesota going for Kerry. Bush with 249. Kerry with 238. 270 needed to win. Minnesota, a blue state, and remember this green state is Ohio. We're still waiting to see Wisconsin. We're still waiting to see Iowa, but we're not going to see Iowa anytime soon, at least not till tomorrow. The Secretary of State saying they've got some malfunctions in the machinery. There's fatigue, and we'll see what happens. We've got potentially still a long night to go here, guys. But Minnesota and Michigan, both states that the Republicans wanted badly, but the Democrats, according to our projection, are going to be able to keep.
Do we have a long night if two of the remaining 4 or 5 states come in for Kerry and 2 come in from Bush? The night is over.
No.
Well, you're not going to get Ohio and Iowa.
If Wisconsin stays the way it is and goes for Kerry, you're now at 249, 248.
Right.
And putting Ohio aside.
And Iowa aside.
Nobody gets it.
That's what I said. I said the night's over.
We have another projection to make right now, and CNN can now project another state carried by John Kerry, Hawaii, and its 4 electoral votes. In the United States visited only last Sunday in a desperate bid to see if they could grab that state from the Democrats. Hawaii, a state that went to Al Gore 4 years ago, remaining in the Democratic column. Hawaii goes to John Kerry, according to our CNN projection. We're getting a lot of projections in the last few minutes. 3 states all going for John Kerry, Minnesota, Hawaii, and what was the third state already? Michigan, which...
4 left.
Yeah, that's right. Not that many states left to go. And if we take a look at the race for the White House, with Hawaii now blue, Bush at 249, Kerry at 242, remember 270, we always remind our viewers, needed for this race.
So no one can win tonight. Only 3 states left, and that's Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Nevada. And they can't total enough to give anyone a win.
But right back to you, but CNN's ready to make a projection right now. CNN is projecting that Nevada will go for President Bush and its 5 electoral votes. Nevada, we can finally project, will be a Bush state as it was 4 years ago. Dan Lothian, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you understand, you're in the news business, why we do that here. CNN is now ready to make a projection in New Mexico, and the projection would be, based on all the information we have, that New Mexico is simply too close to call. This is now going to be a green state, like another state like Ohio is, and we're going to make sure that our viewers understand we've got a lot of information. 99% of the precincts in New Mexico have now reported their results. Bush with 50% of the vote in, 333,525. Kerry with 49%, 322,571. Ralph Nader with 3,555 votes. We're projecting, at least for now, that based on all the information we have, we can't project a winner in New Mexico, and as a result, New Mexico too close to call. Here's the numbers that we have in the Electoral College projections. We project Bush will have 254 as of now, 242 for Kerry, 270 needed. Ohio, a green state, too close to call. New Mexico, a green state, too close to call. CNN is now ready to make another projection at this late hour in the morning. CNN is now ready to project John Kerry, the winner of 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin, one of the few states still outstanding. John Kerry taking a state that Al Gore won 4 years ago, 10 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the board right now, the race for the White House, the electoral vote, as we have it based on our projections. Bush with 254 electoral votes. Kerry with 252 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected. That green dot you see on that map, that's Ohio. We simply are saying it's too close to call right now. We can't make a projection. Iowa, the Secretary of State in Iowa says they're not going to be able to resume counting ballots until tomorrow. We haven't been able to make a projection in Iowa. And New Mexico, the Secretary of State, they're saying they're going to hold off and continue counting ballots tomorrow as well. So that's what you have, 254, 252 in the Electoral College. Carol Costello.
7 o'clock Eastern time, and we have the first important news of the night. Some poll closings around the country, and we can project now that Kentucky is going to be won by John McCain. 10% in, but the NBC News projected winner is Senator John McCain out of Kentucky, Republican stronghold.
No surprise on those 8 electoral votes. No on these 3 from Vermont. NBC News projecting at this hour that Senator Barack Obama will win in Vermont. The polls suggested all that all the way along there.
And we looked at the electoral map here. 270 needed to win. It is McCain with an early lead of 8 electoral votes to Obama's 3 key.
Now, of those we cannot call at this hour, the big hitter of 7 o'clock Eastern time, Indiana, is too close to call. Remember our various categorizations. The other one is too early. That one is too close. Vitally important. The first toss-up, the first real step in the Republican dream of threading the needle here, and it is too close to call in Indiana.
The big story we'll continue to talk about in Georgia. It is too early to call. 0% in on the precincts. Too early to call in Georgia, also a state where Obama would like to make some gains.
Too early to call in Virginia, which is an Obama lead. It went to Bush, of course, by 9% in 2004. The polls have been recently stretching out for Mr. Obama. It is still a lean, and it is too early to call based on the polls closing moments ago.
In South Carolina, same condition, too early to call. In the race in South Carolina, also a Republican stronghold. We will still watch the African-American turnout there, however, throughout the night. Chris, the big headline out of that initial bit of news.
Well, I've been telling people for days, so I'll be consistent tonight, that you look at Indiana, a state that was born Republican. It's a Republican state, as Republican as, say, Vermont. It's Ben and Jerry's country. I mean, that's a liberal state, even a very liberal state. Hoosier country, the fact that it's too close to call, and I think we have to distinguish here in our calls. Too early to call, that's one thing. But when you say too close to call, that means we've got a lot of information, and it's going to end up close. And that means tonight, as we leave here at 3 in the morning, Indiana will be a close call. And if that's a close call, that's very telling and very helpful if you're rooting for Barack Obama tonight. Because if the Republicans have to fight to hold Hoosier country, that means they're probably going to lose Ohio, probably going to lose Pennsylvania, and you can sort of figure it out from there if you've been observing this all along.
We are back with poll closings now at 7:30 in the East. We are going to begin with North Carolina. It is too close to call. No, nothing in percentage-wise. Barack Obama at 50%, McCain at 49%. Too close to North Carolina.
The largest of the toss-up states for tonight, Ohio, is too early to call it and its 20 electoral votes. It's not surprising that it's too early to call. One poll a couple of days ago, Obama by 2. Another the day before had McCain by 2. Too early to call in Ohio.
In the decider in 2004, West Virginia is too early to call at this point. Just not enough information in the Republican state of West Virginia.
And to review the earlier closings at the top of the hour, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Indiana remains too close to call. In an extraordinary series of developments, we've gotten some insight into individual counties, and clearly this is as close as that actual factual vote count would suggest. Indiana too close to call.
And Georgia is too early to call in Georgia there. McCain 72% there, but simply too early to call in Georgia.
We heard the former governor of Virginia, Douglas Wilder, now mayor of Richmond, be optimistic about Virginia, but that remains on our board as too early to call. Bush, of course, took that state by 9 percentage points in 2004. The polls were about plus for Obama in the last week. Too early to call in Virginia.
The same case in South Carolina, too early to call as well. Gene Robinson's home state. Don't have a lot to work on there.
So the national map to this point, we've already fulfilled expectations in that toss, lean, likely map that had going in here, according to NBC News projections, 286 Obama, 157 McCain, 95 up for grabs. So right now it's 8-3 with Kentucky for McCain and 3 for Obama in Vermont. So it's 8-3 is your
So we've got
partial score.
Bluegrass beating Ben and Jerry's so far.
Well, you got a lot of gray on that map, which means that voters have got a lot of work to do yet.
We know it's not going to be unanimous.
So let's go to what little we have to work with, which is that discrepancy between, that dichotomy between too close and too early.
We have a result out of South Carolina now. John McCain, the projected winner of South Carolina, and it's 8 electoral votes. Not a big surprise here, but let's look at the map now. All told, 16 electoral votes now for Senator McCain to Obama's 3, as he has picked up Kentucky and South Carolina.
A note out of Indiana we should drop in while we have a chance here. The Associated Press poll, exit polling there, with the polls having closed, we've decided that one's yet to be called. But AP found that 1/3 of those who voted for the Republican governor, Mitch Daniels, say they also voted for Senator Obama for president. So ticket splitting of near biblical proportions in Indiana, going back to Chris's point about the state that was born red, if you will, or certainly born Republican.
At 8 o'clock Eastern Time, we have some important results for you to report. Pennsylvania has gone to Obama. He is the projected winner, 21 electoral votes. The streak is alive. No Republicans won there in now 24 years, and this cuts off an important path for Senator McCain.
It indicates the last few weeks were a waste. We'll talk about that in a moment. Illinois, no surprise for Obama in a probably large victory. He was leading by well over 20% in the polls. Illinois, Obama.
New Jersey to Obama, 15 electoral votes.
No surprise in Massachusetts, which has been leaning all the way for Obama and is now his and its 12 electoral votes by NBC News projections. Massachusetts to Obama.
McCain on the board again in Tennessee, the projected winner with 11 electoral votes.
Maryland, another likely state going in and providing 10 electoral votes for Barack Obama, as projected tonight by NBC News as the polls close there right now.
And in Oklahoma, another victory for McCain, according to the projections, 7 electoral votes for McCain.
Nothing in terms of margins on any of these yet, but Connecticut going solidly, we're understanding, for Barack Obama. Our NBC News projection there that Connecticut's 7 votes will go into the Democrats' camp.
And this, New Hampshire goes to Obama. He is the projected winner of 4 electoral votes. This is the state that had a love affair with John McCain, but it stays in the Democratic column tonight.
And as New Hampshire goes, so goes Maine this time around, at least as the polls close in that state at 8 o'clock. It's 4 votes we project go to Barack Obama for the presidency of the United States.
And Delaware as well for Senator Obama tonight, the home state, of course, of his running mate Joe Biden. 3 electoral votes for Obama.
And it merits mention, it was no surprise. In the polls, it was Obama 82, McCain 13, D.C. Obama the projected winner in the District of Columbia.
And so here we are. This is a look at the national vote. You see it's Obama with the lead, 103 electoral votes. McCain now with 34. He needs 270 to win. Pennsylvania, 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 Chris Matthews.
I thought it might happen tonight, and I have to say right now that the McCain campaign strategy for victory has crashed.
At 8:30 Eastern Time, we have poll closings in Arkansas, and this is what we can tell you, that it is too early to call in Arkansas. 6 electoral votes at stake, and simply too early at this stage.
And what this means in terms of the national map is that all that has been called for, with one exception, has been solid Obamas or solid McCain. 4 solid McCain states, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 solid Obama states, plus Pennsylvania, which was an Obama lead and which was called as the polls closed. Virginia, too close to call still. Right. But again, there has not been. That's just changed from too early to too close to call, something the Republicans obviously were hoping for, and one of their paths to conceivable triumph for McCain. But again, of what has been called so far, everything was in the likely category except for one Obama lean. So the rest of the leans and all the toss-ups are still up in the air.
Well, one of the things I have a question about, Chris, when it comes to Virginia is how the vote flow goes. What we're expecting to see. Maybe we'll talk to Chuck in a little while to talk about what we're expecting here now that it's too close.
Well, you know, Virginia is changing a lot. It's like Massachusetts. It's changing a lot.
We have news here. We can call Alabama now. Alabama is for John McCain. He is the projected winner of the 9 electoral votes in Alabama, protecting another red state in the Deep South.
So then again, that's increasing what we were referring to earlier. Everything that has been called, with the exception of Pennsylvania, was solidly already expected in that pre-electoral map from Chuck Todd and company that patterned out to 286 Obama in the Electoral College, 157 McCain, 95 up for grabs. The toss-up states are all still toss-ups. Many of them are still voting at this hour, and all the leans, except Pennsylvania, on both sides are still not yet called. Here is the popular vote. We're seeing this now for the first time. We're into nearly 7 million votes per, and Senator Obama with a mathematical lead of about 58,000 votes at this point.
Can we just go back, Chris, to the issue of Virginia? It's now too close to call from too early to call. What do we watch for here in the balance of the night?
Well, it's geography. Everyone knows there's a northern Virginia, which is around the D.C. area. It's a highly educated, actually better off economically in many ways than the rest of the state. You find people that don't have southern accents, to put it lightly. You can often see the lawn sign difference when you go to Virginia. As further you get away from Washington, the signs turn from blue to red, and they just do. Ollie North did very well in the outskirts of Virginia. But that said, there's kind of a synthesis going on down there. Well, notice tonight that early tonight we announced very early on the victory of Mark Warner. Mark Warner ran, as he put it in his TV ads, in the tradition of John Warner. He said, I'm going to be like John Warner. Jim Webb, the other senator from the state, very conservative in terms of being a military man.
Former Reagan cabinet member.
Right. So what you're seeing is not so much a move, from a conservative state to a liberal state, is a mild movement toward the other direction, something more moderate. It's not that dramatic, but I think Virginia is definitely a state in transition.
We also are getting some reports from Zhang Yang in Richmond tonight that the estimates for turnout in Virginia are at 80%. If that holds up, that's a very significant
just think about
figure.
It was the capital of the Confederacy. And there's a good chance tonight, or at least a 50-50 chance based on our calculations, that they will vote for an African American for president. I mean, the historic nature of this. You know, when you drive through Alexandria, as we all have, you've still got Jefferson Davis Highway. You've got the battle, you've got the monument to the Confederacy, the Confederate soldier there on the main street there on King Street. It's a city that's imbued with the South, and to have a black guy elected as president of that state is big news.
We have more news. Georgia, we can project now and call for Senator McCain. In Georgia, the projected winner, Senator McCain, 15 electoral votes. Again, a red state, not a surprise, but we did have conversations in the days leading up to Election Day Keith, about the potential for African-American turnout, certainly organization for the Obama campaign in Georgia.
And again, now we can start amending that list. That's the second non-likely, non-solid to go. It was only McCain lead going into our last estimates of the Electoral College, and so that's the first one. Took a little bit longer, but it went as expected into the McCain campaign coffers, and there are 15 more electoral votes for the GOP.
Nine o'clock now on the East Coast. More poll closings, more results to tell you about. We will begin with a projection for John McCain. He is the winner. That's our projection in Kansas. 6 electoral votes. A solidly red state stays in the Republican column. And New York tonight, predictably for Senator Obama, getting 31 electoral votes, according to our projections.
Another one from the likely pile. Michigan goes as expected to Senator Obama, and the votes that didn't count in the primary seem a long way to go. 17 electoral votes for Obama in Michigan.
And in Minnesota, it goes to Obama. The Republicans had their convention there, thought they could contest it. Not the case. 10 electoral votes for Obama.
Wisconsin is just closed and is, as expected, in the Obama camp with 10 more electoral votes in Wisconsin for Senator Obama.
Rhode Island, also to Obama, 4 electoral votes.
Our first toss-up to go. It is not a huge toss-up, not a huge gain, but it is the first toss-up to be decided. And NBC News and MSNBC project that North Dakota will be in the McCain category at the end of the evening. 3 electoral votes for Senator McCain out of North Dakota.
And Wyoming goes to McCain as well. Vice President Cheney had to campaign there earlier this week.
There are a couple of too earlys and too closes still to review, but let's look what's on the board right now. At Obama 175, McCain 70. No deviations from the expected map as yet between the likelies. 1 lean each. Obama got Pennsylvania. McCain got Georgia. The first toss-up that we know of, North Dakota projected for McCain.
Let's tell you about the close calls and the early calls. How about this? In Arizona, it is too close to call. John McCain's home state, the polls were tightening there, too close at this juncture.
And Texas, with its gigantic supply of votes in the Electoral College, is too early to call. 34 votes, a 9% or rather 11% McCain lead in the latest poll out of Texas.
In Colorado, this is too early to call, but Senator Obama has a lead, vying for 9 electoral votes. This is a big battleground here. Obama wants it in his column tonight.
Again, Louisiana, another huge lead in the polls for McCain going in here, and yet this is considered too early to call, polls having just closed in Louisiana.
Another state from 2004 that Obama would like to flip is New Mexico. 5 electoral votes, too early to call at this stage.
Nebraska is too early to call. This obviously also in the McCain lean category. Polls having just closed in Nebraska, too early to call.
South Dakota also too early to call at this stage. 3 electoral votes up for grabs there.
And let's review some of the earlier closings. Florida still called, too close to call. You see the percentages now. 45% of the vote in. Obama with a 5 percentage point lead in Florida, but too close to call in Florida.
And in North Carolina, 31% in at this stage. Also too close to call. You look at the vote spread there, Obama leading, but not by much.
An Obama lead of a lean of considerable import, not a lead of any margin. Well over the 50% mark, and Senator McCain leading numerically by about 65,000 points. Virginia too close to call.
So waiting for Northern Virginia there. In Missouri, also too close to call. Just 2% in right now. Slight edge for Senator McCain. We'll be watching this one closely.
Indiana now nearly 58% of the vote in, and Senator McCain ahead, but this one still considered too close to call at a margin of under 50,000 votes.
And in Ohio tonight, still too early to call, just 5% in at this stage, and not much in the raw vote there to look at either, but Barack Obama at 59% to McCain's 40%.
The gist of this being that of those toss-up states where we've already established from all reliable predictions that Senator McCain has to go 8-0, right. He's gone 1-0 with 7 undecideds. Right. You can take that as it's an umbrella for each side contained in that little statistic.
It's a good time to order the pizza because this is going to go for a couple of hours now. We're not going to be able to call this presidential election until well after 11, it looks like. It really looks like if you look at all the contested states, they're still contested, with the exception, as Keith pointed out, that one state state did the blue state, or rather the blue state did stay blue, Pennsylvania. The rest, and they're exciting states. Ohio is always fascinating to watch. Indiana's become fascinating. Florida, of course, always is troubling. We don't know what's happening there. North Carolina remains up in the air, which is a very powerful statement as to how well perhaps Barack Obama is doing tonight. If he were to carry Virginia and North Carolina out of the Confederacy, that would be extraordinary.
Chuck, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
We've got some news. Arkansas has gone for McCain.
Not a big surprise there, David. But the fact that it took a little while to call, probably one that folks thought at some point might shrink. This was a state Clinton carried twice.
All right, that's Arkansas. Continue what you were saying, though.
Going back to Virginia.
Sir, we have some news. We have very important news. Ohio is gone for Obama. Senator Obama has done what he has not done up till now, and that's flip a red state. Ohio, the deciding state in the 2004 presidential election. Its 20 electoral votes now go to Senator Obama. He is the projected winner in Ohio. And you look at the map, 195 to 76 the electoral votes. Keith, this is the biggie.
Yeah, so this means he could lose Virginia, where obviously the numbers are not to their liking to that point, and not feel very much pain, still be on the plus side by 7 electoral votes. But more importantly, as we've been suggesting, barring some big surprises in several Obama leans and Obama solids, that path to a Republican victory required an 8-0 record in the toss-ups, and it just went 1-1, Chris.
Yeah, he's just won, as he won Pennsylvania, he won the reddest of the blue states. He's now won the bluest of the red states. He's winning the border war, and he's winning in that part of the industrial Northeast where he was expected to have some cultural difficulties in southeastern Ohio and southwestern Pennsylvania. Whatever he had in terms of problems there, they've been overwhelmed by his success in Cleveland, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and perhaps other cities in those 2 states. So he has won 2 powerful states.
It bears underlining, as we all talk about this, no Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio.
Without Ohio, right. And you know, if Obama were to win Florida as well, which he seems, maybe he will, maybe we won't. Obviously, we can't call it.
We don't have Miami-Dade.
We don't have Miami-Dade, though, right. And we have an idea of where those votes. He will have an impressive electoral vote total by what we're now mid-evening, I guess. I mean, we're going to be here for a while until the big states out west come in. But this is very significant. Ohio is huge.
Well, I mean, we should keep in mind, too, that we've said that Colorado and New Mexico are too early to call, not too close to call, as was Ohio. The other states that are too close, Indiana, North Carolina, Florida, Missouri, Virginia, all of those. But if we do hear about Colorado and or New Mexico soon, and we now know about Ohio, the night could start to change very quickly.
Joe Scarborough, can I just get you into this conversation as well? This is an important state, one of the big battlegrounds from the last 2 election cycles, and as we have said, the ability for Obama to take one of these states when he had other paths as well.
No doubt about it. The thread has broken. If somebody wants to tell me where McCain can pick up Ohio's electoral votes, I'd like to know the 20 electoral votes. Maybe he'll win Washington, Oregon, and Hawaii, but I doubt it. Perhaps California. I mean, I'm being facetious. There is, and again, we don't want to call it. There's still people on the West Coast that have to vote, but I just don't see any pathway. You take that combined with the fact that right now Barack Obama's leading in Orange County in Orlando. He's underperforming in Jacksonville. He's getting absolutely McCain's underperforming in Jacksonville. He's underperforming in Southeast. He's underperforming in Southwest Florida. It really does look, unless there's a huge turnaround in Florida, and he's running out of time there. It looks like Florida will also go Barack Obama's way tonight. So this will be a big victory.
We have another one to report. Louisiana, we can report now, is for McCain. That is the NBC News projection, that Louisiana and its 9 electoral votes for Senator John McCain. Chuck Todd, let's bring you into this discussion. Our political director, Ohio.
Boy, that's a big one. I mean, that's suddenly that eliminates the need for Obama to have Colorado, New Mexico, Iowa. that makes up ground. Look at the blue paint. You know, it's almost as if blue paint got spilled, and we're seeing in the Northeast here a little bit, it's starting to eke its way, and we're wondering, is it going to drip southward into Virginia?
We continue on our election night coverage, and we can report to you that New Mexico has now gone for Senator Obama. Another red state from 2004 flipped into the Democratic column. 5 electoral votes. Keith, this was a state that went for President Bush by some 6,000 votes. The margin much tighter back in 2000. Always felt that if it was a Democratic year, the Obama campaign felt that New Mexico would be part of it. They were right.
The ground game from Governor Richardson, obviously in that state, leading that and leading the Democratic surge in that state, extraordinary. This is not the big news of the last half hour. We'll beep that again. Ohio is projected for Barack Obama. This is a roadblock past which there are very few ways to see John McCain tunneling, climbing over, or boring through. Here's the Electoral College map right now based on our NBC News projections. Barack Obama at exactly 285 for Senator McCain, and thus far, the leans have all gone to where they were supposed to go. 3 of them called. The likelies on both sides have all gone to where they were expected to go. The only toss-ups yet decided of the Big 8. North Dakota, McCain 3, Ohio, Obama 20.
And we talk about Florida as well, one of the other big battleground states. This is still too close to call. 27 electoral votes, but we've had some analysis as you look at the vote there. Southern part of the state, Miami-Dade, big Democratic areas yet to come in. There's a lot of reason to worry if you are Senator McCain from people who know the state well, Mike Murphy and others telling us tonight.
You know, you're going to see perhaps the emergence of cabinet material already tonight. Of course, Bill Richardson could fill almost any role in the new government, and Strickland of Ohio, and of course Rendell of Pennsylvania. These are big governors, big wins, essential wins, but big wins. They're going to play a part in this next administration.
It's Virginia now, Lester, for McCain, according to our projection from NBC News. 5 electoral votes, West Virginia, the projected winners. Some discussion about that. Chris?
Yeah, that's the West Virginia and southeastern Ohio and southwestern Pennsylvania are contiguous. That's a very difficult state. We saw that, the Appalachian region, we saw that problem for Barack Obama in the primaries and the caucus contest. It remains a problem, and if he becomes president, he will have a problem in winning that constituency over white working class people, rural people. He's got to win their hearts and minds. He hasn't done it yet tonight.
Let's go back to Lester Holt. Lester?
All right, we told you Democrats picked up in New Mexico.
Let's get in. We want to get into this. Let's just get the call in. For Texas has gone for Senator McCain. NBC News projection there. 34 electoral votes, pretty solidly red, you would expect. Senator McCain has Texas. Gene?
You saw that picture in Grant Park and that cute little girl, and I think at the end of the night we're going to be talking a lot about demographics and diversity. We're going to be talking about African American voters. We're going to be talking about Latino voters. I think from what we've seen in New Mexico, what we think we might be seeing in Florida, and the kind of new face of America, what America looks like today as opposed to what America looked like 40 or 50 years ago. I think the big part of the Republican Party's problem is it looks more like the America of the past than the America of today.
Got to get a break here. Coming up at the top of the hour, the polls close in 4 more states, representing 20 more electoral votes. Some important ones: Iowa, Nevada, Utah, and Montana. We're going to have results and characterizations when we return on MSNBC. Our election night coverage here continues after this. At 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 7 p.m. Pacific time, more closings and an important result. The news from Iowa. It goes to Senator Obama. That's the NBC News projection. 7 electoral votes, a battleground state, a red state in 2004, now for Senator Obama in 2008.
From the list of the 15 likely McCain states, he's added another one, Utah, 5 electoral votes for Senator McCain, projected as the polls close in Utah.
To the electoral vote map at this point, 207 electoral votes now. McCain at 129. There is a feeling, based on some reporting from the McCain headquarters, that the magnitude of this night beginning to settle in for the McCain campaign.
And the two closes and two earlies. Too close to call yet, where the polls have just called in Montana. Too close in Montana, one of our three-point toss-up questions for tonight, one of the 8 that Senator McCain needed to win.
Man, look at this, Nevada, too early to call now, 5 electoral votes, but we can report to you that Obama is leading in Nevada, another Bush state from 2004.
And to recap what we've already closed but have yet to call, Florida is too close to call. The margin is beginning to stretch out a little bit for Senator Obama. As you see, a 3 percentage point lead. Why this is still too close to call? It's a 3 percentage point lead. There are, however, minimal results yet in from the metropolitan Miami area, and other results, other major cities in Florida are projecting nicely for Senator Obama. So that's too close to call, a vital and perhaps decisive one later in the evening. We'll see.
North Carolina also too close to call. Look at the vote totals then. 70% in now. Still very, very tight. You look at the total vote there, 50 to 49%. Obama, you see the numbers. This is still going to be a close one as we watch some of these key counties come in.
And in Virginia, still too close to call, where Senator Obama maintains about an 11,500, 600 vote lead. It's changing, or you see 12,000 now, over Senator McCain, with only 17% uncounted in a very tight race in Virginia, with the northern counties still coming in, particularly Prince William and Loudoun.
In Missouri, still too close to call. The difference, 30,000 votes plus, with 17% of the vote in.
84% of the vote now in Indiana, and again, too close to call. Senator McCain ahead by, now it just switched to 9,000 votes. There's an update on that. It is McCain by about 9,000 votes in Indiana.
This may tell much of the story of this night. Arizona is still too close to call. Of course, it is out west, so we shouldn't be presumptuous here. 0% in, so don't have a lot of data here, but the data that we do have is still too close to call. Polls tightening there toward the end of the race.
Colorado, in which Senator Obama has been ahead in all polling since the Democratic National Convention was held there at the end of August. He's significantly ahead, but with a very low vote total in so far of only 9%. Colorado, too early to call.
And Mississippi still too early to call. 6 electoral votes, 34% of the vote in there. McCain with an advantage at 57% to Obama's 42.
Another one of the McCain likely states, way too early to call at an 8% vote count so far. Nebraska, too early to call.
To South Dakota we go. Still too early in South Dakota. 3 electoral votes there, 35% of the vote in. It is an edge at this stage for John McCain. Just report this as we continue this conversation. Mississippi, we can project now for Senator McCain. No surprise, another likely, strong likelihood for McCain has indeed gone to him, Mississippi. Rachel?
Just also note, to Chris's point, the Associated Press is now reporting that the South Dakota draconian abortion ban has also failed for the 2nd straight time, and about race and leadership in this country.
But it's more than that. It's one thing to come out and say we've changed our minds. It'd be the other thing to suddenly have the leader of the free world represent the rejection of all of the policies that have been officially and then unofficially and then sotto voce part of this country since its founding. Not intentionally, not necessarily with cruelty in our hearts, but just in reality.
Never mind about all that. Not never mind, but I mean, it is a turning of a page.
If you want to answer that, if you want to answer 200 plus years of that, what stronger answer could there be than this?
Yeah.
There's no symbolism required.
No,
here he is.
No, you get this immediately. Just see the picture.
And by the way, as in baseball, if the pitcher on the mound can't get the other side out, you go to the bullpen. And that's what this country's done this time. We've gone to somebody who hasn't been proven yet because the guy who's been on the mound hasn't done it.
It is now 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and Keith, we can report history.
Barack Obama is projected to be the next president of the United States of America. NBC News calling for the Democratic candidate. The states of California, 55 electoral votes. Washington, 11 electoral votes. Oregon, 7 electoral votes. And Hawaii, 4 electoral votes. Listen to the crowd at Grant Park in Chicago.
7 p.m. Eastern in just about 10 seconds. No, sorry, now. It's 7 p.m. Eastern. We've got poll closings in Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, Georgia, and Indiana. In terms of what we can project at this hour, the crucial battleground state of Virginia. NBC News is projecting this race at this point as too close to call. Virginia, obviously, the most hotly watched state that is closing at this hour. In the great state of Indiana, NBC News can project that the winner is Mitt Romney. So obviously also there a closely watched Senate race that we'll be keeping an eye on in Indiana. In the great state of Kentucky, NBC News projects that Mitt Romney is also the winner, state that John McCain won by 16 points. The state did vote twice for Bill Clinton, but tonight, Kentucky goes for Mitt Romney. In Vermont, NBC News can project that the winner is President Obama. Bernie Sanders there is also in a Senate race in Vermont. We'll be checking in on that race in just a moment. In Georgia, right now, it is too early to call, according to NBC News projection. This does not mean that it is necessarily too close to call. It just means that we do not have enough information to characterize the race as being to the advantage of either candidate. Also in South Carolina, it is too early to call because of insufficient information on which to make a projection. South Carolina status is too early to call. At this point, in terms of the electoral vote, it's a teeny tiny total for both sides. Barack Obama with 3 electoral votes, Mitt Romney with 19 electoral votes. That map will fill in over the course of the night as we get closer to the magic number of 270. It is 7:30 on the East Coast, and polls are closing in West Virginia, in North Carolina, and in Ohio. If you are in line to vote in any of those places, you must be let in to vote. In the crucial swing state of Ohio, NBC is characterizing this race as too close to call. Again, Ohio, too close to call at this hour. In the state of North Carolina, which was won by President Obama in 2008, again, NBC is characterizing this race at this point as too close to call. And in the state of West Virginia, there is a projected winner, Mitt Romney, the projected winner in the state of West Virginia. At this point, with the polls that were closed in the 7 o'clock hour, not just closing right now, but that closed at 7 o'clock, we are still characterizing the Virginia presidential race as too close to call. In the state of Georgia, it is too early to call at this point. We do not yet have enough information out of Georgia to project an advantage for either candidate. Same goes for South Carolina. At this point, South Carolina still too early to call. When you add all of this up in terms of the electoral map, President Barack Obama with 3 electoral votes, the state that has been called for him thus far is the state of Vermont. And Mitt Romney with West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana in his column, that puts him well ahead with a very small number of states. Alex,
he is the guy that is really the progressive hero right now.
We do have a call in a state that we had not previously called. NBC News can project that in the state of South Carolina, Mitt Romney is the winner, and that is 9 electoral votes for Mitt Romney. So at this point, that puts Mr. Romney with Indiana, South Carolina, Kentucky, and West Virginia all in his column. At this point, the only state that has been called for President Obama is Vermont. We're still waiting on Ohio, North Carolina, and Virginia. Those are all characterized as too close to call. Georgia's still too early to call at this hour. Tamron Hall has the latest from our exit polling from the state of Ohio. It is 8 p.m. on the East Coast on election night, and that means we have had poll closings in all of these states that you see on your screen right now. Obviously, the main swing states that we are looking at in this batch of poll closings are Pennsylvania, Florida, and New Hampshire. I will give you all the calls that we can make right now. Starting in Pennsylvania, NBC News is characterizing the race in Pennsylvania as too early, but President Obama has a lead. That is the characterization by NBC News in Pennsylvania. In Florida, it is too close to call. Florida obviously critical every year with its 29 electoral votes. In the state of New Hampshire, it is also too close to call. New Hampshire was won by President Obama in 2008. It is a neighboring state to where Mitt Romney is from in Massachusetts. President's home state of Illinois, NBC News projects that President Obama will win Illinois. NBC News also projecting President Obama wins in Massachusetts. In the state of Tennessee, NBC News projects that Mitt Romney is the winner. In the state of Maryland, President Obama projected by NBC News to be the winner. In the state of Alabama, the projected winner is Mitt Romney. In the state of Oklahoma, which gave John McCain his largest margin of victory anywhere in 2008, Mitt Romney is the winner in Oklahoma. In the state of Connecticut, NBC News projects that Barack Obama has won the state of Connecticut. In the state of Mississippi, NBC News projects that that winner is Mitt Romney. In the state of Maine, this is interesting, the state has been, the projected winner of the state of Maine is Barack Obama. There is no specific call at this point on the second congressional district in Maine. Maine and Nebraska are the only two states in the union that divide their electoral votes by congressional district. 3 of the 4 electoral votes in Maine have been awarded essentially to President Obama in the NBC projection, but there is not yet a projection on the second congressional district and its 1 electoral vote in Maine. In the state of Rhode Island, NBC News can project that the winner is President Obama. In the state of Delaware, which is the home state, in the state of, we've got Rhode Island there. Next is Delaware. In the state of Delaware, which is the home state for Vice President Biden, the projected winner is President Obama. In the District of Columbia, which gave President Obama his largest margin of victory in 2008, NBC News projects President Obama as the winner. In the state of New Jersey, this is interesting. This is too early to call, but obviously New Jersey is voting under extenuated circumstances this week because of the devastating impact of Hurricane Sandy on this state. NBC, I have to tell you, may not call New Jersey specifically because of extended voting until Friday in New Jersey, but that is a special case. The state of Missouri is also being described at this point as too early to call. That does not reflect an advantage for either candidate. It just reflects that we do not have enough information to project an advantage in the state of Missouri. Recapping our earlier poll closings and what these and whether or not we can update these projections, we still are characterizing the race in Ohio as too close to call. Also in the state of North Carolina, it is still too close to call. And also in the crucial swing state of Virginia, NBC is still characterizing this race as too close to call. That's your roundup for poll closings as of 8 o'clock. This is the electoral vote and what the electoral map looks like at this point. Again, there have been no major surprises thus far in terms of how these states look based on when you compare it to the polling heading into tonight. But the biggest bellwethers, the biggest swing states tonight are still too close to call. Chris Matthews looking at this map. Pennsylvania, interesting characterization there. Pennsylvania, too early, but Obama has a lead.
Yeah, I think that's good for the Democrats, but you know, I've been hearing all week now about a 4-point to 6-point advantage ultimately that night. But I think it's going to be tighter than that. I think Pennsylvania's going to be tough. I think Casey, we're going to report on that in a moment. You know, these are going to be, they have to win Pennsylvania. Let's face it, this election's over if the Democrats lose Pennsylvania, but they should win it by 4 to 6. We'll see. It looks like it's going to happen.
Too close to call again in Florida, too close to call in New Hampshire, a couple of too early to calls in New Jersey, again, those special circumstances, and in Missouri from previous poll closing times, again, we've still got too close to call in Ohio, North Carolina, and Virginia. So in terms of what we didn't know heading into tonight, we still don't know any of that. I have to interrupt you there for a moment, sir, just because we've just received word that we can make a call in a state we had not previously been able to characterize. Polls have just closed just moments ago in the great state of Arkansas. In Arkansas, the projected winner there is Mitt Romney. Not exactly a great surprise, but we have to let you know about that. You can also make a call in an important and hotly contested Senate race. In the state of Connecticut, NBC News projects that the winner is Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy beating Linda McMahon in the Connecticut Senate race. That I have to say is a surprise. Actually, David Plouffe, I'd love to hear your reaction to that. We've had a win for Florida Senator Bill Nelson in that state, even as the presidential race is too close to call. And in Connecticut, which President Obama won. It is 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and we have just had a giant batch of poll closings. All the states that you see on your screen right now, both on the map and scrolling on the left side of your screen. In terms of projections of the race at this hour, we will start with some hotly contested ones. Michigan, NBC News can project that the winner in Michigan is President Obama. In the state of Wisconsin, it is too early to call in the state of Wisconsin, but President Obama is leading in Wisconsin. In Colorado, it is too close to call at this hour. In Texas, NBC News can project that Mitt Romney is the winner. Texas, 38 electoral votes. In New York, President Obama is the projected winner, 29 electoral votes. In Louisiana, the projected winner is Mitt Romney. In Kansas, the projected winner is Mitt Romney. In New Mexico, the projected winner is President Obama. In Nebraska, Mitt Romney is projected as the winner of the overall state of Nebraska. But Nebraska is the other state besides Maine that awards its electoral votes based on congressional district. And so what this means is that 4 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska are being awarded to Mitt Romney. We are not making a characterization of the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska. So only 4 of the 5 electoral votes are spoken for here in awarding this state to Mitt Romney. He's the projected winner in Nebraska. Moving on to North Dakota. In North Dakota, the projected winner is Mitt Romney. In South Dakota, the projected winner is Mitt Romney. In the great state of Wyoming, no great suspense here, the projected winner is Mitt Romney. In Arizona, the projection from NBC News in Arizona is that it is too early to call, but Mitt Romney is in the lead in Arizona. Again, too early, but Mr. Romney leading. In Minnesota, the characterization of NBC News is that this is also too early to call, but in this case, President Obama is in the lead in Minnesota. Recapping some of our earlier poll closings where we have calls or projections. Pennsylvania, it is too early to call, but NBC News is describing President Obama as being in the lead in Pennsylvania. In the great state of Florida, it is too close to call. In the great state of Ohio, it is also too close to call. Also in North Carolina, it is too close to call. In neighboring Virginia, it is too close to call. In the state of New Hampshire, which neighbors Mitt Romney's home state of Massachusetts, it is too close to call. In the state of New Jersey, which has somewhat unusual circumstances because of the impact of Hurricane Sandy and the extension of voting there and the disruption of voting there, it is too early to call in New Jersey. But again, that should be seen as somewhat of a special case because of the difficult circumstances in that state. One more state that we can characterize as too early to call, that is the great state of Missouri. We also have one additional call for you today, which is of a different character than the rest of these states. There you see the electoral vote as it adds up as we start to fill in these maps. Fill in the map as each candidate is awarded these states, projected winner in each of these states by NBC News.
Say this, one vote matters.
Well, I need to interrupt you actually for a second. You just mentioned New Jersey. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'll only
go for
interrupt you for a call, but we do actually have a call to make in the state of New Jersey. New Jersey is seen as sort of a special case tonight because of the difficulty with Hurricane Sandy, but NBC News is projecting that President Obama has won in New Jersey. We can also make a call also in New Jersey in terms of the Senate race in New Jersey. The Democrat in that race, the Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Menendez, is the projected winner in his Senate race there. Again, we did not exactly know how this was going to work out in New Jersey in terms of whether we'd be able to talk about this state in line with other states tonight, but we now have an NBC News projection both for that Senate race and for the presidency.
Yeah, I think
Chuck,
it does tell you a little bit.
Let me interrupt you here just for a moment. We have a big call to make in a big state. NBC News can now project that the winner in the state of Pennsylvania is President Obama. This had previously been described as Pennsylvania was too early to call, but it was leaning Obama, or that President Obama had a lead there. But now NBC projects the winner in Pennsylvania as President Obama. We're looking at the dynamics between the presidential race and some of these Senate races. And in terms of what just closed in 9 p.m., at 9 p.m., obviously the big swing states that just closed at 9 p.m. that we have an eye on for the presidency are Colorado, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Michigan going to the president. The big story tonight, obviously, the presidency. Still too close to call in Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Colorado. But in terms of the Senate races and the governor's races, those are important not just as standalone results tonight, but also in terms of what they indicate for the continuing national race. I want to run down some of what we know already about governors with you. In the state of North Carolina, Bev Perdue is the Democratic governor in North Carolina. She decided not to run for re-election, and this flips with Pat McCrory. NBC News projecting Pat McCrory, the Republican gubernatorial candidate in North Carolina, as the winner in North Carolina. That means this governorship flips to the Republican Party. In Vermont, the incumbent Democratic governor Peter Shumlin is projected by NBC News to hold on to his seat there. In New Hampshire, NBC News projects that the winner is the Democratic candidate Maggie Hassan. That's a Democratic hold. John Lynch had been the previous Democratic governor of New Hampshire. In Delaware, NBC News projects that the incumbent Democratic governor of Delaware, Jack Markell, is holding on to his seat. In North Dakota, the incumbent Republican governor of North Dakota is projected by NBC News to also hold on to his seat. Now, in Indiana, where Governor Mitch Daniels is outgoing, right now it is too early to call between Republican Mike Pence and the Democrat John Gregg. Again, Indiana, too early to call in that governor's race. In West Virginia, we are also looking at a race that is too early to call. The incumbent Democrat in West Virginia is Earl Ray Tomblin. Too early to call between him and his Republican challenger. Also too early to call in Missouri. The incumbent Democrat Jay Nixon, too early to call against his Republican challenger. We have a state call for you in the presidential race. In the state of Wisconsin, NBC News is projecting President Obama as the winner in the state of Wisconsin. Elizabeth Warren, NBC News is projecting Elizabeth Warren as the new Democratic senator from the great state of Massachusetts. Scott Brown losing his seat to Elizabeth Warren tonight in Massachusetts. Also in Indiana, a seat that the Republicans assuredly would have held on to if Dick Lugar was still their candidate. He was ousted in a Tea Party primary by Richard Murdoch. Richard Murdoch has been defeated tonight by the Democratic candidate in Indiana, Joe Donnelly. For more on the meaning of what's going on here, both in the House and in the Senate, we will go to Chris Hayes in just a moment, but we have another state to call in the presidential race. NBC News can project that in the state of New Hampshire, the winner is President Obama. In the state of New Hampshire, President Obama, again, is the winner. NBC News projection coming in now after New Hampshire polls closed at 8 p.m. Chris Matthews, let me just get your reaction to that.
It's astounding. That's a state that was going to be right on the nail. This one is so close. It's only, a small state with two congressional districts, but everyone thought that might go either way. Let's look at it this way. On Sunday, Governor Romney went up there again. He spent all the time just for those few electoral votes. He thought he'd win there, too. He thought he was going to do well in these states like Pennsylvania. He went to Pittsburgh yesterday. And this is really where he needed to win. I mean, it's not over, obviously, but you're seeing now where he was making his best prospects.
It is 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and we have had poll closings just right now in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. In terms of NBC News characterizations of these states, in Iowa, in the presidential race, NBC News is characterizing this race as too early to call, but President Obama is in the lead in Iowa. In the state of Nevada, it is also being described as too early to call, but again, President Obama in the lead in Nevada. In the state of Utah, Mitt Romney is the projected winner in the state of Utah. NBC News projecting Mr. Romney in Utah. NBC News also projecting Mr. Romney as the winner in the great state of Montana. In terms of other states that we are still waiting for a call on, states that we can give you an indefinite characterization at this point. In Florida, it is too close to call. In all-important Ohio, it is too close to call. In North Carolina, it is too close to call. Also in the great state of Virginia, it is still too close to call at this hour. In Colorado, it is also too close to call. Now, interestingly, in the state of Arizona, it is too early to call, but NBC News is saying that Mitt Romney is in the lead in Arizona. In Minnesota, it is also too early to call, but President Obama is in the lead in Minnesota. In the state of Missouri, it is too early to call. And again, remember, too early is a different type of call than too close. There's no advantage projected there. It's just that there's not enough information to make a characterization of the race yet in Missouri other than the fact that it is too early. This is the overall map right now in terms of the electoral map. As you see, it's an exact electoral vote tie right now, 162 to 162. In terms of I actually have to go to a call right now in a race that we were not previously able to characterize. In the presidential race in Arizona, we had previously described this as too early to call, but with Mitt Romney in the lead, we can now say that Mitt Romney is the projected winner in the state of Arizona.
County going.
Chuck, I have
and look
to
at what the
interrupt you
president's
for a
doing
call.
here.
I'm sorry, just this the only time I'd interrupt you, but we have a call in a state that we have not previously been able to characterize. In Minnesota, NBC News projects that the winner in Minnesota is President Obama. This is a trend. This had previously been described as too early, but with Obama leading, it has now been called for President Obama. You were on Hillsborough County, Florida there before I ripped you away from that discussion.
That's fine.
Go ahead, seat. That was even before Todd Akin made his comments about legitimate rape. We have a call in the Missouri presidential race. We have not previously been able to characterize this race, but in Missouri, NBC News projects that the winner will be Mitt Romney. Looking at that Todd Akin concession speech, Chuck, Chris, you were talking about how he has to give up his House seat in order to run for that Senate seat. You can hold on to your House seat or your Senate seat and run for vice president or president, but he's now not only not going to be in the Senate, he's not going to be in the House.
You know, the great...
It is 11 o'clock on the East Coast. We've got poll closings in California, Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. In terms of the way that we can characterize these races, in California, which is the largest electoral vote prize of all, NBC News projects that President Obama is the winner in California. In the state of Washington, NBC News also projects that President Obama is the winner in the state of Washington. In Hawaii, President Obama's original home state, NBC News projects that President Obama has won in Hawaii. In Idaho, NBC News projects that Mitt Romney has won in the state of Idaho, one of the most conservative states in the nation. And in Oregon, this is interesting. In Oregon, the ruling is, from NBC News at this hour, too early to call President Obama in the lead in Oregon. In terms of understanding what we are waiting on right now, Iowa, or as I like to think of it, the Iowa part of Ohio. Iowa is still too early to call with President Obama in the lead. In Nevada, it is also too early to call with President Obama described as being in the lead. In Florida, it is too close to call. In Ohio, it is also too close to call. In North Carolina, too close to call. In Virginia, it is too close to call. And in Colorado, it is too close to call. That is where things stand at this hour. But again, capping the top of the hour results from polls that just closed, California, Washington, and Hawaii all going for President Obama. Mr. Romney winning in Idaho. Oregon characterized as too early to call with President Obama in the lead. Steve Schmidt, we've been talking a lot about how much we can't talk to the Romney campaign at this point. Things have not been going their way tonight in terms of the way things have unfolded, but they are not out of it. It's possible that they could definitely still win. Locking up that much of the white vote is no longer a way to win. How does that change the balance of what the party offers voters in terms of social issues, in terms of economics?
If you look at California, which just came in, called the moment the polls close in California.
I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. We have an apparent winner in North Carolina. North Carolina, NBC News is projecting Mitt Romney as the apparent winner in this case. That means that not everything is in, but NBC is comfortable enough with what is in to describe him as the apparent winner in this race. North Carolina obviously would be a huge blow to Mitt Romney if he did not win it. Winning it doesn't get him all the way there, but it gets him further along than he was. I'm sorry to have to interrupt you there.
In 1988.
And I will continue to be a senator that works across the aisle in a bipartisan way to find the compromises to solve problems for every Missouri family, not just the families of those that voted for me.
We're going to interrupt Claire McCaskill's actually very good speech right now to make a very important call. NBC News projects that the winner in the state of Iowa is President Obama. 6 electoral votes and a state that was very hard fought this year. Again, NBC News projecting the winner in Iowa right now as President Obama. Let's go back to Claire McCaskill. And the big news right now, of course, though, is what happened in the middle of Claire McCaskill's speech, which is that the state of Iowa was just called for President Obama. Nobody is to 270. Anything could yet happen. But we also have another call to make right now. In the Oregon presidential race, NBC News is projecting that President Obama has also won in Oregon. So in terms of the 11 o'clock poll closings, President Obama won California and Washington and Hawaii and Oregon. Mitt Romney won Idaho. In terms of the bigger news here about Iowa, the reaction that you're seeing here in Chicago is to the Iowa news and to the Oregon news, and we have just learned that in the state of Ohio, NBC News has projected that President Obama has won the state of Ohio. President Obama has been reelected for a second term.
He did it.
With this call in Ohio, it is a done deal. President Barack Obama wins a second term as 44th President of the United States. Let the record show that it is 12 minutes past 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Ohio put him over the top. Chris Matthews.
He didn't need the South. It's so interesting. He may well win all 3 of those states, but he didn't need them. This is a very, and I said this at the beginning of the night, the geography of this election is very powerful. And I've watched some of the ugly stuff in this campaign along the ethnic and racial lines perpetrated by people like Donald Trump and Sununu and the rest of them, and around the edges by the candidate himself, but Mitt Romney talking about welfare and all the rest of it, and what's his name, the former Speaker of the House, whose name eludes me right now, Newt Gingrich talking about food stamps and all that. I have to call it crapola. All that stuff didn't have an effect in the North, apparently. We'll see if it's had an effect in the South, but he's won it without the South.
With Florida still too close to call, with Virginia still too close to call, with Colorado still too close to call, with Nevada still too early to call, President Obama has won re-election tonight. These shots are live footage of his headquarters in Chicago. Ed Schultz?
This is a big night for wage earners in this country. I think the history books will show that President Obama and his team ran a flawless campaign.
Welcome back to MSNBC's live coverage of Election Night 2012. NBC News has projected that President Barack Obama has won re-election. That happened when the state of Ohio was called, thus putting President Obama over the top. I then took one bathroom break the whole night, whereupon Colorado was called. I came back from the bathroom and said that Colorado was still too close to call. Nobody told me while I was in the bathroom Colorado went for President Obama. Thanks, you guys. I really appreciate it. You really took my back.
A lot of the rest of us were in the bathroom, too.
Right.
I think Mr. Matthews and Mr. Schmidt.
We were sneaking Colorado past you. By the way, it was on this very large screen here, by the way. It wasn't being hidden.
There was no label. It's square. I apologize. I made an error when I still described Colorado as too close to call. Colorado, NBC News projects, goes for President Obama. There are a few other things that we want to let you know about that are going on tonight that we have not yet discussed, but a lot of people have been paying attention to them, even if they are not in the state where they're happening. Because
and if you go through all the things he did on the DREAM Act by executive order, these are all good things, but they're actions. They're not good speeches.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
this is the thing for which I will interrupt you, which is a call. Good. In the state of Virginia, NBC News projects that the winner is President Obama. Wow. Also, in the state of Alaska, NBC News will project that the winner is Mitt Romney. Alaska, Mitt Romney, but in Virginia, the winner, President Obama. That was too close to call for the entire night. But Virginia now also going to the president. We still have outstanding races in Nevada and Florida. Those races have not been called in terms of the presidency. I'm stunned by that Virginia result. I mean, I knew that we knew it was close, and I knew that Chuck told us it was sort of coming.
Florida's still possible.
Yeah. This has ended up being a. This ended up. You know who won the election tonight? Nate Silver. With all those people telling him, oh, it's crazy that you're saying it's not going to be this close. It's not going to be close. How crazy? Everybody can see how close it's going to be. It ended up not being close.
Did you see Jim Cramer's predictions? Through the roof. He may well beat those standards tonight.
Yeah, hold that thought for a second. Remember what you're about to say next, because I have to interrupt you, because we have a call. In a state which we could previously not characterize, NBC News projects that in Nevada, President Obama is the winner, adding to his electoral tally, pushing him, I believe, up over 300 electoral votes at this point. This is starting to look like not just a clear night, but a almost shockingly decisive night in terms of the presidential results. We are still waiting to hear, of course, about Florida. Chris Hayes, back to you in terms of what this means for the Senate.
All right, if you haven't heard, the Florida presidential vote is in the books. The state finally finished counting all the votes, and tonight we can tell you that President Obama is declared the winner. Florida election officials say the president carried 50% of the vote to Mitt Romney's 49.1%, a difference of about 74,000 votes. The president had enough electoral votes to win re-election on Tuesday without Florida, but moving Florida into the blue column now increases the president's electoral vote total to 332 compared to Mitt Romney's 206.
Get our first detail on literally within the next 30 seconds.
For your own safety, we hope everyone is seated because, as Rachel said, these are some real closings coming up starting at the top of this next hour. And for that, we're going to swing outside to what we've always affectionately referred to as home ice advantage. It's 7 o'clock in the east, and here are the first projections of election night 2016. In the state of Georgia, we are calling it too close to call. 16 electoral votes. Both parties were fascinated like a hurricane with a last-minute wobble before coming on shore. Both parties want it very badly. In Virginia, ditto, 13 electoral votes. Too early to call, simply not enough vote, though we're told Clinton is in an early lead. Here is the first projection in the Trump column of Decision 2016. That is the state of Indiana, home, obviously, of his running mate Mike Pence, the governor there currently, 11 electoral votes. Indiana, we are projecting, goes to Donald Trump, as does Kentucky. 8 electoral votes there. That's 2 in a row for Donald Trump. We also have the first projected state for Hillary Clinton. And look, of all places, it's Bernie Sanders, Vermont. 3 electoral votes, but the first nonetheless. Our electoral temperature, if you will, all evening long, we're going to be tracking up the side of our building. South Carolina just added too early to call, though Donald Trump in an early lead. Too early to call means we simply don't know enough. And down onto the ice we go. The race to 270. It's 3 for Clinton, 19 for Trump. We don't have much red or much blue quite yet, but in a little while it'll look much different. The rink will. And there you have our first call. Reiterate for our viewers just joining us, we've had our 7 o'clock closings. Here are in gold on the board the 7:30 closings, and 7:30 has arrived. We have the first return will be Ohio, too close to call. Valuable 18 electoral votes. North Carolina, we were just discussing it, too early to call. Simply not enough raw result in. West Virginia, on the other hand, gets added to the Trump pile. 5 electoral votes. Speaking of electoral votes, let's see where they stack up. The night is young. There's our electoral vote thermometer there. Donald Trump in the lead, 24-3. Of course, 270 needed to go up and over. The races we're watching, we just wanted to let you know where they are. State of Georgia, still too close to call. Very early percentage of raw vote in. Commonwealth of Virginia, too early to call. And despite how these numbers might look, our tally has Clinton in the lead, while the state is too early to call. And in South Carolina, too early to call, and our tally has Trump in the lead there. So let's look at the red and blue map, starting to fill in a little bit. though there were very few real results here at 7:30. See not so much a red wall as a kind of Louisiana-shaped squiggle through the middle of the country.
I think the fact that Roy Blunt's been around so long actually worked against
Senator,
him in
forgive
this
me.
race.
I have to interrupt. We have a projection. South Carolina now on the board for Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes there. Let's take a look at the road to 270 in map form as South Carolina takes its place as a red state. This just came in at the end of the senator's last answer there.
Senator, apologize for that. But this tells us the overall electoral numbers at this point. At this point, 4 states called for Donald Trump: Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and West Virginia. 1 state called thus far for Hillary Clinton. We're about to hear from a number of states at 8 o'clock, including Senator McCaskill's home state of Missouri.
We have 16 states in the District of Columbia here as we approach this hour. We have a lot of more projections as we approach this hour. And let's do it. 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's go outside to Rockefeller Plaza. Up the side of the building we go. The state of Florida. We have as too close to call 29 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, too early to call 20 electoral votes. New Hampshire, too early to call 4 highly fought over electoral votes. Illinois goes to the Clinton column. Of course, the home originally of Hillary Clinton. Big state, 20 electoral votes, part of the blue wall, as is New Jersey, the most densely populated state in the union with 14 electoral votes. That goes to Clinton, as does the Bay State, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes. Adding to the Trump bloc in the South is Tennessee. We're projecting that when all the votes are counted, he will receive those 11 electoral votes. Maryland, reliably Democratic Maryland, goes to Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes there. Alabama, 9 electoral votes going to Trump. Oklahoma out in the Midwest will go to Donald Trump, 7 electoral votes. Back up we go to New England, the state of Connecticut, the nutmeg state, 7 electoral votes going to Hillary Clinton. Mississippi, way down south, going to Donald. We have awarded it to Donald Trump. Rhode Island, we keep whipsawing back up north to New England, and part of our story is in this whipsaw, actually. 4 electoral votes from the great state of Rhode Island. Delaware to Hillary Clinton, home state of Joe Biden, going to Hillary Clinton. The District of Columbia, longer talk we could have about taxation without representation there, going to Hillary Clinton. The state of Missouri, we were just hearing from Senator McCaskill. We have this as too early to call, with Clinton leading the... Okay, Trump is leading in Missouri, too early to call, with Trump out front. And in the state of Maine, too early to call, with Clinton in the early lead. Let's go to those other races we are watching so far. 75-66 in the race to 220 in electoral votes. It's early yet. And here is how the map looks. We've just added in some more red, and we've just added in some more blue. But a map maker or a political scientist looking for a trend, looking for regions, looking for who we are as a country, you're starting to see that ink blot test. Here are the races we are still watching. Ohio, too close to call, and this could be a while, given the 16% raw vote in. Georgia, too close to call, another closely watched state in the South. North Carolina, too early to call. Virginia, too early to call at this point, but a lead on Clinton's part. Virginia has moved in our projection from too early to call to too close to call, from simply not having enough raw vote in to the raw vote we have in makes it too close to call. So we will continue to watch this. There's all kinds of internal politics and vote counting in Virginia going in to making a projection there. Here's the 8:30 poll closing, and that would be the state of Arkansas. The state of Arkansas, home to Bill Clinton and for a time Hillary Clinton, goes tonight to Donald Trump, part of the Red Wall. The Republicans are amassing 6 electoral votes. Here's the race to 270 early in the evening. Hillary Clinton 75-72. And let's take a look at the too close to call state of Florida. 29 electoral votes. You see the margin separating 91% of the vote in. Sooner or later here, we're going to see why when the Democrats are talking to us about how confident they are, if they're right or wrong, in plain English. Ohio, too close to call, 31% of the vote in. Georgia, one of the early closing states, too close to call, 16 electoral votes. Let's see here. Pennsylvania, too early to call. North Carolina, we have at too early to call. Missouri, too early to call. Advantage Trump. Trump is in the lead. New Hampshire, too early to call. Those 4 valuable electoral votes. Maine, too early to call. Advantage Clinton thus far. Down onto home ice we go. Let's take a look at how the country looks in red and blue. The expanding red out from the middle Atlantic states. Patches of blue, but they're valuable patches. 9 o'clock Eastern time. Here are the polls closing, all in gold. There's the list to the right. Let's go outside and begin this thing. Here are the states we are watching at 9 Eastern. It's a long list. Get ready. Michigan, too close to call. Arizona, too early to call. 11 electoral votes. Wisconsin, too early to call. Colorado, too early to call. Texas has been awarded to Donald Trump. Texas stays red, as does Kansas. No wobble there. Sportsman Paradise, Louisiana, 8 electoral votes projected to Donald Trump. Nebraska, projected to Donald Trump. The state of New York, reliably blue, and its 29 electoral votes stays with Hillary Clinton. North Dakota, Trump to go with it. South Dakota, Trump. In the Rockies, Wyoming, 3 electoral votes, Trump. Minnesota, too close to call at this hour. New Mexico, and this was fascinating to see the action out there. Too early, Clinton leading. Let's look at our bar graph and look at the only numbers that really matter tonight, and that is the race to 270. And right now, Donald Trump is leading that 137 to 104.
Donald Trump more than halfway there to 270 if he is going to hit 270.
So here's what we're looking at in terms of battlegrounds. Florida, too close. Ohio, too close to call. Georgia, one of the early closes, too close to call. North Carolina, a genuine battleground. I'm sorry, Georgia, too close to call. New Hampshire, too close to call. Virginia, too close to call. Missouri, too early to call. And Maine, too early to call. Clinton ahead.
Interesting. We've only got about 4% of the vote in Missouri and in Maine. That gives you a hint as to why those are too early to call. But the call is not early. It's close in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, Georgia. A lot of uncertainty right now, and Trump really locking up the traditional red states. The Democratic pipe dream that Texas will someday go purple, if not blue, that pipe dream stays in the pipe for another cycle.
There is the red wall.
Look at the contiguity, the contiguousness of the Republican support in the Electoral College, all except for that one South Carolina, all connected.
That is the red wall of the GOP from north to south and almost from east to west. We're waiting for the Western time zones, obviously, of making sure they get heard, and they are being heard tonight. 10 o'clock hour is 5 seconds away. Here we go.
States here. This
in
is be
gold. There they are. Here are the closings this hour. It is 10 p.m. in the state of Iowa. Our call for right now is too close to call. In the state of Nevada, our call for this hour is too close to call. In the state of Utah, and remember, favorite son in the race, three-way, too early to call. Clinton, Trump, McMullen. In the state of Montana, the Big Sky State goes to Donald Trump. So that red band, that red wall continues its trek west with the time zones. Here's the electoral race, 140, 104. Here is the electoral. Here are the too close to call states: Florida of the battlegrounds, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Georgia, Michigan. All of these too close to call. North Carolina, 81% in. Virginia, we've talked a lot about Virginia this last hour.
Look how close.
Minnesota, 12% of the raw vote in. New Hampshire and Maine, too early to call. Here we go. Arizona, 11 electoral votes. Missouri, Trump in the lead, too early to call. Wisconsin, Colorado, and New Mexico. Let's pan down to the ice and bring up the map. Blue and red on Democracy Plaza. Here's your country so far. The states we've been able to call as the time zones head from east to west. You can see the big states we are waiting for.
Utah is such an interesting case study, and not even a case study. Utah is its own case, its own standalone politics and dynamics this year. If Evan McMullen is able to win the state of Utah tonight, and again, our call right now is that Utah is too early to call, and it is a three-way race between Trump, Clinton, and McMullen. If he wins Utah, that would be the first time a third-party candidate or an independent candidate gets electoral votes since George Wallace, right? 1968? I mean, if he can actually win that state, there's obviously Evan McMullen is not going to win the presidency, but if he wins that state in Utah, that'll be its own kind of history. But it is striking to see both Iowa and Nevada at this point as too close to call.
It could also
one quick question, Steve.
Hang on, I got a projection. NBC News is projecting that when all the votes are counted, Donald Trump will be the winner in Missouri. 10 electoral votes. Another piece in the Midwest and another patch of red. The race to 270 looks like this: 150, 109. Let's look at Missouri on the map.
Thank you.
We are back. We have a major call coming out of the vote. We'll try to get it up there, and it is Ohio. Donald Trump, the projected winner in the state of Ohio. 18 electoral votes. A hugely important piece of real estate where that comparison is concerned. 168, 109 in the race to 270. Here's where it looks like, this is where it looks like as a color, filling in the red alongside Indiana to the west of Pennsylvania, down on through West Virginia. Kentucky, Tennessee, and so on.
Ohio and Iowa had been the two traditional swing states that the Clinton campaign felt like were, or the Trump campaign felt like were most within their grasp. Iowa and Ohio consistently have been polling in ways that have been favorable to Donald Trump. Obviously, Ohio is the archetypal battleground, but I think everybody's been feeling like it was leaning toward him. Still, that's got to shake the Clinton confidence even more than these other close races do right now. I do want to point out one thing about North Carolina, which we are watching so intently right now. Again, North Carolina is one of these states that is too close to call, and it has been so for a very long time. Even right now, with 83% of the vote in, it is still too close to call Trump in the lead. But we're Democrat trying to take Harry Reid's seat there.
We have
also too close.
Excuse me. We have a major projection. In the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the projected winner is Hillary Clinton. Casey Hunt?
Campaign breathing a sigh of relief there.
Sure, sigh of relief. And, you know, we were talking earlier, and I had a source talking to me about, and forgive me for using a House race as an example here.
We have another projection. Just as we were going to sneak away to a break, we have another projection, and that is that in the state of Colorado, when all the votes are counted, Hillary Clinton will pick up 9 electoral votes there. As we look at the race to 270, here's the bar chart, 168 to 131. Let's see what this looks like in blue and red. It certainly starts a vertical for the Democrats out west. They have a known vertical in California along the Pacific Ocean. But Chris Matthews, listening to those, our colleagues in the other studio, interesting.
Look, there's no other word for it, that this is a surprise. And that, you know, I've been looking at these maps going back to whenever they started making them, and it's beginning to look like a familiar map. It's beginning to look like a map we've gotten used to. And Colorado is more liberal than most of the West.
Michigan, given its importance tonight. Here are our 11 p.m. poll closings. There they are in gold. We've gone all the way out west, and here we go up the side of the building. In the Golden State, in California, the projected winner is Hillary Clinton. Note the electoral votes, 55. In the state of Washington, Hillary Clinton, the projected winner. In the state of Oregon in the Pacific Northwest, Hillary Clinton, the projected winner. In the state of Hawaii, 4 electoral votes, Hillary Clinton, the projected winner. In Idaho, interesting race, as we've been saying, Donald Trump, the predicted winner, 4 electoral votes. Here is the bar graph to 270. Here is the math. Right now, Hillary Clinton 209 to Donald Trump's 172. More on that as we continue. Here are the states we continue to watch. Too close to call, and these are some big ticket items. Florida, Pennsylvania, Georgia, one of the first states to close tonight. Here we still are. Michigan. North Carolina, 15 electoral votes. Minnesota with 10. Iowa, still too close to call. Nevada, still too close to call. Ditto New Hampshire. And the state of Maine, which we have moved from too early to too close, with not even half the raw vote in. Now, the list of states we are characterizing too early to call: Arizona, Wisconsin, and Utah. Let's take a look at the Reds and the Blues down on home ice. In this road to 270, unmistakable color patterns, but a West Coast bulwark with this 11 p.m. Eastern time poll closing for Hillary Clinton.
It's interesting. At this poll closing, this is the first one where we've had all of the races called. We had no too close, no too early in the races that just closed right now at 11 o'clock. Also, no surprises. Had any of these been a surprise, it would have been seismic. But yes, Idaho is going to be red. The whole West Coast is going to be blue, including the island state of Hawaii. We only have one state left to close now, which is Alaska. That's the only state outstanding in terms of its poll closing. calling. We're just waiting on states that are too early and too close to call.
Let's projection. Donald Trump is being awarded North Carolina.
Whoa. Well, that's a pitch.
Just came in 15 electoral votes. This makes all kinds of different paths even more interesting. There's the electoral race, 209-187. Here it is in color.
We're going to have to start talking about the deer tracks again, the paths to do 70 at this point.
It's still contiguous.
Yeah.
It's all red together. There.
Well,
that's
yeah,
what
if you're going to hike it, that's useful. But in terms of who's going to be president, I want to know the numbers.
Together.
We have a call, the state of Florida. What we are terming the apparent winner, Donald Trump. In the state of Florida, 29 electoral votes. The apparent winner terminology. Here is the electoral math. 216 Trump, 209 Clinton. The race for 270, here's how it plays out visually. So much talk about the paths to 270. Who merely wanted Florida?
Right now,
who needed it? We have another call back-to-back. Utah, Trump. 6 electoral votes. The projected winner in Utah. Here we go. 222, 209. Back down to the ice we go for the depiction in color. Red and blue.
Well, still connects.
And the remaining gray.
In terms of the swing states tonight and how they have gone, we've got Hillary Clinton, just in terms of swing states and battlegrounds tonight, prevailing in Virginia, in Colorado, in New Mexico. We've got Donald Trump prevailing, according to NBC News projections, Donald Trump prevailing in North Carolina, Ohio, and Florida.
I need to interrupt with another one. Trump wins Iowa, the projected winner in Iowa. We've had a flurry of projections here. 6 more electoral votes for Donald Trump this evening. 228, 209.
Again, the number that you're going for here is 270. That's the number of electoral votes that you need in order to win the presidency.
Steve Cornell.
Anything like that. We got a call to make. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me.
In the state of Georgia, one of the earliest to close, one of the latest to be called. Donald Trump, the projected victor there, 16 electoral votes. A lot of talk that the Democrats would be able to convert that. As you see our chart, 244, 209 in the electoral votes. And down on the board, it is a continued march of Republican red, sweeping the American South. Chris?
Thank you, Mr.
We are back, and we wanted to just take stock of the states that have yet to be called. Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes still too close to call. Michigan is also on that list, as is Arizona, still too close to call. Upper Midwest includes Wisconsin. We just had a projection. This is a call interrupting our list. Hillary Clinton is the projected winner in Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Here is where that leaves us. 244, 215. Trump over Clinton. And here's what the map looks like with the pickup of Nevada for the Clinton campaign. You see the coastal argument people have been making. It's pretty hard to deny that we are a coastal blue country. Steve, Maine, we have a projection. Maine, it is being projected by NBC News, will be won by Hillary Clinton when all the votes are cast. 3 out of the 4 electoral votes
So that means we are not projecting the separate congressional district that...
No. Donald Trump gets 1.
Okay.
So you'll note his total has grown by 1. What a fascinating and confusing and terrific.
So to be clear,
yes.
Of the to be clear,
yeah.
Maine, one of the electoral votes in Maine goes to Trump. The remaining electoral votes in Maine go to Hillary Clinton.
We're working on a new graphic that says she gets most of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. And here's another projection. Alaska. We are projecting when all the votes are counted, we'll go to Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes. You think 3 electoral votes, small peanuts, don't matter? Look at what they do to your total when they push you up to 248 versus 218. A word about our national map. Here's the reds and the blues. And notice that landmass out in the Pacific with the Aleutian Islands trailing. Alaska has gone to Donald Trump. Hawaii has gone to Hillary Clinton, 218, 248. Can we tell you, News is projecting that Donald Trump has indeed been elected president of these United States as he goes down the line, greeting family and now friends, including New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Kellyanne Conway, and Steve Bannon. And here we go. Here's what we have for you at 7 p.m. These are all NBC News projections. Georgia, too early to call. Indiana, as expected, we are projecting Donald Trump as the projected winner there. Virginia, too early to call, though Biden is leading. In Kentucky, too early to call at this hour. South Carolina, too early to call at this hour. Vermont, up in New England, too early to call. Here is the long and arduous road to 270 electoral votes. Again, one state awarded. As expected, it went to the incumbent president. Forgive me, as I will ask every time we hear that sound, which means we have a call, and here it is. His first inroad into New England, as expected. Joe Biden has been awarded by our projection. The state of Vermont will go to the national map. There we are, the road to 270. One each at this hour, coming up on 7:19 Eastern.
NBC News is now projecting a winner in the Kentucky presidential race. President Donald Trump projected to be the winner in Kentucky. That will be 8 electoral votes for the president. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Steve?
In the state of Florida, if you've been watching our coverage, you know the state of conversation there. We are saying the race is too close to call, separated by just under 10,000. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, big race, big electoral vote fight tonight, too early to call. In the state of New Hampshire, too early to call. In my home state of New Jersey, Joe Biden, the projected winner of 14 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Joe Biden, the projected winner tonight. In the state of Maryland, Joe Biden, the predicted winner tonight. In Oklahoma, Donald Trump holds on to Oklahoma. In Delaware, native son Joe Biden is the projected winner. In D.C., where you can vote without representation in Congress, Joe Biden, the projected winner of the District of Columbia. In Illinois, too early to call is our call. In Tennessee, too early to call, though a lead by Donald Trump. In Missouri, too early to call. In Alabama, too early to call. Nutmeg State of Connecticut, too early to call, though we note a lead on the part of Joe Biden. Mississippi, too early to call. Maine, too early to call. Rhode Island, Too early to call, though. Again, we note a lead at this hour on the part of Joe Biden. Ohio, of the battlegrounds, remains too early. Georgia remains too early for us to call. North Carolina remains too early to call. Here is the long and winding road to 270. The colored-in states are the states we have projected, the states we have awarded. We have a projection, and that is a Trump victory as expected in the state of Tennessee with its 11 electoral votes. That is our NBC News projection when all the votes are counted. 8:23 Eastern Time. We come back from a break with two calls. The state of West Virginia, as expected, has been awarded to Donald Trump with its 5 electoral votes. And then the land of steady habits, as they call it, the nutmeg state of Connecticut, 7 electoral votes in the Joe Biden column. We'll show you where that leads us as the states color in on the road to 270 with awarded electoral votes thus far. Hey, Steve, forgive me. We are awarding the state of Arkansas, as expected, to Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes. That's where the vote is coming down as of this hour. And this is what this state does now to the map. You see red filling in the center of the country. Arkansas now completes that 3-state swing. You see the blue coming up in the Northeast. News is projecting. Let's start with a big one, a big Northeast state with 29 electoral votes. NBC News projecting, as expected, Joe Biden will win in New York. We move on to Texas. We've been talking about Texas. We have it too early to call. Michigan, hugely critical state tonight, too early to call. Wisconsin, ditto, too early to call. Minnesota, too early to call. To the vital southwest state of Arizona, too early to call. Colorado, too early, though Biden, we note, is in the lead. Louisiana, too early, though Trump, we note, is in the lead. In Kansas, too early to call. Let's go through the Midwest. Nebraska, too early to call. Southwest to New Mexico, too early to call. On up to North Dakota, too early to call. Slightly south to South Dakota, too early, though we note Trump leading in South Dakota as expected. And Wyoming, too early to call. Donald Trump is in the lead in Wyoming. Let's check out the bar graph from the outback view of our building. The road to 270 electoral votes awarded thus far 80 to 48 at this hour. Give the interruption another state call, and that is, as expected, Donald Trump the winner in South Dakota. And while it hasn't come up a lot tonight, there is that stretch of coronavirus that is raging through the Dakotas right now, just part of the backdrop of the vote in 2020 during an uncontrolled pandemic. But that's our projection that when it's all said and done, looks to be about a 70-30 split in South Dakota. Here is another red state on the national map. Colorado, Joe Biden. Not a flip, forgive me. This is presidential Colorado, 9 electoral votes. Take back what I said about a flip. Steve, back to you at the board as we look at the first blue state west of the Mississippi. Here we go again. A matching Dakota has been projected for Donald Trump. Again, as expected, North Dakota to go along with South Dakota. Sharp-eyed viewers saw that we had quietly added that bit of red in the northern plains. That's our projection with its 3 electoral votes. That's how the map was expected. Donald Trump hangs on to the state of South Carolina. 9 electoral votes. A call from the Southwest, and that is that Joe Biden has been awarded New Mexico and its 5 electoral votes. Thanks to Vaughn and his good reporting, we've been talking about the Southwest since this puts another blue square on the map west of the Mississippi. Nicole Wallace, where do you put states like Arizona right about now? We have another call, and this is another New England state, and that is New Hampshire. And it's for electoral votes awarded to Joe Biden. We believe when all the votes are counted, differentiated by about 22,000 votes right now. Let's take a look at the map and see where this leaves us as we look nationally. Again, two different trends of blue, southwest, northeast, red from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic seaboard, all the way up through the middle. We are back. You'll note Missouri snuck in there before the break. Illinois has spoken. Neither of these are pickups. They're holds. This is Joe Biden, the projected winner of Illinois, and it's 20 electoral votes. And Senator Dick Durbin is going to remain in the U.S. Senate as well.
NBC has now projected that in the great state of Missouri, President Donald Trump will once again be the winner in Missouri. Again, that is not a pickup for the Republicans. Missouri has been deep red and in the Republican column for some time now, but that Missouri call is now official in terms of NBC News' projection.
California awards 55 electoral votes, as is our projection. Not a surprise to Joe Biden. Oregon, 7 electoral votes to Joe Biden. Washington, 12 electoral votes to Joe Biden. Idaho, too early to call. We have determined Trump leads. Here's the graphic to 270. It's 192, 114 at this hour. 270 is where you start the conversation. Here's backfilling some of the races we're watching. This is Florida. Too close to call, and we have determined this to be too close to call, though Trump leads. North Carolina, too close to call. Texas, too early to call, Trump leads. Pennsylvania, too early to call. Ohio, too early to call, Trump leads. Michigan, too early to call, period. Georgia, too early to call. Arizona, too early to call, Biden leads. Wisconsin, too early to call. Minnesota, too early to call. Iowa, too early to call. Nevada, too early to call. What are the odds? Let's look at the map. We've been watching the color-coded states get awarded all night. To think that 6 o'clock Eastern time, 5 hours ago when we started this, it was a blank gray slate. Low, they have filled in. Low, there's a lot of math to go. Yeah, we got a big number here. NBC News is projecting Ohio will go in the Trump column when all the votes are counted. 53-45 race right now. That'll change. That'll fluctuate, but that is our projection. 18 electoral votes, a hugely valuable state in the Donald Trump column.
That had previously been characterized as too early to call with Trump in the lead. But again, Ohio now projecting Trump as the winner of Ohio. In terms of what remains outstanding in closely watched swing states, in Florida right now, I should also remind you that that is being characterized as a Donald Trump lead, even though that state has not been called. Florida has not been called by NBC News, but NBC is describing it as a Trump lead. In terms of other states that we're watching, obviously we are focusing, like you can't believe, on Pennsylvania and Arizona and Michigan and Minnesota and Wisconsin. In Texas, NBC is also characterizing that state as a Donald Trump lead at this point, but has not yet.
We have one more. Idaho to Donald Trump, your projected winner. That is no change from the 2016 map. Let's go to tonight's map, which you'll recall hours ago started in all gray without a single state filled in. That is about mirroring how these states have fallen tonight. We have so many in the margins yet to be decided. all indications are it will be days before we know. The projected winner in the Commonwealth of Virginia is Joe Biden. So, 13 electoral votes in his column, and let's put up where that leaves us on the road to 270 just to remind everybody. And then we'll talk to our friend James. 206 to 136 race right now, and there it may remain rather paralyzed. Look at this. Sorry to interrupt. NBC News is projecting Donald Trump will be the ultimate winner in Florida, and it's 29 electoral votes. Running right now 51-2 to 47-8, separated by just shy of 400,000 votes in what has just become such a hugely valuable, influential, and for the Democrats, vexing state. As Claire McCaskill and others have pointed out tonight to soothe the anxieties of her fellow Democrats, this was never a projected Biden state. It was on the wish list. It was hoped for. You don't send Barack Obama into a state you don't want. But the candidate himself did not make it a personal priority, preferring instead to concentrate on that blue wall we've been discussing, the very same blue wall that may take days to determine this election result. But Florida, where our projection is concerned, is done and dusted for this cycle. Their state call, one of the states you just ran through, and that is Texas. It turns out that Democrats, maybe some of them, spotted a blue mirage in some of the early numbers, and hope overcame facts in this case. Texas remains a red state under Donald Trump, and 52-46 and change is where we have the percentages right now. But here is how it affects the road to 270, because that is a chunk of electoral votes. That's a big hunk of red that now makes a south to north path up through the Dakotas for President Trump. No change here again, but still a big piece of political real estate. Another big piece of real estate on the map, no flip, no change. As expected, Donald Trump has won the state of Montana with its 3 electoral votes, just under 52 44 for Joe Biden in Maine. Too early to call, but Biden is leading. Remember, there are all kinds of vagaries about the way Mainers vote in these elections. The congressional district divide, the ranked voting. You see Montana, we just flashed from stripes to solid red. Again, you can see the geographic path, Robert Gibbs, that the president is carving. But again, no changes here. It's a small one. It's a mighty one. And that's Rhode Island with its 4 electoral votes. Joe Biden has been projected the winner of Rhode Island. And just as regionalisms have changed and come and gone and developed over the past few election cycles, the Northeast, New England, has become, as you can see reflected on the map, dependable, safe blue ground as for right now. Maine, of course, as we mentioned, remains a question mark. New York, no question about it. Pennsylvania is the next big patch of. First of all, we are projecting the state of Iowa will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are in and counted. And more than that, Joni Ernst, it appears, is heading back to the U.S. Senate. She was under real and concentrated threat for her seat, had a bad debate appearance days before the calendar day of Election Day, and Joni Ernst, U.S. military veteran, is going back into the U.S. Senate. As we have a call on Nebraska 2, Steve Kornacki, that district with its 1 electoral vote, where we're reminded Donald Trump flew in and did a rally looking for that electoral vote. That was the famous evening people had a 3-mile walk in the cold. That has been awarded to Joe Biden, correct?
Yeah, and there it is. We were just going through it. We can call it back up on the screen right here. This is Omaha metro area. And again, these are the same numbers we were just looking at. There's one update, I think, to come here, but there weren't too many votes left. This is a district Democrats felt very confident in because we've talked about the growing Democratic strength in suburbs, metropolitan areas. Donald Trump had carried this by just 3 points in 2016. Democrats were very confident they could get it this time. Barack Obama, by the way, back in 2008 when he beat John McCain, also carried this district. It had been Republican since then. It goes back to the Democrats, goes to Biden tonight. Democrats get their first electoral vote out of Nebraska in a dozen years. I mean, how about that, though? Just think about it for a second. I got to check the time here. We're at 1:30 on the East Coast. And for all of our talk before this election about is this state going to flip, is that state going to, the first thing to flip didn't happen until 1:30 tonight. And it's a single congressional district in Nebraska. Otherwise, this map is holding to form from what we saw 4 years ago.
The state of Minnesota has been projected to go in the Biden column. It's late at night, but it happened. It got a little wobblier earlier in the evening than a lot of Democrats would have preferred. But as Claire McCaskill pointed out in her prediction that it would go blue, it went blue. That's the margin that we're working on right now, 53.5 to 46 and change. And here is where your road to 270 is, 220, 213. But it's early yet. Sorry, Nicole.
All right, welcome back. We have a projection, actually a call to make at 4:38 a.m. The state of Hawaii and its 4 electoral votes going to Joe Biden. He is the projected winner in that state. We just saw Steve talk about why that is important. Once again, Hawaii now being called for Joe Biden, winning there quite substantially, 65% to Joe Biden. That brings his total up to 224 electoral votes to President Trump's 213.
And more ballots have been counted. NBC News now projects that Maine goes to Biden. 3 of Maine's electoral votes. That is a split. There are 4 electoral votes. There's 1 congressional district that goes to Donald Trump. MSNBC's Ali Velshi is at the big board with a look at where things stand now. Ali, give us the very latest. Maine is the latest.
Ali, I'm going to interrupt you right now because we have a call that we can make. And let me just confirm with Control Room. Are we ready to make this call? So NBC News can now say that Joe Biden is the apparent winner in Wisconsin, the apparent winner in Wisconsin. That would award him, if it does officially go to him, those 10 electoral votes. 99% of the vote in. Joe Biden, 49.4%. Donald Trump, 48.8%, a difference of 20,510 votes. There's still a little bit left to come in. The Donald Trump team has already said that they are going to demand a recount in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin will allow them to do that because they will be within 1%, the 1% margin in Wisconsin. That can't start, though, for at least another week. But again, for everybody, NBC News is now calling Joe Biden the apparent winner in Wisconsin and potentially the person who's going to take away those 10 electoral votes. This is a major win.
NBC News is projecting Joe Biden the winner of the key battleground state of Michigan. All of its 16 electoral votes go to Joe Biden. As we said, he is the one with the clearest path to 270. Let's see where that puts him. Look at here, another razor-thin margin for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. As this vote was coming in, the outstanding vote was very clearly, according to our own Steve Kornacki, in parts of that state that were favorable to Joe Biden. Another blow to Donald Trump's delusion, I guess, at this point last night that he was the winner. And it may move us toward what Donald Trump and his campaign is talking about, which is a legal avenue. Once again, Joe Biden, NBC News is now projecting Joe Biden to be the winner of the state of Michigan. Tim.
Biden is president-elect of the United States. Biden is being called with the Pennsylvania votes that have just come in. Biden has been elected, Mika, and tell us about him.
Well, the president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden, has run for president 3 times, and the 3rd time has turned out to be the charm. Not only the charm, but possibly the most consequential election of our lifetimes. He is 77 years old. He was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, but calls Wilmington, Delaware, his home. At the age of 29, Joe Biden became one of the youngest people ever elected to the U.S. Senate, and that is where he stayed for decades. Even, quite frankly, through tremendous tragedy that has struck his life.
NBC News is now projecting Joe Biden as the winner of Nevada. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. The electoral vote victory by Joe Biden continues to increase at this hour. NBC News projecting Joe Biden the winner of Nevada's 6 electoral votes. That brings Joe Biden's total in the Electoral College now to 279. Donald Trump still holding at 214.
We've got breaking news. As we have been speaking, NBC News has projected President Trump as the winner of the state of Alaska, a state that was still counting ballots.
Gang, you'll forgive me. We have some news to break in with coming up on 11:15 Eastern Time, this many days after Americans actually went to the polls. NBC News is projecting that when every last vote is counted in the state of Arizona, Joe Biden will be awarded 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden, your projected winner in the state of Arizona, part of America's long post-election period. You see the outliers still remain North Carolina and Georgia.
NBC News is now ready to make a couple calls. Let's start with the first. In the state of Georgia, where there's currently a hand recount being done, Joe Biden is the apparent winner. Again, Joe Biden, the apparent winner in Georgia. We use the word apparent when results could change, such as in a recount, although it's not expected that Donald Trump is going to make up that deficit in Georgia. Also, in the state of North Carolina, another state that we had been waiting on, we can now say that Donald Trump is the winner of North Carolina, the projected winner of North Carolina. This gives Donald Trump 15 electoral votes. But Joe Biden is still well in the lead in the Electoral College and is now president-elect and has been so since Pennsylvania was called. Biden with 306 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 232. If everything remains as it is right now, that will be the outcome of the election, 306 to 232. Joe Biden taking over the Sun Belt, Arizona, and getting Georgia. Quite a remarkable thing for a Democrat.
All right, this election alert means we are getting to our first big poll closing in about 7 seconds at the top of the hour. We've got 6 states closing, and here are our first projections of the results in these states. Starting with Georgia. In the great state of Georgia, the presidential race in Georgia at this hour, NBC News projects it is too early to call, although we do expect we'll get a lot of Georgia vote very quickly. Moving on to Kentucky, where we had some polls close an hour ago, but now the state of Kentucky is closed. There, NBC News projects that Donald Trump has won the presidential election in Kentucky. Moving to the Northeast, to Vermont, NBC News projects that Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of Vermont. Moving now to Virginia. NBC News projects that in the state of Virginia, the presidential race is too early to call. Moving now to South Carolina. South Carolina polls are closed, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. And finally, our last poll closing of this hour is in Indiana. We had Indiana, some polls closed an hour ago. Now the state of Indiana has closed. NBC News projects that in Indiana, the race is too early to call. In Indiana, in the presidential race in Indiana, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won in the state of Indiana. We've got an additional Indiana call in the Senate race. The Indiana Senate race, NBC News now projects that Republican Jim Banks has won that race. again, early calls just after poll closings in Indiana. There is an additional race in Indiana that we are watching that's got nationwide eyes on it, which, again, is a remarkable thing given Republican prospects broadly in Indiana. But that governor's race in Indiana has been one to watch, and so we'll keep eyes there. As we hit 7:30 Eastern time, NBC News can project that in the North Carolina presidential race, no surprise here, it is too early to call. North Carolina, not the only state that's closing at 7:30. NBC News can also project in the West Virginia presidential contest. In West Virginia, Donald Trump is the winner. West Virginia's presidential race, NBC News projecting that right now for Donald Trump. And in Ohio, NBC News is projecting that in the presidential race, it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Looking at the road to 270, we are still just barely on our way. 23 electoral votes thus far for Donald Trump, with the West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky races called for him, and Vermont thus far called for Kamala Harris, 23-3 on the electoral votes. Let's look at Senate and governor's races. Let's go back to Georgia, to the Georgia battleground, the presidential race. Still too early to call. You see, we've got about 8% in, but Steve Kornacki's been watching the vote come in Georgia, and we are expecting to see quite a bit of vote come in Georgia within this first hour after poll closings. Now, let's go to some Senate and governor's races. This is the Senate race, very closely watched Senate race in the great state of Ohio, where incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is facing Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. NBC News projects that this is too early to call at this hour. And in West Virginia, we have a projection in the Senate race there. Now, this is the Senate seat that was held by former Democrat, now independent Joe Manchin. This is not a surprise. The Republicans have picked up the Senate seat in West Virginia. NBC News projecting that Republican Senate candidate Jim Justice will take that Senate seat in West Virginia, which, of course, is a Republican pickup. That's the one sort of lockdown, absolute guaranteed Republican pickup in the Senate this year. This is the Senate balance at this hour: 29 Democrats and 40 Republicans. With that seat in West Virginia, Republicans have one Senate pickup. At 8 p.m. Eastern, NBC News can project in the battleground state of Pennsylvania in the presidential race, it is too early to call. In the state of Florida, NBC News can project that there is a winner. NBC News projects at poll closing in the state of Florida that Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. In the state of Massachusetts, NBC News projects a winner, projects that Kamala Harris has won the state of Massachusetts. In the state of Tennessee, NBC projects a winner, projecting Donald Trump to be the winner in Tennessee. In Maryland, NBC News projects that there is a winner in the presidential race, and it is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Missouri, NBC projects a winner, Donald Trump, projected to win the presidential race in the state of Missouri. In the state of Alabama, NBC News projects the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the state of Oklahoma, NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the District of Columbia, which for some reason isn't a state, NBC News projects we have a winner. The winner is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Illinois, NBC News projects that it is too early to call. To the Northeast, in the state of New Jersey, it is too early to call in the presidential race. In the state of Connecticut, NBC News projects it is too early to call. In the state of Rhode Island, NBC News projects it is too early to call. Down back to the deep south, in the state of Mississippi, NBC News projects it is too early to call. Back up again to the far northeast, NBC News projects that in the state of Maine, it is too early to call. In the always interesting state of New Hampshire, NBC News projects at this hour it is too early to call. And finally, in the home state of President Joe Biden in Delaware, NBC News projects at this hour it is too early to call. just for one moment, we have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest in South Carolina. Back to you, Steve.
Yep.
Here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll closing, NBC News can project that the winner of the presidential contest in Arkansas will be Donald Trump. We have another projection. NBC News has just made a projection in the presidential race in Delaware. There's a winner in the presidential race in Delaware. The winner is Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris. And let's look at some calls. We've got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early to call. In the just as crucial swing state of Wisconsin, NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race. The winner is Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. In the great and now very closely watched state of Iowa, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress. And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. In the presidential race in Kansas, NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah. Trump win in Montana. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district, so I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest, but at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon per NBC News' projection. We've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate. NBC News can project at this hour in the presidential race in the state of Virginia that there is a winner in Virginia. Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in the state of Virginia. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential contest in North Carolina. NBC News projects that the winner in the presidential race in the state of North Carolina is Donald Trump. This is our first projection of a result in any of the 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina, going to Donald Trump. I understand we also have a change in the characterization of the presidential race in Minnesota. In Minnesota, this had previously been characterized as too early to call. Minnesota now characterized by NBC News as too close to call. Looking at the overall map, the road to 270. Right now, Donald Trump stands at 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 185. Again, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii. Right? Yes, there it is. For the second time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state. NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got 2 called thus far in Georgia and in North Carolina per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. NBC News can project that in the presidential race in New Mexico, there is a winner, and the winner is Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. When the Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they were going to do tonight, they started talking about expanding the map, expanding to Virginia, which they lost tonight to Kamala Harris. They talked about expanding the map to New Mexico, where they sent Donald Trump in the closing days. Now NBC News projects they have lost New Mexico to Kamala Harris as well. NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris had 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. NBC News can make a projection for the presidential race in the great state of Minnesota. NBC News projects that Minnesota has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. So Donald Trump, at this hour, Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 204 electoral votes. The speech that Donald Trump just gave was essentially a victory speech. At this point, NBC News has not projected a winner in this race. NBC News does have a projection to make in one additional presidential race, this time in the state of New Jersey. NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race in New Jersey is Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris. New Jersey, believe it or not, was one of the states that the Trump campaign was sort of bragging on. Were they able to expand the map? They said that New Jersey was one of those states they'd be able to win. They said the same thing about Virginia. They said the same thing about Minnesota. They have not been able to expand the map, but they have won important swing states already that have put them on the precipice. 266 electoral votes right now for Trump, 218 for Kamala Harris.
Breaking news from the Decision Desk. NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House as this country's 47th president. And for so many of you watching right now, that news is, to say the least, a lot to digest. I understand that personally. After he lost 4 years ago, he refused to accept the outcome and incited a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. He's campaigned while facing criminal indictments related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 results, and he's run as a convicted felon. During this campaign, he has also promised to essentially be an authoritarian leader, to use power like no American president ever has before, and wield that power to go after his political enemies. This is a man who's also bragged about overturning Roe v. Wade and stripping away women's bodily autonomy. He's promised to conduct mass deportations to crack down on the rights of millions of Americans. Donald Trump is an anti-democratic force, but he's just been elected democratically in our country. And here's what might be the hardest part to hear, but we have to talk about and we have to say, and it is a hard part to digest for all of us. But we have to be honest about what we saw in this election. Donald Trump was elected by expanding his support over a number of key groups that we've been digging into this night, all night tonight, as we anticipated where this was headed. And I know we're going to dig into it throughout the course of the day today. And there will be a lot of time spent on how and why he won and what this will mean for the country over the next 4 years and beyond. But in this moment, it's also important to remember that our democracy is not built around one person or one job. And I have every confidence that pro-democracy forces in this country will continue to stand up and make their voices heard.
We have one more state to call, Donald Trump adding to his electoral count. NBC now projects he is the winner of Michigan and its 15 electoral votes. State that Joe Biden won in 2020 by nearly 3 points. Now Donald Trump is the winner there. You see it, almost 50% of the vote to Kamala Harris's 48.3, with 99% of the votes now in.
Another projection to make. NBC News can now project that Donald Trump is the winner in Alaska, picking up 3 more electoral votes. Again, he already met the threshold needed to become president-elect, but it does give him 3 more electoral votes in terms of the Electoral College. Donald Trump winning Alaska. Now he has 295 electoral votes, with a couple of states, as you can see there, Nevada and Arizona, not called yet for the presidency.